Welcome to my favourite kind of Monday. 2 Siege Best of 3 semi-finals lie ahead of us with the Atlanta Major just looming on the horizon. Welcome to the BR6 EUL Stage 2 Deciders. With me, Ian Chambers, fresh on desk, and the 3-time himself, Fabian, is in the building. Guys, it's been a long week. Feels like it's been a long week, missing out on Siege and missing you guys.
It could be longer. The longer time I spend away from you guys, the better I feel. We could have played at the end of the week and I'd be happier, you know?
Get 5-month holiday from us after tomorrow,
I do.
mate. It's all fine.
So lovely. So lovely.
Hey, Fresh, you've been all over the place. Did you bring us any pasta or anything?
No, I didn't, unfortunately. No, we flew back to the UK after the show last week and then less than 24 hours in the UK, over to Italy, now back here. Then when we finished here, I'm going back to Italy, and then 2 days later, back to everywhere.
You know, I always tell the Italian admins when I was coaching that there's nothing good that's ever come from Italy. Pizza is not Italian. Pasta is not Italian. There's nothing good that's ever come from that country. They always get so frustrated with me saying that. I don't know why.
I can't see why. I really enjoyed it. The pizza's been amazing.
wrong?
The
Yeah.
pasta's been amazing.
You had a crazy pizza that was like half-half.
Yeah.
Yeah? What was on it?
Basically, I've determined this. So I spoke to Red Lake, our observer, and he said they probably thought you was American. Because I asked them what was the best pizza they had, and they gave me one side that's really nice, which was spicy salami, which he said is Diavola, I think. And then they gave me the other half, which had hot dogs and fries on top and was, yeah.
That sounds good to me, though.
One half was great.
I'll tell you what is tasty. Our bracket. Let's see how it's shaping up. It's been shaping up beautifully. The group stages, of course, done and dusted. The Deciders bracket is in front of you right now, and we've got 2 absolutely electric semi-finals coming up, Fabian.
We do have 2 incredible games. I mean, we've seen BDS that stepped up and they're playing really good. And we're looking at M&M that has massively stepped up as a team. I mean, we saw them in the last play in group stages. On to now, they've just been incredible. Virtus Pro versus Wolves. What a matchup. I mean, it's 2 completely different ideologies in the teams, but 2 teams that are just playing really good Siege right now.
And we're kicking off with exactly that. VP versus Wolves, and then BDS versus M&M. And this is, of course, best of 3 territory now, Fresh, so we could be in for a bit of a long night.
Yeah, I actually think so as well. We've obviously got objectively the 4 best teams in EUL, but I also think subjectively, you know, as an eyeball test, I think you would say if you had to pick the 4 best teams, it would be the 4 teams playing tonight. So I think we could be going all the way in basically every single map.
Expecting 6 maps today, that's for
6 maps today, 90 rounds, max OT, every single one of them. Buckle in. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, and then we've got tomorrow as well. The losers today will drop into the lower bracket final, which will be played out tomorrow. And then, of course, we have the grand final. And let's not forget, 3 teams from this bracket will eventually make their way to the Atlanta Major, and we'll have all the answers for you tomorrow. But as we start to wrap up stage 2 here, I had a bit of an idea. Bit of a retrospective moment here from you, Fabian, right? Seeing as you are the 3-time world champion, right? I thought we could do 3 times with the 3-time, right? I want 3 times you've been impressed so far this stage,
so
and 3 times, just this stage,
yep.
And 3 times that you've been disappointed. Now, you have to hold the hammer while you make your point. So, Fresh, if at any point you want to jump in, you've got to take the hammer.
Yep.
Are you ready to do this? Should we start with the negatives? Because I want to get the negatives out the way
Those are
first.
probably easier.
I'm lifting a hammer, guys. I'm lifting
Someone
it.
screenshot this.
Yes!
You've wanted this your entire career, and this is going to be the only time you actually get to lift it. It's a fake hammer in the studio. Or is it a fake hammer, or is it the real one? And
I can hit you with it if you want.
Go on. Give me a hit.
Bunk.
Violence did solve that problem.
It is your hammer.
So, Fabian, 3 times with a 3-time. Let's start with 3 negatives.
The first one that pops to my mind definitely has to be just heroic overall. Like, I feel like you guys have failed your own team, your entire structure, in terms of how can you guys basically allow an analyst to come back in and play. Sure, he's been a pro player before, but you cannot allow your mentals to fall that far. And I think the staff has failed them as well. If they allow it to go that far, that after 2 play days, you start playing with the coach. That's the first one I've got.
Yeah, I think it was definitely...
Hey.
Oh, sorry, need the hammer. Sorry. I think it was definitely a questionable decision in terms of getting rid of leader and bringing in an Arctic. You know, from the outside, even from the inside, I think, you know, you can see the results. They went out, and the reason we're playing this clip, which was Jerry's stream alongside 2 dollars, right? Yep. So shout out to all of them. Community casting the Open Qual playoffs this weekend, where Heroic was also knocked out the community, the Open Qualifier playoffs. They won't be in LCQs. They were knocked out by Team Valor of France as well. So, you know, you don't want to go with just results-based analysis. But ever since they moved from leader, over to Anarchic, they lost every single game very comfortably.
Back to the drawing board. Fabian, I was speaking to Demo earlier this week, and he said you remind him of Roy Keane on this desk, as in, like, you've been there, you've proven yourself, and you don't pull any punches. So I'm a little bit scared going into this second one. What's the next negative?
Next one has to be Wild. I mean, come on. You guys have completely kind of demolished the groups. Last stage, they demolished it completely. This time, they were really close. They were touching on being, like, the best team in the group. And then you again pull off in the deciders. You just decide to choke it up again. I mean, sure, this time we had Packball stepping up a bit more. But again, I think Hungary had a really, really rough decider stage. And I wonder at what point will this have to stop? Because either it's a player change coming in, or it is going to be that the mentals have to reset, because we cannot continuously come back into a pattern of we make it to the through the hard part, but then we fail when we shouldn't. No, you're not having this back. Okay, then you can have it.
I think what disappointed me most about Wild is how well they started off as well. The fact that they got that 7-0 victory over Koi, and they looked so good, and we know how good they can play. And again, they've managed to limp into deciders and then fail in deciders again is, very disappointing.
It's not over for them, though.
It's not over, but the mentals has to be a bit shocked, and you going into a much, much harder, having to go through the entire bracket one more time. It's a much rougher spot to be in, and it's not one that you want to be in. And we are seeing teams actually making improvements and coming up and being stronger in the actual, last chance qualifiers, the playoffs to it. So it's a position you don't want to be in. You don't want to be one of 8 teams fighting for 1 spot. You want to be one of the 4 teams fighting for 3.
Okay, so with 3, we've got 3, and with 2 through now, right? The Fed better be what I think it's going to be.
I mean, there's no other choice here, right? G2. I mean, seeing as I was working with them and I've been there twice with G2, my disappointment is massive with them. I mean, you guys should never, ever be able to fall into a pit where you guys don't make it through into the deciders. It's just the organization is too big. The team has too many big names in it for this to happen. We're looking at the staff that they've added as well, and just everything around it screams we should be making top 1 or top 2 every single stage. And they haven't this time. So it's disappointing. Will they come back? I don't know. I mean, they made it first into the playoffs, right? So hopefully, but that's my dream, but we'll see. I cannot say anything yet.
Fresh? Get that hammer.
All right. You get this immediately this time.
Not too much to add for me, but honestly, I think, look at those player performances. Alamo started off on the very first play day against BDS, absolutely nuts, and then ended up below average. Benjamin below average. That's unheard of, right? Like, G2
I think it's pretty mid.
G2 was so reliant on individual performances just to carry them through in the groups. And then when those stopped coming, the cracks was just there to see for everybody. Obviously, they did get through the open qualifier playoffs. They did play against, a bunch of tier 2, tier 3 teams that you would expect them to beat. You would expect them to be here. They've got to make that LCQ run.
Well, listen, let's tie a bow on the negatives now, right? And let's move on to 3-time with a 3-time. 3 times you've been impressed in stage 2.
Yeah, this one is much easier, actually, I think, because the first one that I will take here is Into the Breach. Honestly, what an improvement from the last stage. Overall, they have stepped up as a team massively. Both Kanto and Noah, to me, have been standing out quite a lot, and like the way that they have developed, because we were looking at them last stage and saying, what is this team even doing in this competition? Because they have nothing to compete for here. And now we're looking at logical changes in staff and in players, and the entire structure just looks much more, I would say, even on every place. That it makes sense why the players are there. It makes sense why they have the players playing the roles that they are doing, and the staff that have helped them improve massively. So for me, Into the Breach has They have impressed me massively, and I'm super happy for them. And I think that they should be happy with they're at now. So we'll see how it goes for them.
Yeah, I think that's echoed amongst a lot of people watching as well, Fresh. You're going to have to say that hammer, brother. And you as well.
Destroying the desk.
I know that you've been super impressed with these guys too.
Yeah, and I think, look, they're going to be disappointed that they're going to end up in LCQ. They will have wanted deciders to go better last week, of course. But if you look at the expectations at the start of the stage, they were seeing where they got to.
Yeah.
Can they build probably more their foundations looking towards next year? And they've got a lot of positives they could take away from stage 1. And I think they have built some solid foundations.
Positive number 2, Fabian.
This one is a bit of a, flipping the script. because my positive number 2 is Koi.
What?
Yeah, they have impressed me. They have been so fucking shit 2 stages in a row that it's laughable. And it's honestly impressive how you can go from having such a poor stage with the team you do into having another equally impressively bad run of form and just messing up all the things you're doing. The clip we have had here is just you're trying to open up a jacuzzi breeze and you're making the biggest mess out of how you play. You don't look like a team. And honestly, this is just hilarious to watch how they're playing. It's just nothing is working for them. They can't play as a group. They're failing at every step. And it's honestly impressive. You even have the 6-1 lead in your last game of the stage, only for you to somehow choke down.
Listen, if you've just joined, Fabian is going through 3 times that he's been disappointed, and now he's on to the 3 times that he's been impressed during this stage. And he managed to turn a negative into a positive. I don't know.
It's impressive.
That was,
you have to give it to them. It's impressive how bad they are.
shine a bit of positive light on this
I'm going
Koi
to provide
situation.
some balance here.
Thank you.
Fabian, you know, I am the Koi sympathizer on the
Yeah,
team.
you
Yes.
are.
What I will say, they did make it into the LCQs. They did end up finishing 3rd overall in the overall Open qualifier playoffs. And that's about the only positive. They did have another throw from a big lead in there up against Secret. So, you know, bit better. They got to play best of 3s. I think that's where they feel a bit more comfortable. We'll see them next week in the LCQs and see where they go.
But did they beat any tier 1 teams?
Yeah, Secret.
Did they?
Yeah.
They lost that.
In the 3rd, 4th place match. I think it was Secret.
Was it?
Somebody in the
No,
3rd.
Secret lost against T2. It was against Team Valor. They didn't beat
they
a
lost
tier 1
against
team.
Secret.
See,
Yeah. No, they
you're-
didn't beat a tier 1 team. Yeah.
All right,
no.
guys.
I'm in the camp.
Yeah,
Koi,
you
Set
know
this in the break.
He's so much a sympathizer that he even makes up results.
Okay, this time I want a legitimate 3rd and final time that you've actually been impressed here.
There is one team that I've been massively impressed with, and that's Wolves.
Yeah.
They have been constantly impressing me, and I've been saying it every single broadcast. I even said it when they were, in my mind, supposed to beat their own ghost in BDS. They have played so well as a group, and we're seeing Mowgli having a rough stage, which to me actually shows that the team is improving massively, because the team is performing really, really well with their, at least in my eyes, considered star player. And they're just keeping on rolling, and they're crushing opponents. The only one that they couldn't step over was BDS, but I think that was more their own mentals than anything else.
Fresh?
It's the team play for me, Ian.
Yeah.
It's the team play. I think every team in this league will look at Wolves and think their team play is what we strive for. And genuinely, you know, you can assess any situation. These guys do things that make logical sense. You never see them chasing their tail too much. Yeah, they did drop to BDS, like you say, but I think everyone is expecting them to make the major, and that's where they really will meet their judgment.
Do you think they'll make the major?
Yes.
You do? All right, 3 times.
You know, I have another one, because I've stolen the hammer, and I have a 4th positive one.
Okay.
And it's honestly back to Heroic.
Yeah.
Because I am
I
happy.
thought you were going to say
No.
working with us.
You have
thought
to
you were
listen
about-
now, because
There's
this
a
is a
real mix
very
up coming.
specific one. And I'm really happy that Anarchic played as well as he did, because with Anarchic's performance, he has now outshined Titan as the worst player. Well, Anarchic is actually just above him, so
don't want to be
Titan
associated
keeps
with
his
it.
title as the worst player to have ever touched the league. And Titan
That's
is
out
a
of
close
order.
friend to mine, and he was my analyst in G2. And the longer he sticks on being
Let's just
the
leave it.
worst player to have ever touched
Carry
the
on.
league, the happier I am. So, you know, Titan, you're still the worst player that have ever touched the league. Are you guys going to come back?
No.
All right.
Okay, I'll come back.
Well, over to you, Ian. With the weather.
Well, you've made it all gloomy and dark.
Dark.
It's all cloudy.
You know, you can always make fun of Titan.
Okay, listen, and shout out to all of our players, those who made it to the big dance and those who didn't. But now we look ahead now to what is going to be an epic play day, and I know you're super excited for it. Which of the 2 games that are coming up, the 2 series, are you most hyped for?
Number 1.
Yeah?
Number 1 by far, Wolves against VP. I think these 2 teams are probably the best 2 teams in terms of their teamwork, generally across the league. Different metas, different things you could pick apart, but 2 genuinely very excellent teams.
Briefly?
I have the same game, unfortunately, and it's just because it's the 2 teams I want to see. I want to see them both succeed, and they play so different Siege that it's just going to be an interesting clash between ideologies. It's going to be incredible.
We don't need to sell it anymore. We'll be back with that series after the break.
Have you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with the Central Combine. 2 Tier 1 qualifying teams are sent straight to the playoffs, whilst there are 4 national spots composed of teams from the Legacy national competitions and 2 EU squads made from teams that are at least 3/5 from Central Europe. These 6 teams go straight to Phase 2. There are then 18 more spaces to be filled by open qualifiers, which means this is your chance to get involved. During Phase 2, our 4 national teams, 2 Central European teams, and 18 qualifying teams will be divided into divisions to play against each other based on a point system, with the lowest 2 teams of each division being eliminated. Our remaining 12 teams will be grouped into 3 conferences, competing for their spot in the playoffs. Each team will play every team in the other 2 conferences for points, with the highest scoring 6 teams moving forward to Phase 4. Phase 4 is our playoff bracket, where our top 6 teams from qualifiers and our 2 Tier 1 teams face off in a best-of-3 bracket. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the €40,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to €15,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Welcome back to the Blaster 6 EUL Stage 2 deciders with me, Ian, Fresh and Fabian. I did just see in chat somebody asked the question, is Fabian allowed to swear? The answer is no. He just does what he wants. Listen, let's start to shift gears and look ahead to our first best of 3. You've hyped it up. You've told us why it's so important, but let's deep dive into it. VP versus Wolves. Now, VP, the group stage was pretty straightforward for them, Fabian. They didn't really make many mistakes, did they?
They are known to not make their mistakes, and the only one time they did was against Into the Breach on Clubhouse. We saw some basic misses that we don't usually see from this team. They have started to change up their playstyle though, and I'm wondering if this small changes could be the reason why these small mistakes are being made, but then those small mistakes have been used into massive problems. So we're seeing some changes, especially with Pasha. He's getting more of a lurky role and being allowed to be a little bit outside of the 5-man structure we're used to see. Now we see a 4-man structure with a Pasha a little bit on the side.
Yeah.
So we're seeing some changes, and I think it's for the positive. And we'll see how it plays off for them long term, but it's been decent so far.
I think Pasha is in that conversation for possibly the most underrated player inside of a U League.
Yeah.
I think he could genuinely jump onto most teams in this league and improve it. Been super impressed with him. Obviously, there's Dan there as well. Looking for a little bit more, in all honesty, from Joystick and Shepard, you know, some of the legacy players on this roster. I know that Joystick's an online player, comes alive on LAN, really. But more or less, in the group, they did what they was expected to in terms of getting that first place. Now it's about doing it inside of the best of 3.
Well, speaking of which, they are the only team left from Group A now, and the others have all been demolished, I guess, by some of the Group B teams. Do you think that they might come into this one doubting themselves a little bit, Fabian?
They could be, but I highly doubt it in terms of just knowing their experience. When you have that experienced players as you do in this roster, I mean, they've been around for, 7 years-ish, the players. You don't have the fear as much as some other teams would do. Sure, it might put questions into, okay, our form, has it been as good as it seems? Is our number 1 spot basically representing that we demolished our group? Maybe not so much, but it's the first seed out of the group that matters, and they have that. I don't think they will have problems with the mentals.
And I think one thing, in terms of the mentals and everything else is these guys get called the cyborgs for a reason.
Yeah.
Because they play without any emotion whatsoever. It's just last round lost, whatever, on to the next round. And we saw that in the game against Koi. That massive comeback that they had to do. They did slip up against Into the Breach, but against Koi, looked like they were slipping up as well, brought it all the way back round, and that was just 1 round at a time, not worrying about anything else other than their siege, and that's exactly what they'll be doing again today.
Do you think that they've really settled into this meta?
No, they are not really settled into the meta because they're not playing it themselves. I think they do understand it, maybe not to the same extent as a lot of these other teams that are playing more of what I would call the Brazilian meta, a little bit more with split positions, where you come from everywhere at the same time. That's not really what Virtus Pro does. They just come as a group, and then Pasha maybe sometimes on the side, not every time, but they understand it, they don't play it, but I also think their way of playing plays into the current meta. If you don't have the patience to sit still and basically await them, their opponent's going to make mistakes, and they have relied upon that, and that's gotten them pretty far. But it's when teams starts to figure out how to play against Virtus Pro, that's when Virtus Pro themselves will struggle.
Yeah, and it's worth saying that their fundamentals completely underpin all of this, right? Yeah. Is that no matter what meta you're playing, and this is true for basically any team, no matter what meta you're playing, VP's meta is out of date, but their fundamentals of team play and their coordination is that good that they make such little mistakes in the meta that they're trying to play. They make an out-of-date meta look completely playable, even though if every other team tried it, they would be pretty bad at it, in all honesty. So they're still a very high-quality team. They're just playing a different game to everybody else.
They leave no gaps. That's what they do. They never leave a gap. If they take an area, you cannot take that back. You will die.
Yeah.
But speaking of that, high quality across the board, do you think that, let's say, language barriers aside, and for some reason this team disbanded, right? Do you think every single member of the roster would make it onto a Pro League team?
I mean, looking at we having 8 rosters in EUL, I think that every single player would make it into one team or another, looking for what that team might need currently. Sure, they might not be a direct upgrade on every team, but at some point, I think that all these 5 players can definitely be an upgrade to one team or another. So they would all still be in the league. If they spoke English and they disbanded.
Lots
or
of ifs and
French
buts there.
Or, whatever language the other teams speak.
Let's move on to Wolves, shall we? Fresh, despite the obvious differences between themselves and VP, there are some similarities fundamentally, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I was just saying about VP, playing a different meta, but the fundamentals are there. This is exactly the same with Wolves. I would say Wolves are much more aligned to today's meta in terms of the way they play and the way that they think about things. And again, it is underpinned by solid fundamentals. Now, the one thing that, they have is that team play, that coordination, that discipline. I spoke to Kangaroo Kenny last week and he said, you know exactly what Wolves are going to do, but you cannot stop it because everything happens at once. You can't find any mistimings. You can't find any gaps. You can't find any mistakes. It is so oppressive to play against them.
It's just overall a super, super, super good team. Looking at how they're playing, as you're saying, Fresh, you cannot beat them because they have the gun skill, they have the coordination, they have the timings. I know for a fact that they have the countdowns all the way from when Rice was playing with them. They have very solid, you can hear it as a coach standing behind your team. You can hear them scream in French because now I don't remember the numbers in French, but you can hear them scream 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
And they will go as a unit. And it's so hard to stop. And looking at them, how they're playing now, we're looking at them without their star player performing. Mowgli hasn't shown up this stage, which is not that common, and they're still playing this well.
Well, speaking of which, Fresh, about half a year ago, you said that these guys play a 4v5 style of play, right? And they've been doing it again, and they've been having success, but Mowgli has been that missing ingredient, right?
Yeah, that's it's absolutely true, is that they used to play where they let Mowgli do exactly what he wanted. If he opened up the round and got a multi-kill and just created a gap, they would hit it. That's great. If he didn't, they were set up and their system allowed them to play in a 4v5 scenario because their teamwork was so good. They would always find a mistake and then carry on through, play their team game, and execute onto a site pretty unanimously. It seems that that's creeping in again because Mowgli's having a stinker of a stage. Let's not beat about the bush there. He's having a very bad stage, but this team looks like they're going to win every single game.
Well, it's an obvious thing to say, but semi-finals sometimes are won and lost based on map picks. Could that be the case right here, right now? Let's find out. Fresh, I know you're buzzing to see where we're going here.
Yeah, I was very excited for this one, and the reason being is for two maps, Nighthaven and Border. Now, both teams really don't like these two maps, so I'm not surprised to see VP get rid of it. I'll come on to the Border decider in just a second. Wolves have gone away and they've banned away Bank and Cafe. Now, I thought they might try and target a Clubhouse or a Consulate, given how prominent VP were on that. So that was a bit of a surprise in first couple of bans from Wolves' side. I'm therefore not surprised to see VP pick into Clubhouse. It's a map that they love. It's probably their highest preference map available, in all honesty. Now, VP played the bans a little bit safe. The Skyscraper, you've got to take away from Wolves. They were so good against G2 on it. They're so good at the map. VP clearly don't want to go to Nighthaven. That means Wolves are going to get their favorite pick of Chalet. And by the way, they've beaten M&M, who I consider the best team in the world on that map, twice now on that map. So maybe Wolves are the best team in the world on Chalet. And then right at the end, the Oregon Consulate into Border, I think has been a little bit bait. I think, both of these teams have permabanned away Border. Now we've got to the chance that the winner takes and gets to the major. They've brought it out.
I feel like all three of these maps, in my mind, favor Wolves, just in terms of playstyle. I think that all three of them favor them. And looking at how Virtus Pro have performed lately on Clubhouse, it's not been great for them. And then, as you said, Chalet for Wolves, how good have that been?
Yeah.
I think Virtus Pro is in for a tough time.
I mean, that's interesting to say because this is why it's so exciting when you get to this stage of a tournament. Fresh, it's obvious, right? But when you get to a semi-final, the quality is always going to be somewhat matched. And I think that you're expecting a long affair here.
I was expecting a long affair, but after seeing the map bans, so I had scripted 4 different map bans in my head.
Yeah.
Because both teams had the same 2 perma bans, and I didn't get this map ban. There's clearly something that's gone on because these teams will have practiced each other because they were in different groups. This is the first time they could have met, basically, now. After seeing this, I think the Chalet definitely goes to Wolves because VP hate it, Wolves love it. And then I think the Clubhouse, I was so impressed with Wolves on Clubhouse last week, how they layered against ITB. If they do that same layering and that same time wasting against VP, I could see a 2-0. I know I was expecting a long one, but these map bans have changed things slightly.
Fresh, this is your specialty, actually.
Right, okay. Right,
yeah, here we go. Because I remember your bracket saying that...
It said VP,
VP that was
It said VP,
win?
yeah.
And then,
I didn't expect them to ban like crap.
Your prediction bracket.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it said that Virtus Pro was going to win against Wolves. And then I see it today on Twitter, or X, or whatever you want to call it, that you predict Wolves.
Yeah.
Can you explain the reasoning why you have this sort of...
Flip-flop Fresh, we call him.
Yeah. He predicts both teams, so he can't lose. It's genius, really.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of hedging? That's hedging your bets.
Yeah.
No, one thing that I will say is I genuinely, I don't know.
You don't have an explanation?
They're so close. That's what's going to make this game so good. Is we're saying this, and this is us talking about the game on paper. When they get in the server, it can be completely different because it's not played on paper. Sure, we think Wolves have won the map ban phase, but then they've got to go and do it in the server.
Well, we're going to find out very shortly. Casting this game, we've got something really special for you watching at home, right? This is something we've never done before when it comes to Blaster 6 EUL. One of our casters is right here. Don't panic, it's not me. Fabian, the 3-time world champion, is about to cast this best of 3. And we thought we would pair him up with an iconic piece of Siege royalty as well. The one and only In Terror is joining you for this one. Parker, Fabian, I'm excited for this. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so very much, Fabian. The last time you and I casted together was, I believe, North American Challenger League from my apartment in Katowice, Poland in the fall of 2017. And boy, what a joyous occasion that was.
While ago, I'm so happy that these two guys are leaving the studio so I can finally spend some alone time with you, I've been waiting for this.
I always like to spend as much time as humanly possible with my mother's boyfriend, so...
It is good times. I mean, I haven't seen her for a while or talked to her for a bit, but, things develop differently, and sometimes people break up, and, me and your mother, we decided to end our relation. I'm sorry you have to get to know like this.
Wow.
Well,
this is the first I'm hearing of this.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't spoken for about 3 years. So it could be that. I don't know how it came to this.
Well, it very much disappoints me. This is my first time ever casting on the European League, period. And we get to do it in spectacular fashion. I figured, why not? If Tim and Dez are going to be casting the next match, then I need my own blushing bride to be. And well, Nick isn't here, so I decided to upgrade and go with the better former G2 world champion.
I mean, there's only one of the two of us that have 3 championship titles now, right? So it's clearly that I'm the better one. I mean, it makes just sense, I think. It's going to be a great matchup, though. I'm so excited for these two teams to play. I've been waiting for it. Wolves has been just in such a good form this stage. Sure, they had their hiccups against BDS, but other than that, we're looking at a team that's just performing out of this world. And I just can't wait to see if Mowgli shows up today, because if he does, it's going to be really rough for Virtus Pro.
It's been fun getting to watch all these different regions. Since we moved to a remote broadcast, I get to cast NA, Brazil, and now EU, which just as a sentimental moment feels like the olden days, which is quite nice. And of course, there's a bit of a soft spot that I have for both of these squads. So when I saw the matches that were being played today, and then more importantly, the ones that I would be in charge of casting, which ended up being this singular match, I was overjoyed. And yes, it's nice to see them both in good form. Obviously, the question that I always have with Wolves is, while domestically they do really well, they haven't been able to find that same success internationally. Well, of course, they have to get to the international part first, and a short flight from France to Atlanta might await them depending on the results of today's matchups. Operator bands are in. Dokkaebi and Ying banned out on attack. Valkyrie and Azami removed on defense. All of those operators, very high ban rates across all of regional Rainbow Six right now. No real surprise. And of course, some of the operators banned out, which I will let you vamp on, have a good amount of influence on this map in particular, like Valkyrie, who's always a good chalet ban.
Yeah, it's always so important with the information for the retakes. When you have the 3 staircases that you can use as rotations from the basement, just getting rid of that information is massive. You know where all the default camps are, and you're going to shoot them from either the outside or as soon as you have an angle through whatever soft wall that you entered with. So you take care of all the information immediately, but the Valkyrie kind of forces you into an IQ pick, which it seems like Wolves don't want to have.
No, understandably so. Utility already being used over towards Solarium. You see both P4 and Deadshot are stacked up.
When we're looking,
unsurprising that a team will extend upwards to the second floor on Chalet, and right off the rip, Dan gets very good information, but kill eludes him for now. 1 minute off of the clock. You can see 3 separate silhouettes from Wolves strewn about upstairs. First pick still goes to Dan, so patience rewards him. Goodbye to P4. Now Always could get another. There's a nice shot. It's odd to see the F2 over that 417. But immediately, Wolves have lost 2. And Mowgli, does he opt to go back to the site, or does he fight it out upstairs on Chimney?
He has to fight it out up here, because if he doesn't, they've allowed 2 picks to go the other way, and they've also given up the entire map of space, and it's not been that much time wasted. So if they give up this area now, it's going to be a big problem for Wolves. The reason they're contesting this early and this far up and aggressive is that they just don't want to give the map up to Virtus Pro. They want them to clear them out, which they did, and they did it successfully. But at the same time, if they give it up without fighting for it, Virtus Pro will just pick them apart on the basement.
Mowgli's made his way down to the first floor. And he should get one very easily. As Always runs right into his waiting arms. Mowgli repositioning. Bibu now on the top floor. That leaves just Shinka down in the basement. 3 remaining players from Wolves, and all 3 of them on 3 separate floors, disconnected from one another, though Bibu can very easily hop down to the first floor to help Mowgli if required. VP read into this. They're hitting the site fast and furious, but their guns not landing. Joystick down for the count. Joining Always. Shinka boxed out back of the site by Connector as Mowgli's recovered, gone back towards blue. Spam marks coming in, and now the assault will rain in from Wine. Mowgli swinging through, can't stop Shinka from dying. Pasha with 2, now it's Bibu to try and save the round. But Pasha's phenomenal, 3 kills for him, and Virtus Pro take round 1.
I'm happy with both those, that attack and that defense actually. I think that both teams read each other perfectly. Virtus Pro did just what they wanted. They had great opening picks. They picked apart Wolves' top floor defense. Wolves then fell back and tried to retake it middle of the round, which Wolves knew exactly how much space Virtus Pro was going to take. So both these teams that round read perfectly into each other, and it comes down to the gunfights being won by Virtus Pro to put them in a much more... It's a stronger position, obviously, when you have the manpower advantage to basically just have to wait out the retake and also pushing side as a stack, and they did both sides phenomenal job that round. It's really nice to see when two teams are that even if one team has to win and the team has to lose, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've usually will say that it doesn't matter to me which team succeeds. I'm in it for the storyline. I'm in it for a good match. The way that, you know, the top 4 have been in Europe and was highlighted on the desk several times by Ian Fresh and yourself, there really isn't a bad matchup that could be had with these final 4 teams. And I mean, I expect this to be a long matchup between Wolves and MVP. Just as a sentimental point of view, I mean, it's nice to see both of them not bounce back, because it's not like they were ever poor performing teams, but it's good to see them get their time in the sun. Yeah. You know, especially with the roster issues that VP had for a while, with that old Empire team being out of Pro League for a while, and then Wolves, you know, breaking people's hearts time and time again internationally, as was referenced early on. It looks like there was some technical issues that have been resolved now, and the last thing I'd want is the wind to be taken out of the sails of this matchup. So we will play on. If anything changes, we will let you know.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been too bad if there was a rehost. There's no momentum just yet. So it's really hard to see if it's safe. It would do something differently. But as you said, it's really nice to see that these two teams get to be in the limelight. I'm honestly, with Wolves, I've been expecting it to come for quite a long time. I mean, Virtus Pro, they have been in their prime for, well, I'd say prime, but they've been at the top for a long time before, and they seem to be working their way back. I think they've started to learn how to play the meta currently, but they've still been having some hiccups where they understand it, but they don't know how to apply it. So now they're finally getting step by step towards that goal, but it will take time for them, and I think that it will take longer time for them than a lot of other European teams, especially when we're starting to see so much importation from Brazil of players and the understanding of the gameplay. So it's going to take some time for them. And Wolves, I've just been expecting. I think that at SI, if there was any team that we should have lost to with G2, it would have been Wolves. I mean, they kicked us into the lower bracket, right? They then came up and played against us again, and it was a very tight game. Wolves, they've had their international, in my mind, first breakouts, and now it's just for them to capitalize on that and keep building on it.
I mean, Deadshot only has what? Is that a single international event under his belt, if memory serves me correctly? Yeah. So, I mean, it takes some time for you to get up to speed and feel comfortable to compete at that level. Pasha, first to die. He had a terrific first round, and a terrific stage up to this point. Won't be available for the second round. Always now next to go, as this beachhead upstairs, as we like to refer to it as, working out so perfectly for Wolves. Dan doesn't seem to know where the last position is, but as he's cleared most of the room, should win that duel, but doesn't. There wasn't much left of him after the Nitro cell went off below. 30 seconds left. Joystick has been downed. Shepard's still getting information as to the position of Bibu, but so challenging to try to get him out of this spot. Lots of tools that can be used to pinch that corner of library, but at this range, that MP7, just a little bit too strong, and Bibu as good as ever. He's almost as old as you are, but unlike you, he's still capable of competing, and he punishes VP from that spot in library.
You know, that's a punch below the belt. You know, that's unfair. Nobody is as old as I am. I'm basically a dinosaur at this point. You know, I've been around for 115,000 years. It feels like at this point. So give me a break, man. I've won everything there is to win. That's where he's lacking behind still, you know? So, you know, I lost my passion, he still got his. It's that simple.
I'm sorry, did you win Siege GG Caster of the Year, or was that Pengu that I'm misremembering?
Sorry, I only know the 3 times. Like, you have to come...
Oh, that's right,
yeah,
that's right.
It's like people that only won Invitational twice. It's like, what's that even on about, you know? Like, who are you? What have you really done?
When do I get to see your brand-sponsored mouse pad? Out of curiosity, just...
You know, I don't think that will ever happen. I've kind of stopped using social media and all that stuff, you know, so I'm not cool enough anymore. I'm just the most achieved person in the game, but I'm not cool enough to have my own mouse pad. Sorry. I'm starting to feel like you're a bit jealous here, actually, Parker. You wish you had won, but instead you became a caster. Well, it looks like Virtus Pro is doing exactly the same thing over and over and over. They're gonna go again for a west side clear. Or is it east side? I don't remember. My memory is too short. They're coming from Solarium. And if you look at Virtus Pro and what they're doing, they're just repeating and repeating and repeating. So they're just going for the same thing over and over and over. And that's basically what Virtus Pro have always done. We're looking at them just continuously taking the space, and they're doing it the same way so that they don't make any mistakes. And that's what they do really well. They're not making any mistakes, and they're just taking it step by step. 3 players Solarium, 1 guy's underneath to get players rid of the positions that they're in behind hard cover. He's going to take it step by step.
This is the 3rd round in a row as well, where Wolves have lived and died on this roam off of the same spot. Up by Solarium, extending out to Bathroom. We saw 3 players in this position in round number 1. There was 2 in round number 2. And they've run through 3 different bomb sites. Again, we'll see this with most maps, and I imagine that when we go to Clubhouse, which we have to play, and then Border, which we are very likely to play, there are very important avenues of this map that must be controlled by the attackers if they want to be able to pull off a successful execute. Wolves have established that this part of the map is their domain. But the difference between the first round and this round is that it appears there's been a much faster fall off. And speaking of fall off, Dan falls off the roof and will now need to be retrieved by his teammates.
Yeah, they take some time off the planning. And they're taking it this way because this is the first step of what Virtus Pro wants to control. And they have this really elaborate game plan. Well, I would not say this elaborate. It's pretty simple because they do it over and over. But they want this space to then decide, okay, now we have 1 player that can hold our flanks and we have 1 guy that can do vertical, and the rest of us can fall back or try to do something different. So we take another part of the
Joystick
map.
gets the very first pick onto Mowgli. Down goes Bibu as well. From this position, VP reigning supreme with those 2 opening duels that come with 40 seconds left on the clock. Dan's taking some damage, though. Just waiting it out for the time being.
Seems like
shot still by Piano. Now he's in hot pursuit. There was only a little bit left. Dan just keeps walking, wounded. Traded back as Joystick eliminates Deadshot. Now inside the site, it's P4 trying to hunker down, but he's got to watch Trophy. He's got to watch the hatch. Not too much to do. Shinka left alive. Got the marks to play with. Diffuser going down. He's eliminated 2 of them. Pasha watching as Shepard pulls this off. Shinka just needs a single more to pull off an unbelievable clutch. And he's got those spam pings coming in, and he wins it!
Wow.
Oh my God, Shinka!
That is just
phenomenal stuff.
That is just incredible. And the funniest part is, if you watch the M&M game, people that are in chat, they will know that this is exactly what Shinka did against M&M in a 1-on-3. So now we're seeing 2 incredible clutches by Shinka. That's just... He's SMG God. How does he hit these shots, and how does he do it 2 times in 1 stage, and it's consistent? That is just mind-blowing.
I mean, that was a VP round through and through. A 4-1.
You should never lose that.
You got 3 separate players up, but information is the name of the game. Every single one of the remaining VP players was being spam pinged over and over. And of course, just because you have the information doesn't mean you're able to capitalize on it. Here it is in slow motion for you. The battle with Shepard, to me, was... That one was the hardest fight of them all.
It's just mind-blowing how, first of all, Shinka managed to clutch that. That's just so impressive. You saw the bulletproof camera there on the... Well, it's now the metal window that used to be the small window you could see into kitchen directly. But that information that they're getting from it, it's just massive, and they get so much from it. I mean, every single kill that comes in there comes from the information of that camera. He's just winning those duels, and he's getting all that perks from knowing exactly where your opponent is. Virtus Pro, however, you should never put yourself in a situation where your opponent is allowed to peek you one by one. That's a massive mess up, and it's rough to see it happen. It's those small mistakes that you cannot do when you want to make further steps into tournaments. But then again, I also think the Virtus Pro has just such strong mentals that this doesn't matter for them. They lost a 4-1, so what? They'll keep playing.
I haven't been as intimately familiar with these teams because obviously I haven't been casting them and watching them, but I mean, given your strong words on the desk just today alone, I imagine you're much more familiar with them. How's the mental of Wolves looking these days, just in general?
It seems to be really improved from what it used to be before. Not so maybe so much in the recovery part. That one I don't know much of, but it just seems to be like the team environment that they have right now seems to be really the right environment to grow as a group and as an individuals. Because we're looking at all these old-time players, but I'd say old-time, they haven't been around forever, but we're looking at both, for example, P4 and Shinka stepping up massively and becoming really good players, better than what they were when they joined the team. And same with Bibo. Bibo has such a consistent career where he's always performing really well, but just falling a little bit short of the success. And now he's playing incredibly well. Like, this entire stage has been Bibo stepping up massively for his team when he needs to.
Oh, Mowgli won't be around for that much longer. Finished off, or downed rather, and will now need to be finished off as Deadshot. His attention is on a drone. He gets punished as now P4 should have a relatively free kill onto Always. But P4 might have overstayed his welcome. Drops and good coordination from VP to pick him off. And Trophy allows Bibu to now rotate over and pick up Mowgli. Wolves suffering too, but the scoreline favoring them despite being at a disadvantage. And as you saw in the previous round, numbers don't mean anything to this team, especially if you've still got Shinka on the board.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure how Amira on this bomb site would handle a 1v4.
It's not really the same, because this one is not so much just straightforward angles where you can fight one side, like from the south side to the north side. It's just you can't do the same sort of fighting on this bomb site. We're looking at basically a repeat of the first round here, right? 5-on-3, and then we're gonna see if they try to retake on the second floor.
So the flashes to go in, only 10 seconds left. Urgency is there on part of VP. The Warden trying to quarterback this. It's just Shinka. Can he pull it off? Does lightning strike twice? Nitro Cell goes out. Pasha has to reattempt the diffuser, but we're past the point of no return. Shinka doesn't look to his left, and yep, you called it. Not exactly the same set of circumstances. A lot harder when you've got walls torn open and a cavernous room with nothing to stop your opponents from seeing you and punishing you. VP pick up their second round. They've tied the game.
And they're playing it so well, Virtus Pro. The way that they're setting up for the bomb site, right? When they're taking Solarium and then they're taking Dining and Kitchen, they basically, what they're trying to do and what they're trying to achieve is that they divide the map so that, first of all, the roamers don't matter anymore. They can be anywhere in library, they can be anywhere on bar side or in games. It doesn't matter where they're at. First of all, they'll have drones to see the first contact so that whenever one of the guys tries to flank, he'll be spotted by a drone. And then when they're going for the bomb site, what they're doing there is basically cutting the bomb site in half, right? The breach that goes on towards laundry, that one opens up so that they cannot rotate through connector. And then they're trying to breach in boiler to get down the plant by, well, middle of the room behind the wine shelf. So they're playing it perfectly, Virtus Pro, and it's so entertaining to watch two teams that have such full understanding of how to play the game go up against each other. It's like the first time now we're getting to see in EUL for a long time. We've seen teams make a lot of mistakes, but so far the teams we've looked at today, there haven't been much mistakes. This is just honest and pure. You lose strategically or you lose the area so that you cannot take the gunfights correctly, but you're not losing because of massive mistakes right now. And what can
I
you
always
do
feel like
against
a child whenever I see those early picks.
Yeah, it's so cheeky, you know. You get this big advantage already, and it puts the the stick in the wheel for a team like Virtus Pro even more because of how reliant they are of a group, you know, and how they want to play together. Them losing a player this early, now they are missing one key component of the entire machine that they want to put together. They might be missing a guy, well, as you saw here, Mowgli is looking towards the main window in Master Bedroom, and it's not even open. These small things that Virtus Pro might be missing out on can completely change the round around, especially for how Virtus Pro wants to play.
Nice shot by Pasha onto P4. Mowgli still above inside a bedroom. He's got some of that wall removed. He's got a window gone as well, as now he drops. Droned out and holding that portion of the map for a minute and 10 seconds, I suppose, is good enough for Wolves, as they now will go back closer to the bomb site. But now 3 players will retake from the top.
You know, Parpar, I laugh a little bit there because I say, oh, there's no mistakes between these two teams, and then P4 in the manpower advantage decides to just randomly peek the window. Perfect timing, isn't it?
You've lost P4, you've lost the Solus. You look at the drone count, there's only 3 drones remaining for VP, so they will be semi-starved for information. When all was died, they lost the 3 flashes as well. Quite a bit of diversity when it comes to that secondary gadgetry for VP. Grenades, smokes on a smoke execute on a bar and gaming bomb site. Very possible. Dan needs to get to that point first. Down goes Deadshot. He'll hop right back on the drone, but semi-exposed by the main door. Ibu expecting a flank, prepping these dread mines. Mowgli spotted from above, so now they know that there's only 1 remaining on the bomb site. Now they've taken out Bibu. Dan, a monstrous performance with 3 kills in a row. Might not even need those smokes to accomplish this. Shepard yet to find a kill, but doing good work for utility. Trying to get the diffuser down, but Joystick ends the round before it can get to that point. 3 rounds in the first half so far for VP. 1 more round to go.
And they're continuously playing so well. Just as I said it before, you can see how structured Virtus Pro is. You saw when Mowgli tried to flank in that 3-on-4, Joystick is holding his flank all the way over to Solarium when his teammate is executing on site. And why does he do that? Because they have the information that he is about to flank. So they're not leaving any gaps. They're not allowing Wolves to really do anything. And if we look at this realistically, Virtus Pro should be 4-1 up at this point. So we're looking at the Virtus Pro Masterclass at the moment. They're really teaching us how to play Siege. And I think that people that are interested in learning how to play competitive Siege, they should really watch into this game and look at the small details. Grab the match replay files and study what it is that Virtus Pro are doing. Because looking at how they're playing Chalet right now, it's almost perfect. Even if it's the slower, more outdated gameplay, the way they're doing it, it's flawless. They're not making mistakes.
I also, just not taking away from your point, I just wanted to say, at the start of the second round, there were some small technical difficulties that prevented me from hearing your roast. And I don't know what happened, but I'm seeing some chatter about it.
Oh, well.
I don't know what you said in that second round. I don't know if it was aimed at me or if it was aimed at Pengu. I don't know if it was aimed at my mother. I have no idea.
Well, I always aim for your mother, don't I? No, I don't remember, Parker. I have no idea what I said. Probably burned everyone. Why not? I mean, you know how I work. The more fun I can make of people, the better I feel about myself, because I'm a sad person, you know?
That's true. I mean, I have a very distinct memories of the tail end of your time on G2 as a player and as the beginning when you were a coach, and I also know how you don't work. So...
Oh, you mean by making everybody else work for me so I don't have to do the job?
That's correct.
Oh,
it's very easy when you've got Kanto Raketti in his prime to carry you towards a world championship.
Well, I won one without him. Who carried me that time?
Jonas.
Yeah, I can buy that. I mean, the thing is, what you have to realize is that, like, I'm honestly just a massive talker. I'm actually pretty crap at the game. But when you know how to trick everybody that is good at the game to play with you, you don't even have to be good. You just have to say the right things, and people, they will come and play for you.
I've made an entire career out of saying the right things, and here we are.
Yeah, and I tricked Pengu into playing with me when he was playing with 4 Frenchmen, saying, oh, you wonder who they're going to kick when they're struggling. Well, obviously it's going to be the guy who doesn't speak French, and that's how I tricked Pengu. So you see, we know how to talk.
And now you both land yourselves commentator roles. Bingo landing, joystick landing the first pick onto Deadshot as we now resume the action. Thank you so much. Back to our regularly scheduled broadcasting. But Mowgli will trade back. Down goes Mowgli to Shepard, breaking the goose egg that he had. Every single player in the lobby has now recorded a kill, which is a terrific thing to be able to say out loud. Just under a minute to go. This kitchen defense did not go the way that Wolves had wanted until the very dying moments when a clutch came in from Shinka. He might have to pull it off again as Wolves' numbers continue to drop. It's a 2v4 with the 4 being VP and the 2 being Wolves.
You think we're going to see another 4-on-1 clutch?
No.
I hope so for Virtus.pro's sake. They should be able to win this round. They have all the advantages. It seems like they know where they have their opponents as well.
Shinka's in literally the same spot. How do you prevent a 4v1 clutch? Maybe get a kill before it becomes the 4, but no! The raid boss of the bomb site, slayed by Virtus.pro. Bibu's upstairs while the diffuser's being planted by Shepard. And it's a big round from everybody on VP. Dan getting the very final kill, and this is a 4-2 first half, a scoreline we are very familiar with in professional play. VP walks away from the first half with a 2-round advantage.
Yeah, they have a 2-round advantage. It could have been 4-round advantage, and Wolves should look at themselves with quite some questioning eyes or ears or whatever you want to look at yourself with. Maybe you can't look at yourself with your ears, Parker. I just realized that. But they should look at it half with, okay, we were quite lucky. However, our strength on this map and our strength as a team is attacks. They're so good on their attacks, and they have all of the different play styles that you can imagine. I wonder if Virtus.pro is going to be able to keep up with the speed that we've seen from Wolves on this map, because they can go really aggressive out of nothing. They find a gap and they push through it really fast and really hard. And now the question is, will they use the utility that they have? Because they need to deny all of this. And we're seeing quite a lot of utility for it too. We're seeing Defender, we're seeing double barbed wires, we're seeing proximity alarms. I think Virtus.pro knows the way that Wolves wants to play this. So let's see if Wolves can adapt to that, because Virtus.pro, they look really ready.
I like the dock coming in. Have you, Oh.
Well, that's some timing.
Wait, the admin call now to see if there'll be a rehost. I mean, I'm not an admin, but that seems pretty standard to me that it would be. I'm not sure what exactly happened with P4, but with the screen falling away, I'd have to imagine that we indeed will have a rehost. Tech issues happen. Sometimes they are outside of your control. They're certainly outside of our control. There's not much that we can do about it. We'll get everybody back in.
If we think hard enough that the game is going to be stable and not crash, then maybe it stays that way, you know? Have you ever thought about that? Maybe it's actually your brain power and your will for the game to stay up that makes it not crash.
You don't believe the things you're saying right now, do you?
Well, there's no proof that I don't, and there's no proof that I do. So you take that as you wish, and then we have no idea. Maybe it is that way.
When we look at what transpired during the first half, pretty clear cut in terms of the breakdown round by round. 4 first bloods for Virtus.pro. It does not directly translate to them winning every single round. I suppose the one caveat would have been they did get first blood on that third round, which was the Shinka 4v1 clutch, or, well, in his position, 1v4. Again, I think that round might be a bit of an outlier. I will have to go back to that very final round to see how close the plant came down, because by my count, I have 3 diffusers planted by Virtus.pro. But again, that last round, it was either the diffuser had just been planted or it was about to be planted. Either way, it's negligible.
Yeah.
As for bomb site rotation, Wolves favored the same 3 sites, and they did it in the exact same row: garage, bar, kitchen. We did not see a single bomb site defense of that top floor, yet every single round there was considerable utility used by the defenders in that same part of the map. It just never happened to actually have a bomb site in it.
And there's a reason for that, because if you look at how the game needs to be played, and especially a map like Chalet, where you can pretty much rappel or sit just outside of the bomb site the entire time. You hold top floor because you need to waste enough time that the attackers don't get all the time in the world to do either vertical or use top floor as the base for basically building the step-by-step building to take down the rest of the defense. So you cannot give it as a building base, and you cannot give it away because of the vertical that they can use. So they have to contest it. That's why you put the bomb site on a different floor, because if the main goal for Virtus Pro is to take top floor every single time, and then you put the bomb site there as well, they have less work to do because they don't have to go down, and they definitely don't have to go to the basement. So it's smart from Wolves, and both these teams, I think, have played a good chalet so far, but it seems that Virtus Pro just managing to do all of their basics and all of the step-by-step gameplay that they need to succeed. And they're not making any mistakes. I mean, the spawn kill is like the one you can argue, and obviously the 4-on-1 you should never lose. So that is a massive mistake. But you should probably be happy with a 4-2 half. Obviously, if you lose the map, you won't be. But a 4-2 half is a good side, and you feel dominant because you know you should have 5-1. So Wolves are probably getting a little bit nervy here. You never know. It's like you have a little bit of a feeling like things aren't really going our way, especially when they're the ones who wanted this map.
Yeah, I mean, that was the one thing I was hoping you were going to touch upon. This is Wolves' map.
Yeah.
Now, I said it right as round number 6 ended. Across all regions that I've watched, across all regions that we've casted, a 4-2 half seems to jump into my mind. And again, this is not based on any data because I don't have the ability to pull up every single first half, second half that's ever been played with these teams. But just from the eye test, aka I see it with my eyes, a 4-2 first half is about as common as they come. Now, we are at the moment, at least in North America and Brazil, and again, I'd have to pull all the numbers for Europe, we are in a very defender-sided region in NA, and the same goes with Brazil. I imagine EU is not that different, but this does historically, as a map, lean towards the attackers. 4-2 first half on your opponent's map on attack could be a particularly worrying sign if I'm Wolves. As you pointed out, they might be getting a little bit nervous, and I think the first or second round of this second half is really going to tell us the full story. If Wolves come out hot, they're coordinated, they breeze through VP on this very first round, and I think we can lean back and say, all right, we're looking at a map that is very friendly to the attackers. Wolves will be able to pick up some pace and close that gap. If VP knock them off their stride and Wolves look completely discombobulated, I expect an early timeout to settle down this team, and then that's when we can say, okay, Wolves might be in a bit more trouble than we thought.
Yeah, and we saw how effective the timeout was for Wolves against BDS. They were 0-3 down. They had gotten, 4 or 5 kills on the board in total. So we know how good of an impact the staff got for Wolves, that they can manage to reset them completely. The take we're looking to see here from Wolves is pretty much a direct take on Library. That's why we see the Capital. They want to clear out the little corner in Library, just so that the player can't be there. Joystick obviously is playing the Vamai, and he's going to try to deny that from happening.
Oh, one of your best tools to gain more information onto the site. Yana, gone. That's your only set of nades as well. You talked about the difference that comes from these secondary gadgets on defense, the proximity alarms, the deployable shields. You ran through the whole list. Same could very easily be said on attack, as all 5 attacking operators brought completely different secondary gadgets. Now, a lack of explosives is something that teams battle with just an operator lineup. Wolves brought explosives in the form of Ash. Additionally, the grenades for Yana. No more grenades remaining. But they're very quick. Look at this. P4's in the middle of the bomb site. Already. We're halfway through the round. He loses the engagement. But there's follow-up. Brava can't get it done. But family, man. It works. It's Capital with the pick, who's still in the site, and will now use those smoke arrows to cut off any visibility. He's got diffuser. So at any point, Shinka could attempt to get this plant down. It's a bit of a reversal, though, Fabian. Wolves right now have the site. Virtus Pro have the floor above.
And this is exactly what I meant with Wolves' explosiveness in their attacks, right? They can just all of a sudden... No, they have bomb site. How do you take bomb site when Virtus Pro still has everything around it? They found the gap, they used it, and here we are. It's a situation to be played out, all right?
yeah, you've got Shinka now essentially stuck on an island. Deadshot has no E1Ds remaining. He's outside of the building, trying to cut off that cross. Now Shinka will go for the plant. Dan sees him just wandering up. I mean, I guess at that point, desperate times call for desperate measures. There's no coverage from the 2 remaining players of Wolves. Bibu vaults in big window, and Deadshot dies to Dan, who got the first kill and will also get the last. This is what I said now. We set the expectations. This is a bit of a troubling sign because that round, obviously, derailed by the early first pick. I appreciate that Wolves tried to get themselves out of that, but when you've got your diffuser stranded inside the site and the other 2 players miles away, unable to help at all with the execute, there really isn't that much that Wolves could have done.
No, they couldn't have done much different. I mean, Virtus Pro, they knew that they had the site, so they knew that they have to just support each other and not make mistakes so that Wolves will get free picks. And what the Wolves players were doing that were alive, which was Bibu and Deadshot, they were just kind of sitting and waiting, trying to cover angles to activate so that we could have a plant on site. It didn't work out this time. Dan sneaks in and finds it, the frag, so we stop the plant. But they tried to figure out a way to get the diffuser down so that they just have to be sitting passive outside. Didn't work, and at that point, round's pretty much over.
Sometimes analysis work is quite simplistic, but it is entirely accurate.
Well, that's what I'm paid to do, Parker, you know? I'm paid to talk about how people play video games. It's pretty cool.
Paid.
Yeah, you should try it
paid
sometime.
great vast sums so that dozens and dozens of people can watch our broadcasts.
Yeah. My favorite viewer is probably your mother now.
I thought you guys broke up.
Yeah. My choice, not hers.
All right, VP's jostled around some of the roles. Same with Wolves. They're going to rock this Capitao yet again. Talked about the Capitao back in the first half when VP had some difficulties pushing into Library because of the position that Bibu was in. Capitao is a staple operator for getting rid of the players inside a Library. Usually you'll have a Wamai get brought with magnets on the board. You can see on the left side VP foregoing any type of denial in that regard. They'll lose the castle early. Wolves very quick yet again to get into the building. Joystick might die, but it's a trade back from Always, who is not breaking his stalemate. We did have a rehost, so all the scores have reset. Shinka goes for Shepard, immediately traded off. So nothing is being gained by these early engagements by Wolves. The numbers still even with half the round to go.
What they are getting, though, is the space, and that's what they're fighting for. They want this space, and they have to fight for it. They're going at a lot faster pace than Virtus Pro were in their attacks, which now gives them more time to figure out how to pick apart the defense underneath. However, less players means it's going to be much harder as well because you have much more issues with clearing out angles or squeezing players. And if we look at the differences between how Virtus Pro is playing their defenses compared to Wolves, we're looking at the castle. We're looking at obviously falling back earlier because Wolves are pushing faster. But it looks more organized in terms of their falling back as a group rather than how Wolves were continuously fighting for everything.
Well, now you can reset with 1 minute remaining. And Deadshot will struggle to get into the building as there's goo mines present in front of him. Not too far off is Bibu, as West Main will become a very important part of the next few steps for Wolves. Amidst the smoke, Dan puts on those smart goggles and sees the Capitao. Bit of a sloppiness, but ultimately ends up hitting his marks. One more E1D remains in the back pocket of P4 as he tries to settle things down, maybe get some information onto VP, but they're being exceptionally patient. Bibu in kitchen in the site with diffuser, but he finds a goo mine on the way. He pops up, slaughtering Pasha, and there's been another down. On to Dan. What a finish by Wolves! They snap their fingers, and the final 3 players of VP all fall at the same time. They keep themselves from moving against match point, but the advantage still for VP.
Yeah, and it's just the power of Wolves. They have they're just so good as a team, and they're showing it there in the end. This is what we need to see more of now, so we can see a continuous path of them recovering these rounds to come back into a more even footing. The attackers are favored in Europe on this map. That's just how it is. And I think that Wolves really have it in them to come back, but it's still up to them to show that, right? It's such a strong team, though, so I'm expecting them to come give us some more good rounds.
I think when you look at these two teams just in terms of pedigree and this stage, you can't be looking at a sizable advantage and saying, okay, well, this thing's over. You know, we set the stage 2 rounds ago when we said, here are some of the signs that can lead us to a decision, but ultimately, I mean, you can have a huge advantage in a round and still not end up winning it. Let's go back to round number 3. I mean, that round wasn't played on paper. A 4v1 with VP having the diffuser in possession, site control with the exception of dining. That should have been a very easy win for VP. It wasn't. Right? So just because Virtus Pro wins 4 rounds on attack and then wins their very first defense does not mean this game is even close to over. And at any point in time when you get 2 evenly balanced teams, whether it be domestic or international, the game can turn on a dime. Now, we said all of this, but Mowgli dies early again, picked off within the first 30 seconds of the round, killed through the game's window. An advantage for VP that they'll be able to sit on. There are backup nades for Wolves this time. They're in the hands of Deadshot, so there's still some explosive potential in that regard, but obviously you don't want to be losing the Yana early at all.
You don't want to lose anybody that's this early. It's kind of funny, Parker, that every time you and I mention something, the exact thing we're talking about, the complete opposite just happens immediately when we do, right? It's right. Twice now. So, yeah, as you said, the teams are so evenly matched that you cannot really see anything on the scoreline until the game is already over. This could have been a 4-4, and we would have seen, oh, it's such a tight game. And it should have been a 4-4. Or, sorry, a 6-2, and it's not.
Deadshot actually just aiming over the heads of VP as Virtus Pro pick up yet another pick. I suppose I could have been more elegant with my wording there, but the story of my career, isn't it? P4 is gone, so Lion's paralysis will only have been for a short time. Diffuser as well, dropped by the main door as VP sits pretty. Newest operator, Ram, on the board. Those boogies can do an immense amount of destruction, and they have a huge impact on this round, because when you're looking at taking that bottom floor bomb site, you've got all of lobby that can be opened up. The drone doesn't actually accomplish all that much, as VP's been able to counter it. So that's 2 thrown out by Bibu on the main floor that did not find any success. The 3rd used elsewhere. Bibu not able to do any more destructive work.
Yeah, the destructive work now is not going to give them much. They just need to get onto site here and win their first duels and play like a team, which we're going to see a kill go the other way.
Yeah, that's always taking matters into his own hands with the Nitro cell. Shinka standing at the breach, staring into blue, joystick punishing Bibu. We haven't seen one yet. Will it pop up? No flawless round. Shinka taking down Dan. Flashes go in. Shepard there. Shinka has to look up and down and left and right. And there is just no suitable answer. Nice pick by VP. They moved to map point.
Yeah, and they're playing really good. I said it was going to be a 4-4. What I meant was it could have been a 6-2. These teams are just so good, and Virtus Pro is taking this a step further. They seem to understand what's going on for Wolves and what it is that Wolves want to achieve. Then they're shutting it down really early. These entry picks that they're getting as well for Virtus Pro, it seems too easy, you know? They get the advantage too early, too easy, for very little counter to it or comeback to it. Maybe it's time for Mowgli to step up now. He's having a little bit rougher of a game this time too.
How many kills does Mowgli have in total? I mean, obviously we had the reset. I don't know if you were paying attention at all, but I think Mowgli only had like 1 or 2 kills before we got the lobby set up again.
Oh yeah, my eyesight isn't that good, bro. My eyesight has gone bad, so
I'm so old. I'm not asking about your eyesight. I'm asking about your memory.
Yeah, but my memory is bad because of my poor eyesight.
All right.
But my guess is going to be that it was 4 kills, Parker.
Yeah, from my recollection before we had the rehost come in, both Mowgli and Deadshot were quite low in terms of kills, but again, it's hard to go back, 20 minutes and have a photographic memory of everybody's tallies. The two players that just jump out to me, of course, in terms of influence have been Shinka and Bibu. Shinka great as anchor play and support play, and winning that one round was obviously tremendous for his stats. You pick up 4 kills in a single round, you're going to be in pretty good shape for the remainder of the game, even if you get a couple more. But Bibu had immensely important mid-round plays, and on defense, he was very good at being able to waste time. Played around the rest of his teammates. He, as far as I can recall, he was never the first casualty for Wolves, even though he does play some of those more forward-facing roles. He's not playing on a sheltered role like you'll see from, Shinka.
But what we can see,
we're getting confirmation now, by the way, that there were 4 kills from Mowgli before the rehost, which means 5 in total. Yes, you were correct.
Yeah.
I mean, you also have the benefit of being in the studio, standing next to Fresh, who could have been feeding you this information, and then you just would never give him any credit.
Fresh would never do anything like that for me. He would literally never do anything like that. He hates me, but he won't tell you that publicly. He's said to me so many times, "You are making my life so much worse. Having to work with you is a headache." He tells me that every day. Every single day.
Well, good news. You have ibuprofen if you get a headache. Just give him some.
Yeah, I have done that before, but he needs to start buying his own, I think.
You are so generous. Now, timeout taken by Wolves. 1 minute off the clock, still in discovery phase. 1 attacking round through 3 so far. We spoke about Mowgli. It happened again. We talked about Mowgli. We talked about his impact on this matchup. He gets the opening pick. Pasha is gone. The Doc is gone. Inarguably, VP's best player is gone. Now Mowgli is gone. A lot of things gone by the wayside. Shepard was playing that hatch joystick from above, has not been shaken off of this spot. Always there to do the rest of the work. With half of the round to go and their map on the line, Wolves have been reduced to a single player.
Yeah,
Shinka needs to clutch a 1v4, or that's curtains on Chalet.
We've seen it before. Might happen again. That's so unlucky for Wolves with their take there, because they're getting the opening kill. They're doing everything perfect to begin with for the round. They have the smoke from Capital through the drone hole to mask the jump into the library big window. And then everything just falls apart, because I don't know if the smoke had popped when Mowgli jumped in or if it was a smoke bang. But either or, that is just so unlucky. But at the same time, really well played by Shepard to just stop that push in its infants.
The thing that I saw with the smoke was that the smoke came out just a second after the pick.
Yeah, that's what I saw as well.
So just a poor timing, but I mean, it's hard to coordinate down to the nanosecond when you have your entire life in the hands of your teammates. Well, a small misstep can just get you killed very quickly, and we saw that.
And these small mistakes as well, they can really put the thorn in mentals of the person that dies, because they put, as you said, their entire lives in the hand of their teammate, and then their teammate fails them. That can really mess with your mentals.
That was an anticlimactic end to what was a spirited match between these teams, but old habits, I suppose, die hard. Wolves putting together an excellent stage, but they crumble on the first map, which was their map. 3 rounds on your own pick of Chalet. You've got to do better than that. Clubhouse, next up. Any last thoughts about Chalet? Wrap it up with a bow for us.
I think that Virtus Pro played that almost as perfectly as one can. They made so few mistakes. They were patient. They picked apart Wolves completely. They had this under control, and it bodes poorly for Wolves coming to the next map, because if they are doing this well on the map that is Wolves' pick, imagine how well they're going to do on their own. Even though they struggled on it before, I think we're looking at a much more improved Virtus Pro. They will step up that one more step on Clubhouse as well.
Now, if there's any map that always jumps to mind with the old core of this team for Virtus Pro, it's Clubhouse.
Yeah.
You predicted all 3 maps. Fresh even said many rounds. We're going overtime, etc. Are we? Let's find out on Clubhouse in just a couple minutes. We'll be back as Wolves and VP continue on.
Eliminate all of the terrorists. Three hostiles remaining.
Nice.
4 neutralized. Mission successful. Enemies remaining.
Uçtu.
Eliminez les terroristes. Eliminate the terrorists. The enemies remaining. Eliminate all of the terrorists. Three hostiles remaining.
Okay.
Op 4 eliminated.
VP takes Chalet over Wolves in our Deciders semi-final. We are off to the races. I'm Ian. This is, you know him already, the man, the myth, the legend, Fresh. And Fresh, VP was super solid, right? On Wolves' part, do you think it all came down to mistakes?
Yeah, I think so. I think whenever you're playing at this level, obviously, you know, we said these are the best 4 teams left in the competition. I think generally a game is going to be won or lost based on the team making mistakes rather than a team excelling. Now, VP were excellent. You know, it wasn't their map pick. It's not a map they like, but they provided a consistent level, which, to be fair, they always do. Their fundamentals underpin everything. Doesn't matter the map, doesn't matter, you know, how the other team is playing. But I thought Wolves made so many mistakes. The way that teams generally set up when they play against Virtus Pro is they play like an onion. So they have a layer, then a layer, then a layer, then a layer. Now Wolves were getting it right in the first minute 30 of a round, layering back after a couple of layers. And then it would get to like a minute left and then, you know, a 5v5 scenario. And then Wolves would just lose the head. And they would be like, we need to get this man advantage. We need to peak. We need to peak. And that's exactly what Virtus Pro wanted. That's exactly what Wolves did. And they lost so many rounds off the back of it. It was such uncharacteristic mistakes for Wolves.
Yeah, it's not what we expected to see coming into this, but we did expect to see VP being that well-oiled machine, and they definitely delivered on that side of things. I mean, if we are to shine any form of a positive spotlight on Wolves, it has to be round 3, that Shinka quad kill. How does he do it, Fresh? It's super similar to what he did against M&M. Clean clutch.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea how he got that clutch, and we've got a clip to just go back through and re-show it. And the one thing about it is, it's not just that clutch, it's the fact it's the same clutch in the same place. When he clutched it against M&M, and he's on the same operator, on the same site, on the same map, basically in the same position, clutching the same way, late round. And you can say you should never lose a clutch. This was one of the rounds where Wolves actually did what they were supposed to in terms of getting it down to low time. And then Shinka's having one of the stages of his, probably of his career, in terms of the way he's fragging and clutching. He obviously provides, you know, the hard support and the support role and the plant, but in terms of his shooting and his clutching, he's having one of the stages of his life right now. And it was so good to see, but that's twice, you know, he's got the highest clutch success rate in the entire competition. I think you see why. Those shots were nasty.
Yeah, phenomenal. And we get to see the player cams as well, don't we? So we saw his reaction and all of his teammates, because we've said before, haven't we, how well they're getting along, not just together in the server, but outside of it as well. It seems like they're loving it at the moment as a team. So do you think that it's nerves maybe that are coming into play here in this semi?
Yeah, I think so, maybe a little bit. Like I said, I think when you play VP, you've got to change your philosophy. You can play all of the 8 other teams in the league other than VP and play more or less your game. But when you play against VP, you do have to change things because they do play so differently. And I think Wolves, genuinely, I think the mistakes that they were making was because they're playing a little bit outside their comfort zone with this opponent, but also a lot of nerves comes into it. You know, this is the chance to make the major, and it's a chance to make phase 2 of the major. Obviously, Wolves went to the major last time, and they had to do an LCQ run where they physically couldn't lose and they knew what they had to do. This time it's a little bit different. This time it's a little bit thinking of what if, and I think that's what maybe got to them, because I don't think that was a Wolves performance on Chalet that we're used to seeing.
We talk a lot about bottle, don't we, in Siege? And, you know, Parker and Fabian were talking about how, you know, Fabian said he's seen a lot more bottle from this Wolves side. They are much more together and clutch. They've got that clutch ability, but didn't show it there. Do you think that they've got the chance of potentially choking here?
I mean, potentially. They've lost their map pick. You know, VP have won their opponent's map pick. They've gone above and beyond. In a best of 3, in theory, what you're supposed to do is you win your map pick, the opponent wins theirs, and then you have a decider map to decide it all. If you beat a team on their map pick, you set yourself up nicely.
Yeah.
So VP are going to be more than happy, and Wolves are very much back against the wall right now.
VP, they always roll together. They've got a unique play style, but they're like a pack of wolves, you know. But they do really roll as a unit, don't they? And I think that makes it easier for them to punish mistakes when they see them.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they do. You see them late round. I know Fabian clocked it on one round where Joystick was holding his flank whilst the team was executing onto site. And I think that's one thing that VP are very good at, is they go with their plan, and it takes a lot of time, but they get every single step before they execute. Then they execute and it works. There's nothing that's unaccounted for. There's nothing that's left to any kind of chance. And the way to beat them then is to make it slower and slower and slower until they have to leave a gap. But when they don't, it's so hard. And that's why you see them collecting such freebies in so many rounds, because teams feel under so much pressure when VP have got good time management. They put teams under so much pressure, and you just find teams peeking into them, and then they're ready for it. You know, the amount of kills you see from VP where it isn't VP aggressing into somebody, it's somebody aggressing into VP that are just holding an angle. So many.
In the pre-game, you actually mentioned about Wolves' 4v5 play style and how the missing ingredient for that potentially really coming to fruition and working was Mowgli.
Yeah.
And you talk about mistakes, he had a few.
Yeah, called it a stinker of a stage before the game. He's had a stinker of a game 1 there. It's really not going well for him, and you know that you don't like to put a spotlight on one particular player, but if anybody needed to step up today, it was definitely him. He didn't, but also that 4v5, where Wolves used to play in the 4v5 that I spoke about, that also didn't step up today. You know, the collective hasn't gone well in the map 1. The one good thing that they've got going for them is a best of 3. You know, they will get a map 2. They will get to see it through onto the second map.
Well, map 2 is Clubhouse, of course. And, you know, Parker was saying that, do you expect a long night? We're going to throw it to them in a second, but do you see this potentially going to a third and final map?
So here's the thing. If I'm a VP fan, I'm laughing, because VP is a map that you never used to take them on. It's a map they love. And it also plays out well because a lot of things you've got to do on Clubhouse, you've got to do as a team, usually from east to west or west to east, whichever way you go, top to bottom. And that's how the map plays out. So for VP, it's a map they love. Obviously, that's the reason they've picked it. There have been some frailties the last 2 times they've played it. Exposed by ITB, exposed by Koi a little bit, even though VP ended up winning that. However, for Wolves, the one positive that I've got is when they played up last week on this map, they layered their defenses really well. So they know how, they've got that formula already on how to beat VP in terms of the layering. They just need to execute that formula better in map 2, and we could see a map 3. I'm not saying it's a dead cert that we do, but I'm saying we could.
We want it though, right?
Yeah, we want it.
Will we get a map 3? It is back once again to the casting duo that are casting for the first time together since 2017. Fabian and Parker. We're going to Clubhouse, guys. Can we keep the mother conversation to a minimum?
I mean, I guess we can.
You know, Ian doesn't realize that if he mentions things like this, I might start talking to his mother.
Oh. Leave the poor mothers alone, okay?
I don't know if they are the poor ones or if I am.
That is a topic I do not even want to begin to touch. Well, you got to hear Jack and Ian talk about the expectations for this match. And I am an interloper. I am not one of you. I am a guest here on the fabled EUL broadcast, and I do not speak with the same credibility nor expertise as any of you who work on the show week in and week out, but I can tell you this. You don't got to be a Jack Fresh Allen to know that Wolves choking is a very real concern. They do it, again, they do it internationally, they do it domestically. This is a big hurdle, the mental game. Virtus Pro on very familiar territory on their favored map, sitting up 1-0. They absolutely demolished you in map 1. How on earth, get in their heads, how on earth do you recover if you're Wolves?
I don't think you put too much pressure onto it. It's happened, you can't change it now. All you have to do is go out there and play your best game and do all the things you've done in practice to make sure that you don't mess up. Because it comes down to that. Virtus Pro weren't making any mistakes. And whatever Jack Fresh Jackson, which is his real name, because, you know, his name is actually Jack Jackson, at least in my phone.
Jack Jackson.
Yeah, it is in my phone. That was his old name, I think. But yeah, it's just you have to reset. You have to allow yourself to accept the mess up, move on from it, and start just playing the next map. And I think that Wolves have that in them. The staff that they have is good enough and experienced enough to push them into starting over. They also have leadership within the team that comes from experienced players. They have all of the stuff that they need to succeed here. Mowgli needs to step up. Jack Jackson said so himself, and I agree with it. He needs to take a step up, start performing a step above what he's doing. Actually, no, not one step. A few steps higher than he's doing right now. And Jack Jackson will be happy with his performance.
Stop calling me that.
And he's screaming at me to stop calling him that, but Jack Jackson will be called Jack Jackson.
10 seconds to go.
There's going to be like a couple people who are watching this who are now going to turn around and start calling him by the wrong name for the record. Because his name is not Jack Jackson.
Yeah, same like they will call you Parker Parkerson.
Nobody's going to call me that.
Your name is Parker Parkerson.
Where do you get this stuff from?
Wikipedia. They never lie there.
All right. Operator bands have rolled in. Maverick banned out, one of your favorite operators of all time. I have fond memories of you and I being at an event and having you rant about Maverick for, I can't even remember how long it was, but it was several moments, several minutes.
It's nice you have all of these old memories of me when I barely remember meeting you. But looking at the impact that they do have on this map, Maverick obviously slows down a lot because if you're sitting there bandit tricking a wall, you try to force it open with Maverick in the beginning of the round so that you have these walls open. Usually it's Jacuzzi or it's the CCTV breach. Now you have to use Thatcher or just some sort of other way to get rid of the bandit, but the bandit trick can always go through. So you have to solve your issues in a different way.
Well, as we come to know with a map like Clubhouse, a significantly larger map. Oh my goodness, Mowgli. What a shot on Napasha.
Is this the return? Are we gonna see him wake up?
I mean, if you've been snoozing as Wolves, you got to get up. Still have an opportunity to qualify for the major, but there's an awful lot on the line. Mowgli now under siege from multiple angles. Dead shot down for the count earlier on. The grenades go in. Shepard grabbing Mowgli. Good coordination. This is exactly what happened when there was that drop over in Trophy on Chalet. Just set him up and knock him down. Wolves trail by 1.
They're playing it so well, Virtus Pro. You can see how they know every single step of what's about to happen. Shepard is sitting outside the pool window, holding the drop from the hatch. Always is holding the main stairs fallback. And then you have the other 3 players that are all pushing together from the CC side to make sure and putting pressure on the windows so to make sure that the Wolves players are falling back. The Wolves player, they have their trigger. Would that be drones, kills, or time to fall back to the basement? Virtus Pro don't care about their triggers. They just sit back there, wait for Wolves to come back, and then they mow them down.
Bibu positioned inside of blue. If the push will come in from Joystick. Is this the real one? It sure is. Oh, they don't look the right way. Bibu with a single pick, but another as well. EMP'd. He gets the job done. Shepard with diffuser down, always to cover. Playing on this soft wall, but always in trouble. Swinging up. He's got one behind him. No! VP looked the wrong way 2 times in a row. Monstrous round from Bibu as he picks up 3 kills. They don't drone out blue properly. They don't have the time to do it. They don't have the wherewithal to do it. Round 1 goes in favor of the French squad.
And I'll be honest with you, Parker, that's quite lucky for them. And had they lost this round, the player's fault that would have been Bibu in the end of that round. Because when Joystick is walking into blue, he's killing Bibu's teammate in armory that is supposed to deny the hatch drop. So Bibu literally, he messes up by letting Joystick get the first frag, and then he recovers it by getting the frags himself. So it's very lucky that they win that round for Wolves. They win it on individual performance because strategically, they kind of messed this round up. So you might win the round, but the way that you win the round is by individual performance and not by actually playing better as the team. Because P4 there got sacrificed by Bibu by mistake. It's not meant to happen. I mean, Bibu was shooting the Goyo canister. So it could have played out really differently if Virtus Pro had won those duels, of course.
It was still a very close round and probably too close for comfort before you can really start to build up that confidence and feel like you're on top of the world. But you're correct. You don't want to start off on a favorable side, which is the defense. Wolves obviously getting the better pick of the 2 based on just raw numbers. But yeah, losing that first round, you lose your map. You're looking for a strong start. You don't get it done. You lose the round. You lose Church downstairs, a bomb site that more often than not the defenders should win. I don't want to get in their heads and speak for them, but yeah, that'd be pretty debilitating.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important mentally to win the first round, especially when you lost the first map.
What for a long time has been a tertiary bomb site, but with the ever-changing meta that we are in, gym and bedroom has very quickly crept up in terms of pick rate. We've been seeing a fair amount of bar and stage as well when required. I'd be curious to see if either of these teams bring out that bomb site. I expect CCTV Cash will probably be the tertiary site if Wolves prevail on gym and bedroom, but that's just speculation on my part. As we see with a gym and bedroom take, you're going to want garage, you're going to want CCTV, you're going to want cash, and then construction, while likely bringing somebody downstairs. And if you do go down below, that first floor, you'll come head-to-head with Mowgli, who is a Solus, has an excellent vantage point as to where the attackers are coming from. And if you don't punish that Solus, the amount of post plants or attempted plants with a Solus punishing you from below is just too damn high.
As we see P4 miss out on the impact trick there, we can look back on the game that Wolves played last on Clubhouse, where they were playing with Asami, which then makes the Virtus Pro ban make a lot more sense. They played it and then they kept falling back into connector, only to, or workshop, call it whatever you'd like, and they kept impact tricking the wall. think it was against Into the Breach, if my memory serves me correctly.
Well, you're the one who's been saying you have a bad memory, so
Yeah,
maybe I
actually,
don't.
no, I am so
Maybe I don't trust your memory, you know?
Maybe. But you
Not sure.
probably shouldn't, honestly.
Not a single scratch on anybody other than Shepard taking some damage to that Bandit Wire or Electric Claw. Electricity either way. Very pivotal to keep this site for Wolves. The TCSG can flatten you out in a hurry, but Pasha simply overpowers the Kaid and now expects one on the stairs. Another good gun, that Type 89, so formidable. P4 inside a bathroom, picking up both kills at this point. Looking for more. Rather, one kill. Pasha not dead yet. That's a third for Pasha. It's Mowgli and Deadshot. Mowgli having to come up to the top floor to do the job himself, and he's got information that might stop that plant from going down. Shepard bailing off at the last moment. Mowgli getting the diffuser down on the bed. He's got more lined up. You don't need to reload the P90. It's got so many goddamn bullets. He says it the return.
Bullets.
Well, so far through 2 rounds, it sure looks like it.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that clutch, but we're looking actually at Virtus Pro mistake because they let go of the main stairs. And both the players came from there. So they did mess up. They knew basically what they needed to hold. They had cleared out the top floor, and then they forget about their own flank. It's small mistakes, but this time it really punished them because as soon as Mowgli came up into the gym hallway, well, it was going to be a very hard time to get rid of him. But what a round from him. What a round.
I have all the confidence in the world if I'm Wolves. Again, another opportunity for Virtus Pro to keep this site locked in, dialed in, and Mowgli first goes through the bathroom, then decides to play through gym. Look at all this intel. The down, and then the cross to get the complete kill that wins you the round. Virtus Pro have been a bit sluggish on their attacks. When we saw Wolves attack on Chalet, maybe they weren't as successful as VP, but they were certainly faster. And while that might be more entertaining to watch, it does buy you some extra time. And you pointed out on Chalet that sometimes, even if you're getting in quickly and trading yourself out, you're still gaining space. If you are more of a methodical team like VP has shown so far through these 2 rounds, you don't always have the benefit of time. If things start to go poorly and you've only got 10 seconds left, you cannot unscrew yourself out of that situation. When there's only 12 seconds left on the clock and there's 3 of you alive and you're hunting for the final 2 players and you don't have intel, you don't have drones, and you don't have full coverage, things are going to go poorly for you, and that's been on display now on a couple different rounds for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and if you compare that to the clutch that we had on Chalet by Shinka, we're looking at the same sort of things that happen. Bulletproof camera, giving constant information feed, and then first one against Shinka was just that they lost their duels, and this one, they basically let go of the flank for a second, and that second was good enough and long enough for Mowgli to sneak up and get, what was it, a quad kill? Incredible.
Well, VP have been striking first and doing a mighty fine job of it. Dan is the only one to die, and that's to Shinka, as the smoke will linger, that gas killing Dan before he can crawl to safety. Breach is open. We saw Dan's effectiveness on that Grim to displace the defender playing up on rafters. Now it's Bibu to fall. We are halfway through this round, and whether it's Wolves wanting to take a more forward approach to this defense or a renewed sense of interest in getting to the bomb site for VP, they have lots of time to play with. But it's a 4v2 for VP, which so far has been the dangerous lead for them all match.
Yeah, as soon as Virtus Pro had control of Catwalk and they had control of Lower Garage, they had basically won this round strategically in the way that they want to win it. They have Garage, they have the breach open, hold the crossfire, go for the plant. That's exactly what Virtus Pro wants to do, and it's exactly what they're doing.
Well, if you're Pasha, do you have faith in the remaining players on your team to keep this intact? There's one gas canister in the pocket of Shinka. This will be a double SMG-11 swing. Pasha taking matters into his own hands. He got the diffuser down. He got the pick. Second could be there for him on a dead shot, but a nice play. Down goes Pasha. Another great shot from Deadshot. How much more does he have in the tank? That's something about this operator, these clutches. Always has his number. There's nothing Deadshot can do. No miracle. Again, VP win their first round, which is pretty crazy to think. They finally stick the landing.
Yeah, they had to come at some point, right? They've been so dominant, and the way that they've been playing so far have actually, all 3 rounds have kind of been in their favor, only for them to bottle the first 2 ones, right? So finally it goes in their favor, and that was a perfectly played out round by them. So it's beautiful to see. No mistakes. They take it step by step. They achieve their strategical goal very early into the round, and then they have so much time on this bomb site left to achieve it. And as you were saying before, if you play this more slow play style and you kind of rather have players alive and then slowly but surely gain the space, in comparison to Wolves' faster pace, I don't care about lives, I want the space, and then we see what we do with what's remaining. It's when you play the slower playstyle and you don't make any mistakes, it seems like Virtus Pro rather lose on time than they want to lose on them making those mistakes. So they don't allow them. They just do not allow them. They'd rather sit there and wait 5 guys outside if they don't get in, but they don't want to lose on time at least. Or sorry, they don't want to lose on mistakes.
Well, I mean, you got the 2 picks off site very quickly for VP, right? You had Bibu inside the site, and then the last 2 players from Wolves were playing very safely at top red and playing inside of cash. When you've got 3 picks, or 2 picks rather, and then you know that the remaining 3 are in sight, if you drawn that out very quickly on, you realize you've got a ton of map control. You only need to really go after the few crucial arteries, and that's just pressure the site. Isolate red. You've got garage control, which is excellent. I mean, once you got garage control, as long as you can leverage that into a play to CCTV, you are in such good shape. Yeah, you have to fear a nitro cell from below, and you have to watch the cash door in top red. But when you got 4 players up and you've got the breach open, that's so easy for most teams to hold. Easy, of course, being the operative word here, because nothing is particularly easy at this level. But when you look at how this map is played, those are 2 relatively safe spots as attackers to sit and wait and hope that the defenders just walk right into your waiting arms.
Yeah, and when you're playing at this level, you kind of have an expectation on what players will do. If you are a viewer of professional players that play, well, stream or whatever, and you'll notice that a lot of the time they assume things. And the reason they assume it is because that's logically what it should be. There shouldn't be 2 guys on the catwalk. Sometimes there is, and there's 1 guy playing by the window and 1 guy playing on the normal place, which is above the first or the second garage wall. But you have this logical thinking of you're clearing everything out, and the way that they were doing it was with bees. They threw those bees canisters all over the catwalk to figure out, is there more players here? There wasn't, so they knew the catwalk was clear. But assumptions and understanding of what are the general positions that my opponents will be in is one of the first steps you have to learn to go professional as a player. You kind of need to understand what your opponent will do, and by the communication and the kills and the flow of the map and the flow of the round, you will understand where the opponents should be and where they shouldn't be. So you can predict a lot of the time what your opponents and what your own team should do and what they will do. And then it's up to the communication.
They predicted Mowgli dying so early on?
Yes, no, well, it's not in that way. It's more of the flow rather than what one individual will do in terms of kills.
Pasha's good for 1. If he'd waited just a tiny bit, maybe gambled on that discipline, he could have picked up another. There goes a nade. Down goes Shinka. An early pick for VP paying off in spades. Now it's blue control for Wolves. Was Deadshot's the last man standing. Diffuser going down. His pathway has become much more difficult as the Goyo canister blows up. I don't know if VP have much information here. Deadshot has given himself away. Reads through the wall. A nice play on him, and now always ties 2. What is going on? Deadshot with 2 kills to try and save the round previously. He did it upstairs on CCTV cash and fell short. He's got 3 players to find. All members of VP on the floor above. Deadshot will just ultimately run out of time if he doesn't hurry. Pasha finishes him off. You're right. The fact that it's a tie game is really perplexing, because this could so easily be a 4-0 for VP right now.
It could very well be. It's very, very dominant from their side, and they're playing really good Siege. So it could have definitely been a 4-0 up, and I would have just sat here and said, yep, Virtus Pro are dominating. Now we're looking at a 2-2. Wolves, again, kind of needs to look at themselves as a bit lucky, you know? Just as on Chalet, they probably shouldn't have had 2 rounds. And now they have another 2 rounds, and maybe they should consider themselves lucky again.
of a rehost here. Apparently there was some technical issues on VP's side of things. I ask you this question. In Europe, when there's a rehost, are the teams allowed to speak at all?
I mean, according to the rule book, they shouldn't be, but it's pretty hard to put that onto their team speak. Or at least that is how it is on LANs. I actually don't know how it is online. They're not supposed to be able to speak during technical pauses. But
we just got confirmation, by the way, that everybody is muted when rehosts happen. All right, so this does line up with other regions. I just didn't know if it changed region to region.
I'm pretty sure it should be. And as you said,
we saw in Brazil a couple days ago. The reason why I asked that is because in North America, I know that you're muted, but in Brazil, there was a rehost and a whole whack of the players looked like they were still talking while the tech issues were being sorted out. So that was the only question I had. I don't know if that was just, maybe it is a rule and it just wasn't enforced when we saw it. Maybe it's not a rule region by region. I wasn't sure.
You know, Parker, it was the Brazilian region. They were probably singing some nice songs, but nobody could hear. So they were all just singing. You know, one other thing I've been thinking about lately is quite, you know, if you look at the way that the Brazilian teams and players look at World Championship, did you know that I'm an 8-time world champion?
Wait, why?
Yeah, because they count every pro league, every major, all of that stuff is World Championships.
When you were coaching him, did you ever slap Elimao's hand because he said he was a world champion when they won in Mexico?
No, not really. He thinks that he's just this big boss that's like, oh, look at me, I'm so cool, I'm such a good player. And that he should step at this stage. And all I can do is just sit there and laugh at him, right? Because they should never be where they're at, and now they are there. It's kind of funny. He has this big ego, you know, but maybe he was taken down a little bit. I hope for his sake he was being taken down a little bit at Gamers 8, so he performed so poorly that he doesn't deserve to have an ego anymore.
Well, you have absolutely no say over G2 at this point. You won a world championship with them as a player and then as a coach, and now you move on with your life. You know,
to stroke my own ego a little bit more, I'm the only person that's done it both as a player and as a coach, right?
I suppose that's correct.
Parker, would you say that I am like the ultimate Siege person? You know, like the ultimate god of Siege, god emperor, if you will.
What am I saying? Are you asking me if I would say that you are the God Emperor? Is that what you're asking me?
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking, am I the God Emperor?
There is no amount of money you could pay me to, with a straight face, call you a God Emperor. I use it sarcastically to describe you.
That is so rude of you. Can't believe you'd say this. I'm going to have a talk with your mother about this.
In terms of accomplishments, I mean, I think there's no question at play here as to who has been the most successful person to ever play at this level. I think your accolades obviously speak for themselves, but I think it extends beyond just how many wins you get, you know. And I think there's a lot of debate, speaking about Brazil, about where Nesk and even Paulu, to a slightly lesser extent, would rank when you talk about the best people to ever touch this game. Shaiko was in that same conversation, you know, before BDS ended up winning the Jönköping Major. But do you need to win it all in order to be one of the best? That's the question that needs to be asked. I think so. And I think ultimately, if there is a topic, or if there ever is a debate about Nesk's position in esports, just as there was with Shaiko, the argument would be, I mean, if you're one of the best people to ever touch this game, that's great, but at some point you do need to win something. And, you know, for Team Liquid, winning the Atlantic City Major, rather, back in, what was that, season 7? I don't think that's enough to... Yeah, you know, I don't think that's enough to put you on the, you know, pedestal of all the best players that have ever touched this game. But again, for you, I mean, you've won 3 world championships.
That was also a Mickey Mouse Pro League final because Lion existed.
You're only saying that because you lost it.
No, it's because of Lion. Lion was broken. Lion should never have been released.
You can, you know, you could use them too.
No, we did every single round actually, because there was you could not do it.
Wow. So you're saying that there was a broken operator and you still weren't better than another team using them? Guess that sounds like you weren't the better team.
I'm saying that they only won because of that.
Yeah. All right. There's no Lion on the board this round. Lion's prominence on Chalet was quite high. He's not banned in this map, so you can bring him if you want, but VP have their lineup and they're sticking to it. Nice play by Mowgli. You said, will he be back in fine form? Well, he got that one clutch. That amounted for 4 of his 6 kills, but he's back on the board. Half of the round to go. What, look at Always. What is going on here? He's got it's free real estate. He's just marching in. And he just saw the silhouette of the Fenrir too. Always has sole control of the bomb site. Pasha is exothermic charging the hatch to drop into Logi. Meanwhile, the bomb site is completely open. If Shepard can get down there, you could be in a post-plant situation very quickly. What is going on?
This is just incredible. So the way that this goes down is because Shink has not activated any of the traps that he has on site. Always have found a gap, gets the kill, and it's like Wolves are now the attackers. It's all turned around.
Well, they're trying to get back into the site, but you know how challenging it is just to attack. Now the defenders are in that same position, without any of the gadgetry to really help them. Pasha with the drop shot onto Mowgli, leaving Bibu as the last one in. Goodbye to Pasha. Nice shot from Bibu. He'll have to work against the timer as he pushes into Church. And the man who claimed the site for his own, Always, he ensures there's no comeback whatsoever from Wolves. 3 in a row for Virtus Pro. 2 of those on the same bomb site, and I'm not surprised to immediately see Wolves opt for somewhere that isn't the basement bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, that was just really, really smart play by Always. Finding that gap is such a good play. They must have realized how many roamers were off-site for Wolves, and then from there, they must have known that there is going to be a gap underneath. And I think that if one of those Fenrir gadgets had popped off, we would have seen Always completely just let go of that area, fall back, and try to sort it some other way. Now there was no traps. They never activated. And he just kept walking in, gets the frag, and now they know everything is clear. Let's get the diffuser down there. It was very close. It was stopped on the main stairs, though. Very, very close. Didn't happen, and another round goes in Virtus Pro favor. Virtus Pro seems to have every single key to all the locks that Wolves are trying to put on the map. Every single one of them.
Well, it's easier said than done. Virtus Pro, so far, not a bad attacking team. Go back to Chalet. VP won 4 of the 6 rounds on attack on Chalet. All right, well, that's not terrible. But now they've won 7 rounds, or rather, they won 3 rounds of the 7 needed, and they've done so on attack. Again, though, I will go back to those first 2 rounds. Yes, Wolves did win those rounds, but they didn't do so in a situation that is easily able to be replicated. Those are coin flip rounds. We said it after the second round. When VP got on the board in round number 3, we said this could have been a 3-0 at this point.
Yeah.
This could have been a 5-0 for VP. Even when they've lost, Virtus Pro have looked so competitive here on this map, which obviously is a troubling sign for Wolves, who in theory are sitting on the more comfortable side. Wolves will likely have an even harder task once we get to the next half, which is a big point of contention for this team right now, I'm sure. They need to sort out this final round. If you allow VP to take it 4-2 in the first half, with VP winning 4 of those rounds on attack, you are in serious trouble.
Massive troubles. And the way that it's just being played out, if we look at them, they should not even have lost one of the rounds they lost on Chalet. Virtus Pro should have won 5 attacks there, and they should have won 5 attacks here. They're just playing out of this world. But at the same time, I'm also looking at Wolves. They seem to be making mistakes now. Well, they get the entry frag here for free.
Or it's the technical issue for free. Goodbye, joystick. There will be no rehost. It happened far too late. Joystick was battling tech issues earlier. That's why I believe we went to the tech host. The tech rehost earlier on was because he was having issues with his frames, and now he's not available whatsoever. It's a pretty big blow to the chances of VP, but they have to play onwards and really just try to make the best out of this bad situation.
There's not much you can do to change that right now. They just have to keep playing and hope that they can pick them apart. And
what do you do? There's more than enough firepower. I'm more worried about the strategic aspect of not having joystick.
Yeah.
And not being able to get the first pick is going to obviously hinder VP more than ever on this round.
It will definitely do so. They also just failed with the Twitch drone from Dan to take care of that bulletproof that won Wolves the previous time they were up here. So we'll see how it goes down. Nobody, well, Mowgli is on the cameras, so we'll see how it goes. They will go for the plant. They will try to take the bomb site. But it's going to be so hard with all that information.
Yeah, try is the operative word here. But hold on a second. VP making things go in their favor. There's the bulletproof camera they were so worried about. But Shepard will have to clutch. He's lost all of his teammates. Buying time. No, it's Wolves just waiting it out. P4 getting the final kill, but Wolves given a quite unfortunate leg up over Virtus Pro. We said that they had to win this round. Maybe not the circumstances under which we wanted to see them win it, but they won it all the same. I'm sure VP will be frustrated by that. There's a lot of frustration that I would imagine would creep into your head after that first half. But even though the scoreline is 3-3, I do still think it benefits Virtus Pro at the moment.
I would very much agree. I mean, it's a 3-3 half. Could have been 5-0. Last round, we can't really see into too much because obviously the crash for joystick, it's unfortunate. But the way that you have to look at things, and the way we looked at things when I was playing back in forever ago, is how you win a round. Are you winning it because you're gunning your opponent out? Are you winning it because you strategically picked your opponent apart? Are you winning it because you found a gap? What is the, I guess you could call it the win condition for why you won? And you need to figure those things out. I know that all players understand these different sorts of, well, approaches to what is the reasoning. Wolves know they are not winning rounds because they're outplaying their opponents. They 100% needs to know that. And Virtus Pro, they know they're losing rounds by their own mistakes and by things going, well, out of their hand when information gets put into Wolves' hands. So Virtus Pro knows why they're losing the rounds, and Wolves know why they're winning rounds. And this does play into your mind. They will feel poor because they know that they should do better. And that's both sides. Wolves will know that they should play better as a team, and Virtus Pro know we shouldn't allow these things to happen. So the mental game and the mental aspect that we come into at this point of the map is that the pressure is still going to be on Wolves, even though Virtus Pro are the ones that have messed up. Because now they know they need to play much better as a group to take rounds back.
Interesting, and I appreciate these perspectives that are brought by former players. You know, I get to listen to Nick offer that same insight time and time again, and now hearing you put it together, because a lot of us that talk about this game have never competed at this level. You know, obviously there's some competitive drive for most people who are commentators, but to actually be a tier 1 professional in any esport or any league or anything along those lines, you know, we don't have that experience to draw upon. We can just speculate. And speculation a lot of times is usually fairly good, but it is no substitute for actual real bona fide experience, which is what you bring to the table. And people who have either played or coached can provide an insight that is absent from somebody who's never been there before. You know, you try not to read into it too much, but I mean, like, look at the faces of the players on all of these cameras. I mean, obviously VP are notorious for not really smiling or showing emotions. The same cannot be said of Wolves. This is a team that does seem to capture a lot of that energy and show it off when they do well. The long faces that have been present on the side of Wolves time and time again, round by round through these two maps, I think speak volumes about where their heads are at.
Yeah, they look quite worried. Like, if you look at especially around their mouths, this is something that you will also notice, and I will add on to it as being like a former player. You can feel the body language of your teammates, especially on LAN when you can see them. Here, they can't see each other as easily, so they might not see that on each other, but you can definitely hear it on the tone of the voices, because you know when you're sitting with someone, you're making fun of each other in Discord or whatever program you're using. You can feel and you can hear when the person you're talking to is smiling, right? You can equally much hear it when they're a bit worried or they're a bit scared. You can equally much hear that. So Wolves know, as I said, they know what position they're in. They know that they need to step up their gameplay. But if they don't, well, they're going to lose this chance, and they're going to lose the one of the two first spots in the league.
There is still opportunity to play onwards. A loss is not the end of the world. Obviously, these teams are competing for a spot at the Atlanta Major. There is a lower bracket final, so the team that loses here does move down to the lower bracket, and then the winner of that lower bracket final will ultimately qualify for the Major. So, win or lose, Wolves will go down, and then they will play the loser of BDS versus M&M. That's the next match that is up. Either way, Wolves still have a better than not shot of making it. Only one of those final 4 teams will fail to qualify, and then it's to the LCQ you go.
Yeah, but you want the first spot, you know? That's just how teams work. Every team wants the higher seed. They want to skip out on the phase 1 as well, so that they can smoothly watch their opponents play before, so that they can just have the nice time and being able to analyze their opponents, build up a game plan, all of that fancy stuff. Obviously, they'll be happy going in any spot, but you prefer the top one.
Yeah, I mean, why give yourself more work?
Yeah.
You know, you can win here and then, you know, bypass the need to, you know, play another match and then potentially bypass the need to go into the LCQ. I mean, this is obviously just us theory crafting, but if Wolves lose here and then they lose the lower bracket final, but then ultimately win the LCQ, yeah, they still go to Atlanta all the same as if they'd won this match, but they will instead have had to play probably a dozen more matches to get to that point.
Yeah.
That's just, that's a bigger gamble because the more games you play, the more opportunities there are, just statistically, for you to lose, and the more work that you need to do. Who wouldn't want to get it done today and then not have to worry about it for a couple weeks?
You know, Parker, we just missed something really important when we see that the hatch here is being...
The Kaid claw tricking?
Yeah, we missed that. It's so...
We didn't miss it, we just didn't talk about it.
We didn't talk about it. You're probably too old to realize those things, though, like you missed it. I'm fairly certain about that. No?
I watched it happen.
All right, you watched it happen.
Talk about it then. Talk about it. Go on. Talk about it.
It's so important because the utility that Wolves wants to use later for, like, basically using Hibana pellets to shoot them into the church wall so that you get lines of sights into church. No matter what execution you do, you kind of want them open just so that you have more pressure on the defenders. And the more pellets you lose, the less holes you get, which means the pressure will be way less and the defenders can much more easily move around the map.
Wolves strike first, answered back by Pasha, but the trades will come in with 30 seconds left. P4 in the sight, waiting ever so patiently. Bibu try to shepherd that diffuser in. Down goes always Deadshot, having an incredible round, and now it's up to Joystick and Shepard to try and clean this one up. They can't get it done as Deadshot gets 3 kills on the round, and Wolves might have taken their sweet time, but everything falls in their favor in the tail end of that round.
Yeah, and we spoke about before the negative faces. Look at the smiles and the happiness that comes out in their player camps. It's so different, and it shows that they knew where they were at. Now they feel less of a pressure. I mean, they're in the lead. They're actually in the lead. Can you believe that? With looking at how Virtus Pro were attacking, they're in the lead, they're happy, and they can finally feel some relief. They know they still have a long way to go, but at least it's not as bad as it looked before. Now they feel like they've actually got more of a chance.
Momentum is not something that exists in this game, and I say the same thing every single time we get into the heads of the players, and we want to talk about their body language, we want to talk about where they're at in terms of emotions, but where other games have, you know, like some kind of economy or money mechanic, or maybe they have, you know, some other thing, cards, coins, whatever you want to call it, you know, ultimates, abilities. We don't really have any momentum in similar ways. It's really just mental.
Yeah.
You know, is your head in the game? The only thing that comes close to momentum would be the site rotation, of which with VP losing that bottom floor bomb site means that all 4 of these sites remain open, so they can go wherever they want. All of it is in your head. Virtus Pro are a team that have a long history of never, ever tilting when the going gets rough. So while I don't suspect that they're going to have some mental difficulties, the same could all be said for Wolves, which is where this conversation started from in the first place. However, Wolves are in a good mood, and they're playing well, and they're confident, and good things tend to follow them historically. They pick up their very first round on attack. Presumption is that this is the harder side for them. How do they fare now as they attack this gym bomb site on the other side of the top floor?
And this is one of the most defining rounds that there can be, because either we get the game to be closer, 4-4, or we get into a 5-3 and all the pressure in the world gets moved over to Virtus Pro. So it's such a... yeah, we talk about it being a tight game, we can't make anything count until it's already over. But at the same time, you can count on it because you know that pressure is moving over when the numbers get closer to one side.
I like that interaction that happens, by the way, when you, what is it, you EMP a Fenrir gadget, then you get that screen. That was entertaining to watch. Half of the round gone. Wolves now will fight for some map control towards CCTV. Always is flashed, and there's a lion about to push into him. Down goes Mowgli, bleeding out. Shinka looked to come to the rescue. Always nitro cell tossed. Headshot dies. Mowgli's still bleeding. Always under fire inside of CCTV. How many flashbangs exist? Always taking more damage, but he outduels Bibu. Wolves are bogged down right now in cash, but through the drone hole, down goes Always. Mowgli's retrievable, but Shinka is worried about a potential follow-up. While this is happening, the only player not involved with that is P4. He's outside, watching through those windows into construction and then over towards the bedroom. Good hold from VP on cash. Killed so much time and 2 players from Wolves.
It was a great hold. And it's just the way that they're setting up those crossfires and not allowing Wolves to basically go and pick off Always, even though he's constantly flashed. He could not see a thing. But they didn't allow him to be killed by just holding these crossfires and these really aggressive angles all the way from master bedroom. So they played it perfectly there for Virtus Pro. I think Wolves could have done better though. Should have gone underneath, taking care of utility from underneath, and would not have been able to live that long.
Well, you said go underneath. You'd have to tussle with Dan, who's having a pretty disappointing round and game. But he starts to pick things up. Becomes impactful, throwing out one of those grenades. Now it's P4 is the last one for Wolves. VP feeding themselves to him, but Pasha gets the final 2 picks. Maybe a sigh of relief for Virtus Pro. They tie the game yet again.
Yeah, push it closer, push it closer, push it closer. That was a really well played round by Virtus Pro. Less so by Wolves. I'm wondering that maybe the pressure's still sitting there on Wolves, that they're feeling like they stress up. They don't solve the problems right in front of them the easiest way they possibly could. It's very hard to say what went wrong for them, but they should have gone underneath. Sure, Dan would have contested them in bar when they go into stock. Yeah, I understand that. But then you can drone for him as well, set up a system so that you cannot allow this to happen, because you cannot have a guy that sits on complete soft floor to basically stop your entire push for as long as they did. It needs to be better than that. So it's small mistakes that comes in from Wolf. It's such a tight game. It's small decisions that comes either from the in-game leader or comes from individuals playing. Everybody has to do everything perfectly here to win.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, it's been a very scrappy game is the term I would use to describe it. I mean, Chalet was, just in terms of the score and the way that things played out, it was a relatively one-sided matchup. If you asked me between the 2 of these maps, which one would be more one-sided, I genuinely would have put my money down on Clubhouse. So it's a good thing I'm not much of a betting man. It's also especially good for both of these teams that it hasn't been one-sided, because, I mean, at the very beginning, it looks like if Wolves had kept punishing Virtus Pro on those executes, that Wolves could have kept stealing round after round after round and closed things out, sent us to border with them in the lead. Virtus Pro have kept it close. Most of these rounds decided by a single kill or 2 at the very end. Wolves will change things up, though. They'll bring the Montaigne. Bibu will walk down Dirt Tunnel, but Mowgli, who's died early too many times on Chalet, has the same fate here on Clubhouse. He's the first casualty with 1 minute off of the board.
And they're trying to go for a direct take through Dirt, but if you look at how long this took for them, we have 3 players back on site already. The rotation went off. Mowgli messed up a little bit, I would say, by dying before the actual push on the site have happened. His job here is literally just to hold the players falling back to kill them when they're trying to fall back. Instead, he loses the duel, sure, he gets peeked, but at the same time, he's not supposed to really hold them until they're pushing side so that there's pressure on the defenders. So, missed timings, too slow play style from Wolves. They needed to execute that way, way, way faster. I mean, you were looking at 1 minute it took them to even go, and now 3 players are back on site. They're still trying the same thing.
Well, it's going to be a drop through blue, but guess what? Dan is there to get both of them. Buried inside of this position. P4 with the sidearm out, good for one. Now it's the Monty. Only hope for Wolves is Bibu on very limited HP, and then always ends him from above. All right, well, we knew what the structure and the identity of that particular push was, and sometimes just knowing what you need to do doesn't mean you're actually going to be able to execute on it. I have no doubt that losing Mowgli early knocked them off their stride. VP regain the lead.
Yeah, it just looked like there was no confidence behind that push. As I said, the time was so slow. That's not what we're used to seeing from Wolves. I keep reverting back to that Chalet game against M&M on their first playday, where we were seeing them rushing 3 guys through a window, and we were seeing them go snowmobile garage up into bar and Chalet, with just pushing. They didn't care one bit. Now we're looking at, first of all, 1 minute to push your Monty into dirt. And then it took you another 45 seconds to position yourself in a push on the blue hatch so that you would go at the same time as your dirt player. Virtus Pro is not a bad team that they will not realize what's going on. They know that there's no pressure on top floor. They know there's no pressure on garage. They know there's no pressure on either jacuzzi or CCTV, as I said, top floor. They understand the positioning and where the players of Wolves can be. If Wolves had the confidence that we normally see from them, they would never, ever take that long time. Because with the time being allowed to take that much, it's so predictable. It's so predictable. Be fast, be decisive, and honestly, have some balls. Go for it. We usually see it from them. This map, it's been quite lacking.
CCTV defense now for Virtus Pro. Potentially 2 rounds away. 2 rounds that they could have already won. And I'm going to keep bringing it up because I still think it's quite relevant.
Yeah.
This match could have been a 7-2 over for VP, but obviously you don't always... Oh my.
Wow. What a nade.
That was very nicely played by Mowgli, who's on the right side of the first engagement. Dan was roaming over by bedroom. Goodbye to the Legion, goodbye to the goo mines. Probably only had 3 goo mines at this point to throw down.
Yeah, and
that's not ideal.
If you look at the way that they're playing here in Wolves, now they're actually playing it really good with the team play. Deadshot has the fallback here. I mean, he misses the shot, but the thought process and the idea was great. They get Mowgli in. Now they have control over that side of the map. He's basically not going to be able to let go of this. One guy's going to hold that the door right in front of him in connector into cash. One guy's going to hold main stairs. And now we'll have to see what the Monty is going to do. Because there are a few different things that they can do with the Monty. My guess is pushing up catwalk, because he can just walk in there. He can just walk up until the catwalk and put pressure. So if they get the breach on both sides of the map, one in connector, one on CC, and the Monty putting pressure on garage, they're going to overwhelm Virtus Pro's defense here. They're going to overwhelm it like crazy.
Always has been down, so your speculation about overwhelming, seemingly correct. 5v3 for Wolves with the Monty still on the board. Shinka holds on to the diffuser as more nades from below finding their marks. Joystick injured by the nade of Deadshot, followed up on perfectly. Wolves are having an impressive round so far, narrowing down VP's numbers every single step of the way. The Monty posing an immense problem for VP. Because, yeah, you can take these engagements, but what are you going to do when the shield is staring down at you? There's not much you can do. You have to take that engagement at some point. Now it's Deadshot up red stairs. He has the attention and wins the duel. Shepard is the last one left, but P4's in the bomb site. And they get trampled underfoot as Wolves send us to all 12 rounds with that win. 5-5, 2 more to go. Overtime looking especially likely.
It's looking very likely. And if you look at that, I had a little bit incorrect prediction on what they were going to do with their attack. Instead of going for the CC breach, they instead went for underneath with more vertical gameplay and then a direct push together with, well, as I said, the Monty going garage. So they played it out in a different way, but they're doing that, did that as a team, and they were playing that really well. Information gameplay was on point. And then you see something that we don't see very often, but look at the way that Bibo played the Monty in that situation. He knows what he's used for, and it's information and pressure. Monty is not there to kill people. So what he does with it, he just walks into those lesion traps. He does not care one bit in the world that he's going to take all that damage. He sacrifices his own health and his own life for the team to get the information and make sure that they know where their opponents are, and also put so much pressure on the Virtus Pro players that they, even if you're a professional player, you panic a little bit when there's too much things. You get overwhelmed. And that's really what happened. They played really, really, really well in that attack, Wolves. And I hope we can see a repeat of that, because I want to see this going into 3 maps.
I also want Porter. We are in agreement, and we just want a good match. And so far, I think it's absolutely lived up to its billing. It could have been nicer if Chalet was maybe a bit closer, but I mean, it got us here faster than I think we expected, which has set quite the tempo, and honestly made us retool our expectations. You know, I did not think that Virtus Pro was going to win Chalet at all, but they did. And by doing so, it's now put us in a position where, you know, Wolves are the plucky underdog in this matchup, and they're now beating expectations. So, from a storyline perspective, it makes it a bit more compelling, even if it wasn't ultimately as tight of a match as we wanted. Nicely read by Mowgli onto the window. P4 as well inside a bedroom. Over towards Logi. Nade gets tossed out. Shepard, though, capitalizing. That's maybe a bit sloppiness, but it happens.
Yeah, but we see the confidence. They're pushing in. They're going really aggressive. They're taking, like, they're just breaching the wall, going straight in. Sure, it's an even round, but they're at least showing that they have the balls.
VP now comes out ahead in terms of these numbers. Bibu and Shinka, the Thatcher Thermite duo. Shinka holding the diffuser. VP a little bit removed from the bomb site. That is a worrying sign. Shinka getting the diffuser down. Dan with the read on it. You have to find Bibu, and it's not done. Shinka bails off the diffuser as the Solus of Dan might be able to get into better position. Now it's Shinka to hunt Always. Virtus Pro had the advantage. It could evaporate in a matter of moments, but Always is better on his shot. The follow-up through the wall. Can't get it done. Diffuser retrieved. Bibu with a minute to pull this one off. The Solus of Dan can go down below and get information. No impact, though. So he'll just have to shoot through the floor. Bibu planting on solid ground. Dan with information. There's a drone present. Ibu's going to stick this one and then immediately look towards the stairs. This is a win for him if he can get his shots off. They go back and forth, just picking around. Dan wins the gunfight. VP will move to series point.
And that is, it's, even if it goes down and they lose this round, Wolves, they're at least recognizing themselves, and they're looking at themselves as this is the team we usually are. This is the team we should be. And it's so nice to see that they do that. Sure, they lose the round, but at least I recognize them and their play style. This is what we used to see, and that was a 4-on-2. Wolves were down. They were in a really sticky situation. They retake that situation with aggression and with team play that we want to see from them. Yeah, they lose the round in the end, but the way they play at least looked like them. I think we're going to overtime with another Wolves attack after this, and we're going to see them win it. Just because I can actually see, I want to see them remind themselves of who they are and just show the rest of us as well.
Down to church we go. When I said a round ago, or a round and a half ago, that we had all 12 rounds, didn't mean immediately. It meant that because it was 5-5, that we would need 2 more rounds to see us out. I'm not allowed to say that it's my favorite round anymore after getting so roundly mocked by both Lynx and Pengu. It is inarguably the single greatest round, because in round 10, if it's a tie 5-5, round 11 means somebody is going to go to match point. In this case, it's not just match point, it's series point. Major point, even for Virtus Pro, as they will qualify and make it to Atlanta. First EU team to do so. Joining a bevy of teams across multiple regions, of which I think there's 6 teams that are currently qualified. Honestly, it's been hard to keep track because it runs at all times of day.
If anyone's watched all games, I'll be impressed.
I wouldn't put it past Fresh.
Well, Fresh doesn't have a life. That could be it. Fresh has watched every game, he says to me. So, as I said, he doesn't have a life. Yeah, but you're right. This is the best round. This is the one that everything comes down to. And either it shows that we are correct in our prediction that this is a very, very tight game, or, well, it's still a tight game, but not as tight as we expected it to be.
No way Joystick goes for that run out. He does. Wow. Oh, 2-8 Joystick is not a sight you usually see. And he could have been 2-9 Joystick with his team right now, watching to see if they have the match in their control. Not exactly a gamble you always want to take, but if Joystick's feeling it, you got to let him do it. Let Joystick be Joystick.
Yeah, if we're looking at the positioning now of the players, like we know that Virtus Pro, they have 2 guys roaming on top floor, and the entire control of the middle floor is in the hands of Wolves. It's such a split-up map now. Mowgli's putting pressure on site. We're seeing players pretty much everywhere around the map. You see Deadshot as well coming down to blue. This might be a direct take and a fast one from Wolves, all going together and executing. And this is what we're seeing.
They're just rushing in, winning their gunfights. Wolves fighting for their lives in this matchup, but Shepard is swinging for the fences. He hits for 2. Wolves still with the upper hand for the time being. Always will now reposition. Playing around this, his return to church stopped because of the Goyo fires. Joystick a read onto the bar. Down goes Bibu. Diffuser planted successfully. Now Wolves will need to wait out the 45 seconds. VP crashing against their shores, looking to retake the bomb site they had just given up moments before. Always and Joystick to work together on opposite sides of the border at this point. Looking for overtime. Diffuser out of reach. Down goes Always. Joystick will need to clutch. He just sees the sledge, but it's the cross that he needs to worry about. And he sprays in desperation, taking some time to reposition. Timer continuing to run. He's not going to get it. Deadshot again. This bomb site is his domain. Wolves propelling themselves to overtime, and at least 2 more rounds await us.
And I'm so happy to see how they're playing. Because they're, again, I just will keep repeating it. They remind me of the team of Wolves we've seen through the group stages. And we haven't seen that much of that team this match at all. We're seeing someone that they have confidence. You see, they just push together as a group. All 5 of them go for the bomb site. And then they just flush out Virtus Pro from it. They just go. They trade each other. They have confidence. They have aggression. I hope they keep that up, because that's the last round, sure, they won the last round, but the one before that, they lost, but they played it at least the way they want to play the game. They need to keep this up. They just need to keep doing the same thing. We might see a different defense from Virtus Pro, however. Maybe more information based, as we can see both Valkyrie and a Maestro. So something different is going to happen.
What an exciting final couple rounds to push us into OT. Each half going 3-3, so no defender or attacker favored Clubhouse, just based on the numbers today.
Yeah.
What does that mean now for Virtus Pro to defend twice? Wolves will get their 1 opportunity, and they might move to defense with the lead. Of course, Wolves are still fighting for their lives, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Virtus Pro stole Chalet away from Wolves with a very impressive scoreline. Despite this being a 6-6, Virtus Pro have, I would argue, looked better in more of the rounds, but it doesn't really count if you can't actually win the round.
I was just going to get to that, yeah. It might be that Virtus Pro looked stronger and stronger, but now we're seeing the Wolves we're used to seeing. So maybe it just they needed time. They needed to get the engine rolling. They needed to push down the hill so that they can finally start the engine. Something had to start, and it seems like it started. We just need to see more of it. See if they can actually come back this. Imagine if they turn this around and win this map. What a crazy story that would be.
Oh, absolutely. A map that for so long has been historically in the clutches of Virtus Pro, and I know that I don't want people to get mad at me and say, well, actually, Virtus Pro's been banned on Clubhouse the last couple months. Whatever, man. I don't care. At the end of the day, This has long been known to be a map that you do not take this Virtus Pro team to, and, well, Wolves might find that out the hard way. Either way, they've been able to keep pace with VP. And now just some small difficulties with their hard breach on Kitchen. Wolves have been very quick to get into the bomb site every time that they have tackled this church defense. So far, they've got half of the round to go, and Wolves are once again setting a very brisk pace.
Yeah, they know that the half of the map is going to be clear here. They have drones positioned around the map, and we're also seeing a completely different strategy from Virtus Pro, as we said. They're all 5 players now turtling down, and they've run out of their impacts, so there's not much more left of this. They only have 3 smoke grenades left, and that's about it to stop anything that Wolves want to do. I'm expecting here us to see just drone for information, as they're doing right now. Now they're going to decide what sort of push they're going to have. They have the 5 position already determined by the players. See what the Capitao does, because that's where the most interesting stuff is going to come from. And then they're going to go for a plan. They're going to have people covering the flanks, and as I said, that shot dice doing just that.
Headshot has been phenomenal for Wolves. Oh. 4 goo mines under that hatch. And P4 sees all of them. They're not cloaked anymore. They're much more visible. Deadshot has been phenomenal on this bomb site in particular. I believe 5 or 6 of his kills have come simply from playing here on both attack and defense. That is humongous. Now it's Mowgli down blue to find Joystick, winning that duel. Dan drops as well. Suddenly Wolves have the advantage, but it's gone. P4 dropped. Retrievable. And he will be picked back up. Now it's Mowgli's turn on the ground, finished off by Pasha. Only 2 seconds left. Wolves will dive in and die ultimately with Shinka miles away. And it's series point again for VP in the mad scramble that comes in the final seconds.
It's such a small mistake that makes this happen. Deadshot dying alone on the side of everything, not having the vertical holes made on Kitchen so that we have enough that one of the players can play. I think it was Shepard playing inside Armory, aggressive underneath the hatch. You cannot allow that to happen in this sort of position. You just need to know that that is clear, because if Armory isn't clear, it doesn't matter where you send the rest of your players, because the hatch drop is just going to be shut down as soon as you try to drop. So it's such a good start from Wolves. They pick everything up, they have the map cleared, they have so much time to work with, but then they make one small mistake from what I still consider quite a rookie player, and that's where it all starts falling apart. They're also good to see the Virtus Pro adaptation to this, because I don't know if you spotted it, Parker, but they had a My gadget that were covering the left side of the blue engine so that the Capitao fire that was coming from the hatch, like it did before, would be stopped. And that Capitao arrow is making it so that Mowgli, who's pushing down from what I call Adam, down into blue, he gets stopped in his track. Sure, he wins the duel, but if he doesn't, because the player swings him from the right, they have done everything perfectly, strategically, just to counter what it is Wolves are doing. So add on the vertical play, and maybe Virtus Pro not putting their counter discs, or whatever you want to call them, like the My discs to counter, then we're really just looking at 2 really, really good teams. One small mistake and one good adaptation, and things change completely around.
Well, 5 kills could separate this Virtus Pro team from the Atlanta Major. Mowgli will go fishing for a spawn peak with 30 seconds off of the clock. Always was the intended target, though I don't know if Mowgli was aware of that. Lineup for VP at the moment. Upstairs tackling that jacuzzi wall and doing so successfully. Wolves with at least 2 players on this top floor. The jig is up. Mowgli's been droned out. Now Pasha immediately pivoting. And that'll be yet another reinforcement opened up, this time onto the CCTV wall. That's both exothermic charges. Having to cut through this defense of Wolves, which is far more spread out than what Wolves had to deal with when VP was defending this same bomb site.
I wonder if we're going to see the same sort of hold from Virtus Pro, where they're just holding the fallbacks, and then there's some players are pushing with most of them holding the fallbacks. It doesn't seem that way, because Wolves really try to fight for this space here.
And Mowgli's still being droned out, but the drone's at his feet. Swings. First pick goes to Virtus Pro. Down goes Mowgli. He was in a tough spot. There's another player from Wolves still holding nearby. Make that 2. Deadshot and Bibu. Oh, not exactly close by, but working in tandem. Deadshot doesn't want to be too distracted by the drone, but you cannot ignore it. Somebody will be there for the follow-up. VP will find you and punish you for it. Deadshot managing to shoot it away, and now Joystick will gain more information. Seeing Bibu inside a Logi. Deadshot now moved over. There goes Bibu. VP are taking their time. 2 minutes off of the clock. They've got 2 picks. They still need to figure out what's going on with Deadshot. Then turn towards P4 and Shinka on the bomb site. They're in a very, very comfortable spot right now.
They're in a really good spot, but they're running out of time. But as we spoke about before, look at the patience from Virtus Pro. They have taken 2 minutes 15. Then it's going to take even longer than that to just clear out top 4. They're getting the kills. They're not making the mistakes. They don't want to lose on mistakes. And now they have a 5-on-2 for the bomb site. They're playing it incredibly. Wolves are fighting hard, but it's not paying off.
Well, Shinka will buy time now. 20 seconds will feel like an eternity, and will cover most of the entry points into Church and to Blue with those fires raging. VP will drop instead. Pasha sees one, but ultimately cannot capitalize. P4 will survive a little bit longer because of that. Now it's Shinka stacked up in Moto. The timer just working against them. You have to find your kills. Shinka, the last one alive, but VP gets it done. A huge victory as they finally win their own map. It took a lot longer than they expected, but an 8-6 scoreline will taste so sweet. 2-0 for Virtus Pro, and they qualify for the major.
And what the way they're doing it. They look so confident. They completely outplayed Wolves on Chalet, and they honestly, they outplayed them on Clubhouse as well. They should have won this a lot earlier. They're playing so confidently. They're not making mistakes. They're playing it just really, really well as a team. The basics are so good that there's no space for Wolves to do anything, right? They just don't have any space that they can utilize. So congratulations to Virtus Pro. You guys played an amazing game.
Wolves are still alive. They will drop down to that lower bracket matchup where another spot at the major will be on the line. They will await their opponent. We'll find out in the next matchup. BDS versus M&M coming up in just a couple minutes. But first, a break. We'll see you in a few.
I would say my favorite competitive moments in R6 have all been related to or around the LAN events. The first LAN that I went to as a player is probably my favorite. I think it was the 2019 Winter UK Prime LAN. For me, I was brand new to competitive, and being able to make a LAN in our first season was
play by play
for me. Whether it's been me going to LAN events as a spectator or as a player, they've definitely always been the highlight of the season or year for me.
Well, it would have to be winning the Berlin Major a year ago, because that was after like a long period of not winning like tournament and stuff. So I was kind of teetering on it, thinking like, oh, am I still good enough and all that kind of stuff. And then we won that match against FaZe also, because it was just such a nail biter, I guess. Then obviously the fans, it was just crazy. Like I think we all said after that it felt like the crowd was like a sixth player to us. That's definitely my favorite moment.
My favorite memory is definitely the last Invitational we played. I think the turning point was the match against FaZe. We were losing pretty hard, and if we lost that, we'll basically be out of the tournament. But we had a good timeout from our coach, Fabian, telling us we're playing like really bad, and it not only made me mad at myself, but it made me mad at him, because like how like he's saying this stuff, like everything just fired me up, and I just wanted to go out there and destroy the enemy team after that.
My best memory in Siege has to be the victory we got in the Young Company Major. The feeling to finally win something, like something big, right, was amazing. Especially like doing it with the teammate I was playing with for 3 years. Like it means a lot for us and for me, obviously. And I'm really happy to have done something that not a lot of people did in this game.
For me, my favorite moment is qualifying for Copenhagen Major when we was playing Wild at the UL playoffs, and it was game for a slot on Copenhagen. But I remember that we were getting on the Chalet, and basically Chalet is not our greatest map, but we tried so hard, and the game was absolutely emotional. Everybody was so emotional, everybody was so screaming. That should be my favorite moment from the recent ones.
So I think one of my favorite moments in Siege actually was when I was still in tier 3, basically on, and I randomly got a message one day from Fabian, one of the greatest players of all time, a legend, and he asked me if I would be interested in a project that he would make, and I ended up joining that project. I mean, I own him a lot. He basically taught me how to play Siege correctly, so that's the reason I'm here. So just thank you for giving me a chance.
Clubhouse done, semi-final done, VP lock in their spot at the Atlanta Major. Fresh. I mean, it didn't go as you expected it to, that's for sure.
I thought it was going to go a lot longer. I think, honestly, once they got over the line on Chalet, I think it was only ever going to go one way. I think there's a reason, Parker mentioned it in the cast, there's a reason that even if in recent history, VP have not done well on Clubhouse, there's a reason that adage exists. You never take the Russians to Clubhouse because they're so good on it. And they managed to get over the line. Yes, Wolves took them close, but they got over the line when it mattered.
Yeah, strategically, VP were just so strong. Wolves were, at times, cooking individually, but were just not hot enough.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think, the Parker and Fabian mentioned it on the cast, where they said, actually, VP could have had more and more rounds. It was a big 4K from Mowgli. It was a big clutch in the very first round for Wolves to get it over the line.
Yeah.
But yeah, VP strategically, absolutely just the better team today.
Should we speak to someone who's just pretty much, they have booked a flight to Atlanta?
Yeah.
VP's Joystick joins us right now. Joystick, congratulations. Hello, how are you doing?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Amazing, as always, after the winning games.
Yeah, that wasn't just any win, right? With that 2-0, you've just secured your spot at the Atlanta Major. Talk us through what that means to you and your team right now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's amazing. It's always amazing feeling when you're grind a lot, have a boot camp, you're working on your mistakes, and then it's pop up and you just go to the tournament. It's really amazing. We are all happy right now. I don't know what we'll be after this interview.
Well, happy is one word that describes you. Another is consistent. There's something about you that is meaning you've got this consistent form across the board and you keep doing what you do best. It doesn't really feel like you're making any mistakes. What is the secret to the VP recipe right now?
Yeah, we are consistent, but again, we changed something after our lost clubhouse. So we need adaptation. We need roam, as every team has roam right now because it's in the meta, I guess. So we changed it a little bit, and I don't know. We're just training our best maps and trying our best, and always trying to fix little mistakes. You see, and we always have slow attacks, and in the end of these attacks, you are always a little bit shaky because you're 4v1, but you can still lose because they can deny plants. So I don't know, shaky, very shaky.
I just had a quick question, Joystick. So Pasha was a player that you kept, from the previous Virtus.pro roster. What does he bring to the team? Because I have described him in the pregame as probably the most underrated player in EUL.
Yeah, actually, in my opinion, Pasha right now doing a lot of work. He helps us a lot with the strategies more. He are telling a lot of the info that we need to change before the games, like preparation info, and that's all. It's combined with our coach Shepard, and it's combined pretty well. They understand each other so good. They have sometimes different strats, and they try to make one perfect one. So that's how it works in our team right now.
So, of course, tomorrow you'll be playing against either BDS or M&M in the grand final. That's all about seeding now. Is there a team you'd rather face off against, or will you take anybody at this point?
Honestly, every opponent here, Wolves, BDS, M&M, it's really interesting to play versus them all the time, but we are struggling a lot versus French teams online. I don't know why, but we are almost every time lost to them, especially to BDS in online. Like it's 7-2, 7-1. So I think it will be better for us to play versus BDS. It's for us, it will be interesting challenge again.
Yeah, well, one thing's for sure, we cannot wait to see whoever you face off against in the grand final, and we cannot wait to see you guys in Atlanta for the major. So congratulations. I'm sure you won't be celebrating just yet. Maybe you'll celebrate tomorrow night. I'm not quite sure, but Joystick, congrats again.
Thank you a lot.
Cheers. Thank you. Well, that must feel amazing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just to get it done at the very first attempt as well, right? For Wolves, obviously, we'll talk about the VP, but if you lose, it lingers and it lingers. And we saw last stage with Wild how it can spiral. So first place in the group, first attempt, get it done.
Yeah.
Happy days.
And let's not forget, of course, Wolves will be competing in our lower bracket final, where they've got another shot there to make it into the Atlanta Major. And of course, if they lose there, there's still one more shot as well in LCQ. Let's take a look at a clip from that final map there. Take me to round 5. VP, we've talked about them playing this new meta in certain ways, and they're seeing opportunities and they're hitting them.
Yeah, so this is them trying to incorporate the new meta. Always has the autonomy here to just spot an opportunity. Joystick talks about it. Every team roams. Always has seen an opportunity to get himself into site, take a 1v1 onto the site, and open up the site. And as soon as he does that, this is the team playing coordination that I'm talking about, is every single Virtus Pro player is working out now, once Always has taken the site, how can we facilitate the bomb to go into the site and to get that plant down? And that is all they focus on. And they flick on a switch like that. So if they can incorporate this more, because this is just one example. We don't often see it. Joystick said it. We see them go late in rounds. It gets a bit dicey and a bit shaky. This is just one example where Always has managed to just opportunity spot, wander into sight down the main stairs. But the one thing that they do very well off the back of that is when that happens, they can flick as a team on a switch to focus on that one objective. They don't get lost in the source elsewhere, and they win the round basically because of that. And VP are already a scary team. When they start incorporating more of this type of opportunity spotting, like we've just seen in this clip, into their game, they will potentially be one of the scariest teams in the world, full stop.
Do you think they've been a little bit slept on, prior to this point? And
you're asking me who sleeps on them all the time?
Yeah, I think you've finally opened your eyes now, Fresh. But I think, there's going to be teams that have been part of this stage 2 here, that have been maybe a little bit scared of them as it's progressed a little bit. But I think that teams in the major will look at them and coming up against them thinking, yikes.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit more now. When we saw them in Copenhagen, we did see them have success, but then ultimately when it hit best of 3s, they didn't have the map pull. They weren't really up to date on the current meta. I think you've seen today with their banning phase that they were going to go to some new maps. They were going to go to Border. So it looks like they've expanded their map pull. And it looks like they're trying to implement some of the new meta, albeit it won't be perfect. But because it's underpinned by those good foundations, that teamwork, that coordination, they will be feared going to the major.
Of course, we don't know who Wolves will be up against in the lower bracket final. You talk about how nice it was for VP to be one and done when it comes to attempts to make it into the major. Do you think that Wolves showed enough to you there that they might be able to continue on the form that they were previously on coming into this?
Yeah, they're going to need to take a little bit of a long, hard look at themselves today.
Yeah.
They were playing against an opponent that was very different. So I will give them that if they play against most teams, they excel in the current meta.
Yep.
They will be absolutely hoping that their French counterparts, BDS, get it done against M&M.
Yeah.
Because if you ask Wolves right now, do you want to play best of 3 against M&M or BDS? Wolves are going to pick M&M every single day of the week. So that next game just got a whole lot spicy for Wolves, because they'll be sat watching like, please do not give me Shaiko. Please do not give me Shaiko.
I don't think anybody wants Shaiko. That's for sure. Listen, you're going to get some Shaiko. It's BDS versus M&M. Our second best of 3 semi-final is coming up very shortly. And you know what else is coming up? It's a best of 3. Me, Fresh, Fabian will be back on the desk with you as well after his illustrious cast with Parker. We'll see you in a few.
That was an
you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with the Central Combine. 2 Tier 1 qualifying teams are sent straight to the playoffs, whilst there are 4 national spots composed of teams from the Legacy national competitions and 2 EU squads made from teams that are at least 3/5 from Central Europe. These 6 teams go straight to Phase 2. There are then 18 more spaces to be filled by open qualifiers, which means this is your chance to get involved. During Phase 2, our 4 national teams, 2 Central European teams, and 18 qualifying teams will be divided into divisions to play against each other based on a point system, with the lowest 2 teams of each division being eliminated. Our remaining 12 teams will be grouped into 3 conferences, competing for their spot in the playoffs. Each team will play every team in the other 2 conferences for points, with the highest scoring 6 teams moving forward to Phase 4. Phase 4 is our playoff bracket, where our top 6 teams from qualifiers and our 2 Tier 1 teams face off in a best-of-3 bracket. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the €40,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to €15,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
Doki 4 kills. Give them all! That's going to be G2. Moving on.
Pretty sure that was pre-placed on the hatch as well. It's the second time they've got away with this half as well. It's really good stuff coming out of Secret. Groovy's there.
Nella holds strong on top of that one. Drops into it. Stops the counter defuse to give the round over to Eminem.
The close game ended in quite handily a fashion for the Wolves.
Major rotate. They took the stock hatch. They took the rotate round onto Banana. And they had the site control. Heroic!
Joystick denies the plant. Psycho needs to throw it down, but he won't be able to do so. VP, close it down.
He will not even make it back to his feet before Deepek cuts him down.
BDS locked down the series. They will qualify through.
Hungry, he's hopping. He's got to sprint round for the final player. Can he make it? Yes, he can!
Welcome back to the Blast R6 EUL Stage 2 Deciders. We've already had one semi-final. It is time for another. BDS versus Eminem is coming at you imminently. This is fresh. This is Fabian. Not only is Fabian 3-time world champion, not only is he one of the most controversial analysts in the history of esports, I'm putting it out there, but now he's a caster as well. How good was that?
I think I'll stay on the desk.
Fresh, we missed him a little bit, right?
No.
It was quite nice over there when I ran.
It was nice
there
over on our run, yeah.
Do you want to... you staying or...?
I don't know. I have to make my mind up. The attitude from this guy is...
Oh, really?
So it's quite a toxic work environment.
I got to speak. It was great. Because you just overpower me all the time.
I need
on the
someone
desk.
to start timing the times that Fresh talks, how long he talks.
We don't need to do that.
You compare it to how much I talk, and then we can see who talks the most.
All right, well, talking is over for BDS and Eminem, that is for sure. VP are sitting pretty, all comfy, waiting for an opponent in the grand final. Who will it be? Let's take a look at both of these teams as we get set for this next best of 3. Eminem, This team has well and truly woken up now, fresh coming into this.
I think that's exactly what we wanted to see as well. Right through the group stages, me and Fabian have been going in on them. We know this team's got so much. We know this team's got so much. And they managed to claw their way through the group stage. And then they woke up in the deciders. They played up against Wild last week, and they did exceptionally well. Clean win, but not just the clean win. It wasn't the result, it was the performance that impressed us the most. I still think they're only at a 5 out of 10. We did see more team play. We did see them wake up, play together, take it a little bit slower on their attacks, and be a bit more assured with everything they were doing. But I still think they've got levels to go to.
Yeah, all that individual talent that they can normally show off, combine that with the team play that they have now in comparison. Because honestly, before G2's game, they were not a team. They made so many individual mistakes that then led to the team not being able to perform or play theoretically the way that they wanted to. When one or two guys makes a mistake and the entire plan falls apart, it puts it into more of a randomness and try to solve issues that have been made currently rather than the theoretical approach to things and how you want to break your opponent apart. So it's more about reactions than it is to actually, do we play as a team? And then when you can't rely on your front line to not give that away, it's very difficult. And we now are doing much better.
Are we concerned, despite the progress, are we concerned at all about their map pool? Because M&M on Chalet, right? That's the map that we all say, that's their map, right?
Yep.
8-7 against Wild. They took it to the wire. And that's, like I said, that's their best map. So the question is, do you think it's showing how good they are, yet they still haven't peaked? They've still got a long way to go. And at the same time, they've been so busy this summer that you could argue that they haven't had enough time to get to grips with some of the other maps, Fabian.
I don't think that being busy and playing all these tier 3 performances and tournaments, that doesn't do anything in your preparation for EUL. You have one goal to set, and that is EUL. You don't care about these summer tournaments for more reasons than actually playing officials as a team. Because even if you win it or you go all the way to the grand final, wherever you end up, you prepare for EUL as number one.
Yeah, but a lot of the teams in the off-season have said, you know, it's been really nice that we've had all this time to practice together, to scrim. But M&M wanted to stay competitive and make sure that they were active as a team.
It doesn't change a thing. It just, you keep working, you keep building. Even if you know you're not going to be playing the maps, you're playing these off-season tournaments in UL, you don't practice them because you don't need to. You don't care. You have all that old stuff, all that old mentals and all the way the theory that you've built up over the years. You don't care about it. The new maps you need to practice.
One thing I will say is I agree with Fabian completely.
Yeah.
However, M&M have perma-banned Nighthaven and have basically always banned Consulate as well. It's, you know, their 6th and 8th preference map after Bank, which has always been their perma-ban. So objectively, statistically, it does look like they don't have those maps in their pool.
Yeah, and the one here is a 3-time world champion that knows how to do things, and one is a washed-up analyst. No, it's the reason why their lower preference could be any reason.
Yeah.
I highly doubt that the reason is they haven't looked at the maps because they've been too busy.
Yeah.
That just doesn't exist in my world.
Okay, well, one thing that does exist is these two are very different. When it came to the group stages, they had very different styles of play. We had group individual performances and team performances collectively and retrospectively now, right?
I would say that both teams were poor. Like, if we look at BDS and M&M, M&M started out poorly. After G2's game, played great. BDS, I still haven't seen that team play from really as much as I would like. I feel like the team top of the players have been so far away from the other two players in the bottom, which is Renshiro and Lemsch. They have been struggling really, really much, while we see Shaiko like way above everybody. And then you have Likeyfack and Bride just beneath that, but they're still performing really well. So we need to see more of a team for performers from BDS, because even though they have these good fraggers, so does M&M. And now they are playing as a team.
Well, let's remind ourselves of this BDS roster, because fresh history between BDS and M&M, it's pretty even when it comes to series, but let's be honest, not when it comes to best of threes.
No, that's the thing, and I think we know that BDS are a best of 3 team. If you look back over pretty much any best of 3 competition that they've played in, you know, they've won almost everything in the last year in terms of best of 3s. They really like to settle into a fixture and get to grips with it. So yes, we can say that they are top heavy. Look at the stats there. And I'll just quantify that. If you was going to rate the players 1 to 50, Shaiko is the first rated player in the league, Bride is the 7th, Leakyfax the 12th, and then Alems is 42nd and Renshiro is 45th. So it's a very big gap between the front 3 and the back 2 in terms of their performance. But one thing that I will say is, in a best of 3, when these guys settle into it, they tend to come alive. And they tend to, you know, have a little bit of time to figure out their opponent, figure out their own game plan, and really settle into it. Best of ones is a very erratic arena to play Siege in, whereas best of three, you get to let your quality show.
Yeah, and also in a best of one, if you start out with a poor performance in the first 3 rounds, your entire numbers will be skewed that way. So it's very small of a pool to take the performance from. And when we're looking at experienced players as Elemj and Renshiro, I don't think we can really judge them on best of ones that have been for such a short time, because we know the experience they have and knowing the personalities. Renshiro is a very quiet guy. Even if he's not performing up with the numbers, he's still performing his role, which is usually somewhere in the back lines, holding rotations, holding flanks. He still performs his role, even if the numbers might not be the greatest. And the Lems is such a good caller, so you weigh up with other things. Your qualities aren't just numbers. There's also things behind it. So it's a best of 3 team. You get the feel, as Jack said. You feel out your opponent. How do they play? How do I need to react? How do I personally need to play differently to counter them? And they will definitely feel that in a best of 3.
All right, let's take a look at picks and bans for this best of 3. And Fresh, we've sort of teed up why it's so important where we go here.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, the last veto in terms of VP and Wolves was really hard to read. This one was a lot easier because M&M have been permabanning Bank and Nighthaven. BDS have been permabanning Border and Chalet. So they're the 4 maps. Get them done, dusted. Everybody knew we was not going there. Now, M&M have picked Clubhouse into BDS. It's a map that M&M have had a big resurgence on recently. Used to be one of their permabans, but they love it. And it's a map that's dropped off significantly for BDS. You know, it was only, 6-7 months ago at the Invitational where I was saying BDS are the best team in the world on this map. And anyway, they've, rescinded on it, basically. BDS picked Cafe into M&M. It's where they beat them very, very recently inside of UL. They love that map, M&M low preference. Makes a lot of sense. So the last 3 maps in the decider, again, M&M not playing that new map in Consulate. We see they have been getting rid of it. Leaves the choice of Oregon or Skyscraper. And BDS are always going to choose Skyscraper. They're an excellent Skyscraper team, as too are M&M.
Yeah, I think all 3 maps here will be very, very good. I think that you say that M&M have Cafe as low preference. Sure, they might have in numbers, but knowing them from practice and against them and how they play
it was traditionally an M&M map.
Yeah, it's traditionally an M&M map. They've always loved it. So there's 3 maps, which both teams love.
Yeah.
It's going to be an incredible matchup in this one.
Are we going to see any overtime?
We're going all the way, Dash.
Is that what you want to hear?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe not like that. We're going all the way, Dash.
Again, go on.
No, I'm not going to do it again.
Yeah, go on. Please throw the designates and say we're going all the way.
Listen. I did a bad impersonation, and he's also bald. He can't lose more than this. Just send it to them.
Okay, Des, take it away, guys.
I mean, I was ready to come into and have a conversation about fruit, but I think Fabian's just done you there.
I'm just sat here, relaxing, and ready for the game. And then Fabian just comes for me. I don't even know what I've done there. I just got attacked at the beginning of the map.
Your major error, Tim, is having an accent that is really hard to imitate unless you're me.
It cannot be imitated, Des. Cannot be imitated.
Burnley. I don't know about that.
We could be here all that was nowhere near, and B, there's definitely only one of me.
There's only ever one Timothy Lever, and there's only one more series to go for today. BDS versus M&M. We're into another one of these screamer games in the later stages of the qualifiers towards the major, and I can't wait to see which way this one boils down. I won't lie to you though, Tim, looking at the map veto, I feel bad, but this feels like a 2-0 for the French to me.
I would agree. I sort of saw the maps and thought very similar. Is it definitely going to happen? I don't think so. We're at that stage in the competition where things just get difficult. Ian said it earlier. You're in a semi-final. You've got 2 teams that are very evenly matched, generally speaking. They've both earned their place here. So neither of them are going to come out and just roll over. However, BDS on Clubhouse, I know Fresh touched on it there. They've not necessarily kept up, the form of old on there recently, but it's still BDS on Clubhouse, and you just feel like they're going to come out and have have a really good game there. And then the BDS on Cafe, they beat M&M there 2 weeks ago, 7-4. So like, I look at that and I just think, ooh, I would agree that I can see a path to a 2-0 for BDS. However, that said, M&M, if they can get those front three that we talk about so often, Tyrant, Users, Solotov, all firing up to speed here on Clubhouse particularly, it could be a different story and we could have an absolute barn burner of a skyscraper in store.
Won't lie, Tim. I feel like I've just seen a purple tiger in the wild there during that veto phase because we saw Shaiko typing in English. That's something I don't think I've ever seen before. He's normally one of the quieter players. I've only ever really seen him speak in French. But here we are, a little bit of banter between the two teams to get things underway. As you can see, it is BDS starting on the defensive side. I'll come back to the old meme I always used to say about BDS on Clubhouse when it was their go-to bread and butter map. The only way you knew this team were roaming was when Alems was playing on the Valkyrie, because they always used to be the team that would sit on site and refuse to play out around the map. But you look at this lineup now that we've got. Shaiko on the Valkyrie, Alems playing on the Solis, the Fenrir as well. They can get busy around the map if they really feel the needs be. Renshiro, you'd expect to see more back towards site, but they have got options to be at least slightly aggressive here, have a couple of players off site and try and slow M&M down. We saw Club just half an hour ago and we saw exactly the same thing there happening for Wolves. They were looking to take control of the map and really try and slow VP down. Obviously it didn't really work, but the idea is you don't give a team 3 minutes to set up for a basement execute, because they will tear you apart when it comes down to that.
I was just waiting for the peek there. He can play off the shadows on that door a little bit. Nearly catches the Capitao of Tyrant as he strafes across the doorway. He's going to keep himself safe. But Alems, I thought he'd maybe just been caught out there, but manages to wriggle his way free before that breach gets opened up. So Nelo's just going to hold his position, going to get aggressive here, actually. Sends in the flash through the drone hole. Can't quite find his man. Alems is going to hold on for now. No, he's not. Tyrant going to shut him down from underneath. That's well played from M&M.
That's going to feel like a real stinger because Leaky Fat was there as well, waiting, but ironically leaking there on the defensive side, and just seeing Alems removed at the top of red for all but free. Sure, you've wasted about 60 seconds and chewed through a couple of drones as they rolled their way over, but so far all you've done is donate a couple of freebies over to the side of M&M, as now Leaky Fat falls as well. Shaiko playing in a little bit of a ratty position up oil, but outside of that, M&M in full control of this round and showing no signs of slowing down.
Not a great start from M&M. Love to see it, teamwork together, just sectioning off, dealing with, maybe we're seeing why BDS historically on this site are a turtle team. We wouldn't normally see them, as you said at the beginning, out on the roam. They quite often be downstairs. I think that's where Shaiko's going to have got himself back to now. He will be in his typical blue position. He is going to find the nitro onto Tyrant, and this is always the danger against BDS. Shaiko gets himself into these power spots and you feel like, yeah, we're 5 versus 3, we're really cruising on the round here, we're really setting up to get this one, and then all of a sudden that kill feed lights up and it's Shaiko, it's Shaiko, it's Shaiko, and the round just starts steadily turning. Will that be what we see over the next 40 seconds?
Well, knowing you're in a 5 versus 3 here, M&M surely have got to have been fancying their chances to get the round closed out, but you can see this collection of orange forming on the west side of the map. Moto being one side, main stairs being the other. Solotov has already dropped through here, pinned out by the Fenrir, breaks open that Dread Mine and now has some clear vision through in towards the site. But with only 20 seconds left, M&M are at serious risk here of simply running out of time when this execute comes on through. Solotov finds one, Renshiro in for the swing, doesn't manage to connect anything. It's looking like M&M should be able to get the job done, but never say never.
That does start to go down, as does Shaiko. Nelo managing to find those shots. One picked up by Brede, but there will be no more. Solotov picking up that final kill, and that's going to be M&M taking round 1, and a good win on what can be a difficult attacking site down in the basement. We'll see on round 2 whether BDS are going to move things along or whether they're going to double down and try and get that one done. I guess it feels, usually it comes down to how close do you think you were, but they obviously don't think that they were too near on that one. They weren't happy with the roam, which isn't really a surprise. It didn't go fantastically well. They lost 2 pretty quickly, and it left them short-handed. So they're going to move on to gym and bedroom for round 2.
Indeed, they are. I liked really how, even with the 20 seconds on the clock, they had this big focus on towards Moto and main stairs. And for a second, I was nervous about it. C4 sat in hand, for example, from I think it was Shaiko, sat in Arsenal. And I was just like, there's every chance here you try and make a push down, you get in C4, whether inside a church, whether from back Arsenal. There's just so much that can go wrong here. And the problem when the clock runs down to 10, 15 seconds is there are no more mistakes allowed. Earlier in the round, you can mess things up. You can go, okay, then pause for a second, back on drones, figure things out. Let's change the attack, no problem. When you've got no time left, a single mistake can be a round ender, unlike if it was earlier on. But there for M&M, I think the collection together, the kill that came in from Solotov onto Renshiro really was what opened up the room to get that execute down as well. Renshiro holds firm, you're having a very different conversation. So big shout out to Solotov there as well. 2 big kills in the round. Well, 3 overall, but those 2 that he got were the big ones.
Solotov's a player of absolute quality, we know that, but he is a player that we've sort of asked questions of recently as well. You know, maybe not putting up the numbers that we've always seen historically, but it just goes to show, you know, when he is on his game and he comes in and he picks up those, you know, important moments, it really can drive the team forward. M&M as well, I'm pleased to see sort of continuing with that objective focus when the opportunity presented itself, something that we saw against Wild as well. You know, happy to go in there and get that diffuser down, and hopefully we see a little bit more of that here against BDS as well.
Interesting to see BDS not repeating that downstairs site either, instead choosing to move away. It's been a while since I've seen a Maverick try and open up this single wall into Con as well. More common to see that coming in, of course, on towards the CC wall. Tends to be a little bit safer, a wider angle to play behind, but it was enough just to get in there, get rid of the mute jammer that was on it, so now we can get in and get this open. But Shaiko is ready and waiting, and as soon as the exothermic goes off, you know exactly what's coming. It's going to be a trick going on, as long as he can position it right, which indeed he can. Wall will stay closed for now, and Alems has been taken down by Solotov. What a start to this game he's having, Tim, at 4-0.
Yeah, he's going fantastically well and could be a driving force, could be a difference maker for M&M tonight. We'll see whether that happens. A reminder of the stakes, of course. The winner here will qualify to the Atlanta Major, so whoever picks it up, the loser will have another shot at it. They will play the loser from our first matchup. They'll go up against Wolves, and the winner of that will qualify as well. So there will be a second bite for those who don't win tonight, but it's all about locking it down here and now and getting yourself that best possible opportunity at the Major.
As much as the pros love playing Siege, you'll happily take the early qualification to the Major 100%. And get that stress out of the way. No, don't want to age yourself a couple more years in the process. But here, M&M starting focus off on towards Jacuzzi side. Everything opened up already. Got 1 on main stairs as well, so they're getting this little surround coming on. Weren't quite aware of the cheeky man sat inside of Jim here, coming out on the swing. It was Leaky Fack, and he's taken down by Nave. They've swarmed their way into a 4 versus 1. Renshiro with it all to do against every man left standing. In behind the weights, he's got 0 chance. M&M are going good, Tim.
Yeah, they're looking not just good, but they're looking sharp. They're winning a lot of the gunfights. You know, the reason I say that is BDS is sort of, you feel like they're getting pushed into positions where they have to take fights. They are already in 2 rounds in, feeling like they have to make this challenge. They have to make a play. Leakafak onto Jim Doe there, for example, peeking onto Breach. It's always going to be a risky one, but obviously just feeling like, no, I've got to do something because, you know, we're backs to the wall here. M&M putting BDS under a lot of pressure on a map that historically BDS have been good on recently, as we've said. Maybe a little bit of a different form on there, but generally speaking, you'd expect them to at least come out and have a solid performance. The fact that BDS are going back to gym and bedroom again says to me that, you know, they have a bit of confidence in their defensive clubhouse. They're saying, no, we can get this site done, so we're going to go back there again. But honestly, right now, with the way M&M are looking, I'm not sure that they can.
They are getting run over, but equally it is early doors. You know, I always say give it a few rounds to see both teams warm into it. Also, I often say if you see a team lose 3 rounds in a row, pretty fair to expect a tactical timeout to come in at that point. You played at least 3 sites. In this case, 3 swings of the bat, 2 of the same site for BDS, but clearly something is going wrong, and you have to change something, even if it's just a wild stab in the dark. So if M&M win here, expect that pause. If not, I think BDS are going to be really stuck. They've lost the downstairs quite convincingly, even though it did come down to the wire. They lost upstairs just a second ago, this exact site of gym and bedroom, very convincingly. Where do you go next? Like bar and stage, the off-site, you go towards Cash and CC, that is now the 3rd site, I would wager. You're out of options, essentially, then, Tim.
You are. I know a wise man who once said that there's two halves to a game of Siege. We've always, M&M have got to be cautious that they manage this going into the second half as well. But for now, just ride that momentum, get as many rounds as they can under the belt. They are going to be opening that breach up straight away. Renshiro holding on to Cash for the time being. Nade from underneath will not find its mark. Doesn't take any damage. He's just having a look to see if he can return fire on anybody underneath, but there will be nobody there for the time being. The drone comes in, though. He needs to be careful about focusing too much on that, because you see those orange silhouettes just starting to circle here, and it could be danger for Renshiro before very long.
He's in. Someone's crossing towards site already by the looks of it as well. They've got to be really careful of this one. Shaiko finds Solotov, and in fact, it was Solotov last time round who went hunting, but it's Shaiko biting back here. Really walked into the lion's den. There is construction. He's picked off a couple. Tyron went hunting downstairs and ran into the wrong man. Users there ready for the trade, so it's far from over just yet, but this time it looks like BDS have control.
Yeah, LM's just a little bit carried away there, but taking the opportunity to try and get back to site. Users closed it down nicely, but M&M is still on the back foot here, and make no mistake, 2 versus 4. Nello will get diffuser in hand. They still don't really have confident control of Cash. They're flashing each other. It's just all a little bit up in the air is this round for M&M.
It has, yeah. And let's not forget as well, this was their start on the east side of the map, and you can see why BDS were confident, I think, in their hold. That you had Lens playing on the downstairs, sitting on cams, looking to catch that whoever he could, playing off towards the wrong side of things. Did find his man, got traded out, but all the work really was done by Shaiko inside of construction. And honestly, work done by Shaiko, it feels like the kind of statement you're going to be saying every single time this man steps into the server. It's not so much win 2 gunfights and the job's done, nice one, but a large part of it really did just come down to that. They're about to get tricked out on this wall. They are not getting this one opened up. Users has fell. Nello all by himself. Maybe M&M here might even take that 20 seconds or so just to have that chat around what's going to happen next time, because fair chance they're going down to the basement in the next round.
Yeah, the round is definitely done here, I think, at this point. 1 versus 4, like you say, with the thermite. He's going to drop down, see what he can find, maybe pick up a kill or two, and things can change, but if you're going to flash yourself, Nello, I don't think they're going to change for you. He's got one just on the opposite side of that gym window. There's the jump out from Shaiko out of construction window. He's absolutely dominated that area of the map in that round, and the concern as an M&M fan watching that, for those at home, are going to be looking surely thinking, ooh, did BDS just wake up on Clubhouse? That was a night and day difference between round 2 and round 3, BDS defending. I said on round 2, they were being pushed around, they were cleared out of Cash quite quickly, and M&M were able to take that ground. They were forced into tough fights on Gym Door for Leak Effect, for example, and it was just never really under BDS's theme that they were fighting. They were just reacting to M&M, whereas there in round 3, that was a different ball game. Shaiko got 3 kills without moving himself too far out of one position, and it just looked like things were clicking a little bit better for BDS.
It did, yeah. I mean, ultimately, we'll see if it carries over into this round now to go back down to the site where they did lose to kick things off. However, I will remind once again, that did also come down to the last 20 seconds or so there is every chance that we can see a similar thing take place, and suddenly things look very, very different, because in that round, it was Solotov who went really well. We spoke about that earlier on as well. 5 kills across a couple of rounds. Shaiko in the last one stepping up and being the big player. I don't really want to see today become the story of the hero plays. When you see a player getting 2, 3, 4 kills in a round and really solo winning it for his team, it's exciting Siege to watch, don't get me wrong, but it does remove some of that tactical and strategical depth that we really love watching in a top-level game of Siege as well. So we'll see if it boils down to it more. What I am excited to see is Solotov on the Ram here as well. Tyrant died quite early on when he was playing on the Capitale last time around, but with all the vertical work that you can do making use of the Ram, then joined up by the Capitale afterwards for the smokes, or the fire, for example, you can see some really beautiful executes. So that's what I'm excited to see in this round.
Well, I'm just picking up the icon for a fraction of a second there that showed the Capitale was drawn in still from the garage door, so he knows that there is somebody out there, knows that he's being pushed from the rappel as well, and it's just a question now of how long does Alems hold on for in this position. We're only 50 seconds into the round. He's got himself a problem. He's going to find it very difficult to rotate out of garage, so he really needs to just play his life in there and take any fights that come his way and try to win them. Meanwhile, Solotov on the Ram is absolutely shredding the floor around Kitchen and the corridor, whilst Alems just holds his breath and holds tight, waiting for this fight to come with Tyrant.
I can sit here and hold time all day. I mean, Tyrant's going to be essential towards the execute, but is it the #1 step they need to open up right now? Arguably no. If he dies here, they lose so much of their execute capability. He is all the smoke, all the fire for them. Otherwise, it's all flashes. A little bit of hot air. Long range is there waiting, but finds his man. Beautiful pick-off. And now really he needs to be syncing up with his team and making use of this fire. Whether he chooses to join them in kitchen or whether it's an execute through stock, just to confuse things a little bit, he is going to have a big part in this round, and it's good that he's won the gunfight and kept himself alive. He'll play a massive part in the next 60 seconds or so.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not a terrible job from BDS there. Leakyfact helps Alems get back to site. That was at 1 minute 30, so half of the round had been burnt. I'm amazed that Alems has got out of garage without finding himself dead. So that in itself, granted they swapped Leakyfact, but I don't think that's too bad for M&M. Shaiko manages to pick up Solotov as well, so that's the ram gone, and that leaves us now in a 4v4 with 45 seconds left to go, and M&M need to be careful that they don't stall out here. They've done a good bit of work so far, but they now need to think about that final push into an execute to make sure that they're not just diving headlong into BDS's angles.
No, they love the 20-second execute, Tim. We saw it earlier on. They're going to try and go for it again by the looks of it. This time, though, more engineered around kitchen. Last time it was that motor main stairs push. So a couple of changes, and they've got Tyrant here. I mentioned about the work he'll be doing with this utility. Firing towards garage so no one can step out. However, Nafe has fallen down. That is not ideal. Nello still with the fuser in back pocket, but Shaiko, it's his hero round. He's on for a 4. He's might make it a 5, but Tyrant shuts down the dream. But enough is enough. 4 kills. Secure BDS another round.
Fantastic play from Shaiko, no two ways about it there. Just stepping up, just such great efficiency of movement as well. He's not running all over the place. We know, everybody knows where Shaiko plays in basement on Clubhouse. He plays by the generators in blue. We see that. And then, you know, even when he's picking up his other kills coming into Armory and playing by boxes there, he's maybe 20 feet away from his starting position. You know, very little movement required from him. Just great positioning, great anticipation. Fabian picked up on it in the first game. I was watching, obviously, the game prior to this versus Pro and Wolves and the cast with Parker that they did together. And Fabian said, you know, at this level, one of the most important things is to be able to anticipate what your enemies are going to do. You know, where are they going to come from? Where's the likely positions? And Shaiko's just given us a masterclass in that. You know, if that's where they're going to push from, I know one's going to drop there. I know one's likely to come here. I don't need to move much. I'm just ready for the fight. And he's just absolutely won that round for BDS.
And this is going to happen more and more. Like I said, I want to see it to become more than that, but equally, I could get used to seeing Shaiko knock out 4Ks for fun. We'll see if, obviously, Solotov wakes up back into this as well. His last couple of rounds have been very, very quiet. Really a tale of, I won't say entirely 2 players, but it has come down to him and Shaiko dragging his team through a couple of different rounds so far. At 2-2, it's hard to see where the line sits between these 2 teams. Here we march, though, with this third site that we mentioned earlier on, this Cash and CC setup. Generally, with Nello on side here, you're looking at this and just saying, right, that east wall is guaranteed to be opened. So then the question turns to where else are they going to control? Do they want to get control of garage, or do they want to look for themselves to get control of construction and work their way across? And knowing where Shaiko likes to set himself up, Tim, inside of construction, I don't think I want to take that part of the map.
No, Tyrant very concerned about moving into basement there. It looked as if there was a bit of information to suggest that there was a player down there on the bottom floor. We did see Alems previously playing down there in the last gym and bedroom round, but it's Renshiro who's actually moved underneath. But his timing could be fantastic here, Des, because Tyrant's been there, done that. He's going to come away saying, no, there's nobody really down there. And now Renshiro's flirting with the idea of potentially moving through. I think he's concerned about taking down the barricade and the sound giving him away. So he's headed back up blue stairs for the time being. But Renshiro, I think, has just been a little bit slippery there and not picked up. Definitely one to keep an eye on as this round goes on.
I mean, if he manages to get like a nade in from below, that's pretty mega to find out. Shaiko, who of course has been again sat around construction for the most part, but here I think he's just waiting for someone to get a little bit casual, a little bit too mobile, and pick them off as they step into the wrong position. Maybe someone looking for a C4 from below, for example, the sort of thing that you'd see orchestrated. He's hoping to find a Lems, but as of yet, it's simply not happened. It's this constant dance around the basement player and the Hunter, who has been a couple of different players across these rounds, but once more, it's just waiting for them to emerge.
They've got 8 drones on side of M&M, so I would expect plenty of information on their part. But Tyrant, a couple of times I've looked, and he's cutting down angles, he's cutting down rotates, but his movement suggests he's almost like coiled, ready for a fight, as if he thinks, you know, somebody might be there, somebody might be coming. But it's never really the case, so I don't know how much of a grasp M&M have got on the positions of players around the map. They certainly haven't got the best grasp on Lems as he manages to find Nello. Tyrant gets picked up by the FNAT as well. That's just going to give his work position away potentially, but look at that from Nave. Steps inside and just takes Leakafat down with a beautiful headshot.
Leakafat would have seen his leg every day of the week there, so it's a little bit strange that he didn't pull the trigger in time to make that one work. Either way, we've had a couple of players in M&M sat on this ground floor, just holding angles, waiting for Renshiro to surface. He does finally do so. Red indicator in front of his face, but not enough to see him finished off here. But again, they've been holding these angles forever. 2 players in M&M now hitting the deck. And really, Renshiro, I feel, has done a lot of the right work here. He's drawn time away. There's 5 seconds to go. The players on site are down. Users is going to charge in and see what he can find, but it's a 3K at the end there for Shaiko. A couple of finishes off on the down. The demon of Clubhouse strikes once again.
BDS, like you say, playing that well. In the last 20 seconds, you could have been forgiven for looking at that and thinking, you know, that M&M were in a good position to take that. But, you know, I think realistically, BDS in comfortable control of the areas of the map that they needed to be for the majority of that. As I said, I'd be interested to watch that round back in a little bit more detail and just see exactly who M&M had picked up on drones, you know, who they should know was where. Because, like I say, they were a number of times just sort of playing it very tentatively, but more from a point of view of it looked like they were expecting a fight to come that never did. Ultimately, they did manage to pick up Renshiro towards the end, but he just, I think, had caused that nuisance, had caused that lack of certainty throughout the round, and they allowed it to dominate them too much, really. So BDS 3-2 then. They take 3 rounds in a row. They're going to head into gym and bedroom for their final defence here. And a 4-2 half, I don't think will be the best start for M&M when BDS move on to the attack.
Absolutely, it's... That second half, you quoted it earlier, Tim. A wise man did once say there are 2 halves to a game of Siege, and I've got no idea.
I can't remember who it was.
No, me neither, mate. But I just know it's an old wise man somewhere. He's been around a good few years.
Definitely getting older.
I mean, I'd hope so, Tim. Time doesn't exactly go backwards for any of us. Except Shaiko just constantly seems to be winding back the clock and just getting better and better with every shot. No one really seems able to keep up with him for the most part. But you are right, gym bedroom to close things out. Now, for M&M, last time we've seen 2 flavors on this site so far. One where they've just absolutely ran over BDS from Jacuzzi, from the west side of the map, and one where they've lost 3 players just trying to get control of Cash and CC. Now, you're seeing 3 players from BDS out on the roam. Shaiko, you could probably call half a player here in construction. He is peripheral. He's right next to the site. He's in the perimeter of the site rather than actually being on it itself. But we do have 2 players out in Cash and CC looking to slow down M&M, pick off drones, for example, but it feels like the Marshmallows have read this one and said, look, we had so much more effect going direct towards site. Let's just go for the same thing again. And here, Jacuzzi's going to get opened up. They're going to start their workout on this side of the map, and those out towards that far east side of the map really aren't going to get much involvement here.
Yeah, I like that they're not overcomplicating it and they're not playing into what BDS are doing so well, which at the minute is Shaiko in any position he's in, which you know he's going to be in construction because that's where he plays on this site. So Shaiko will be in that position for the time being. Leakafat not as aggressive as he was last time. We saw him pushing onto that gym door. This is going to be an important moment though. They're looking to try and force Shaiko out of construction now by opening that wall. It's just going to make it a little less certain for him to stay in there. Lems is on low health as well. So M&M are like this. They're applying pressure everywhere. Lodge, they're applying it through to construction. They've opened Jacuzzi hatch. Below with the nades. Below with the shots. As Solotov picks up what little Lems had left on his hit points. Bar, but Leakafat destroys him with a headshot in return. And BDS are looking a lot more comfortable, Des.
Yeah, I mean, Leakafat's here in a spot that he should never be allowed to get in. Tyrant's coming up behind. Is there any read? Yes, there is. Leakafat looking the right way, but I think he was caught mid-reload there. But the Demon still stands. Shaiko opens up the scoring and one on to use this as well. It's a 3v2 with about 40 seconds still to play. M&M have got to make something happen here, Tim.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, at the minute, the top and bottom of it is they're getting shy-coded. They're 13-3, and he is just absolutely running over them. But the danger that I see as well is that other members of BDS are stepping up around him, and whilst there might not be too much room when Shaco's killing everybody, you're not going to put up huge numbers. But Leak Effect there, for example, really important kills in the mid-round and hitting those shots, just really flipping it when it could have been. Solotov gets the opener onto a Lems, and all of a sudden the round sort of starts, you know, falling into this state of flux. But no, Leak Effect, bang, picks up Solotov, then picks up one on the breach as well. Just a really important double in the mid-round, just to completely wipe off that opening kill that Solotov had got. So that's pretty dangerous for M&M here, because it's not all about Shaiko. There are others stepping up as well, and BDS looking good in the last 4 rounds at least.
There's so many times that you'll see a player drop like 20 kills on a map. People say, oh, well, he's had a life game there. That'll never happen again. You can't really call it a life game with Shaiko, because it seems to happen every other week at the minute.
No, it's
the guy's
just a
an
game.
absolute menace. And here again, 13 kills after 6 rounds, averaging more than 2 a round. Like, it's almost like starting the round and suddenly 2 players are just taken off the board anyway. He is so difficult to control when he's having a day like this. And M&M, unfortunately, have found him waking up on the right side of the bed.
And history suggests that generally that snowballs as well. You know, he doesn't tend to slow down. If anything, it gets worse and worse as the game goes on, because he starts feeling his shots, he's comfortable, and it just gets harder and harder to control. Let's see, from M&M's perspective, if the switch of halves can just slow things down a little bit. I mean, Shaiko on Ash looks like a terrifying prospect, if you ask me. But, you know,
any operator's name in that box, Tim.
M&M may well look at it and just think, you know, you've got that change of energy, you've got that change of onus, you know, who has to take the onus, who has to get things going. In this case, it's now BDS. They're the ones who are fighting against the clock, so maybe that'll just slow things down a little bit and work into M&M's favour.
I've got to give a shout out to someone in chat, by the way, after 5 rounds, asked, what's the best of 3 kill record? They just see him start popping off a few kills, and already the question's being asked. And that's if we even get towards 3 maps as well. Again, it's looking like a tough day at the office for M&M. However, we could see Cafe be a very, very different affair. Back in the old days, of course, that used to be a permaban really coming out for the team of BDS alongside Villa, which they absolutely despised, whereas lately seem to really have warmed up to Cafe and want to keep on going back to it.
Just going to be sending the drones down. BDS just trying to still gather that information, but not finding anything really too much of use at the minute. So we go about the other standard tactics, the other standard activities that they need to be undertaking, which is going to be ripping up those floors and deleting as much utility as they can. In goes the RAM device sent in by Leaker back, and a second. So that's going to be Kitchen pretty much shredded.
Something else that is, Tim. Those gadgets just do so much. It's absolutely bonkers. But more than enough control established. Full vertical open up here as well. And the beauty about the gadget as well, in case you're thinking, well, why not bring Sledge, for example? Obviously teams often do, as you're seeing here. BDS for a team that would normally employ things like Buck, but here I just think it's the safety that you get. You aren't really having to expose yourself. Buck is kind of safe as well, but ultimately gadgets are always going to be far more safe when it comes to getting things opened up without being C4'd in from below. Now, to give it over to M&M, they've done a good job here where they gave up a lot of map control early, but every single player is still alive, and BDS look a little bit light here in terms of what they can bring to the party. The drop comes in, he sees the backpack. Breede's in a default plant position, but I don't think he's got the support that he needs. Gets pokeballed out by Nath. 2 more still left alive for BDS, but again, M&M are a fortress on this downstairs site, Tim.
Absolutely. That is exactly the response they wanted. I said at the switch of the half, you know, maybe that change of energy just helps them to lift the momentum. BDS had 4 back-to-back. Shaiko was looking electric, and you just think, is this going to turn into one of those days where BDS just runs over you and it ends up 7-2, 7-3? The fact that they've been able to come in and lock down not just the defense, but a flawless defense is going to help massively for M&M. It's going to just really jam the brakes on the runaway train that BDS were becoming and just really slow things down. So great first round for M&M there. They had the answer to absolutely everything BDS tried. BDS stalled out a little bit, I think. They never really got to that final execute confidently, as you say. You know, Breede in position, but just no real support, not really much that he could do from there. So that's going to move M&M on to their second defensive site, which is going to be CCTV and Cash. I'm interested to see what BDS do with this on the attack. Do we have the textbook breach and catwalk push, or are they going to work in from construction side?
Those are the big questions. We'll find out very shortly, I imagine, in the next 30 seconds or so. Keen to see exactly how it plays out too, given the fact that on the downstairs, of course, it can be a little bit of a fortress. You know, BDS really centered everything in that round around the kitchen itself, which made the job quite easy for M&M just to sit at range, hold their angles, and wait for BDS to try and make the execute work. And sure, really managed to slip the web a little bit, but we saw the exact outcome of that. Bunch of Pokeballs tossed his way, in which case the one from Nath was enough to finish the job and catch him and put him on the utility belt. Onwards, though, we go towards this east wall to kick things off. Relay on the Maverick again, so good at getting this east wall opened up, regardless of what might be positioned there. And then the question, as you said, will be where do they go to next? Is it construction side? Is it more towards garage? Given the relative quiet in towards garage so far, maybe we'll see the change here with drones coming on through, but I think you're going to see construction being worked here by BDS.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. There is a presence. You can see Leakerfax Sharko up on the roof and over that side of the map. Like you say, normally if you were going for that breach-sided push, you want breach, you want catwalk, you want lounge locked down. So you'd already be looking to have some sort of impression towards garage for the time being. But that hasn't really been the case. Tyrant's had a quiet round of it so far, as has users who's supporting him just on those small steps. So I think at this point, M&M need to be having that discussion within the team saying, look, you know, there's not too much aggro coming in towards garage. Let's keep our eyes on construction because we think we're going to have some attention over there.
Absolutely. I mean, all shall be opened up in just a moment. Brede having a little bit of trouble with this one. Number of times you see players try and get away with this and then someone shooting them underneath. It's absolutely horrific, but clearly he's just missing that little bit there that he's really having to expose himself to try and get open, and finally it falls away. Taking maybe a little bit longer than they'd like here to get into a good spot though, Tim.
I feel like M&M maybe have missed a bit of an opportunity there. Like you say, as soon as you start seeing that wall being burnt, the difficulty with shooting underneath that wall is there could always be somebody on the rappel. So it's a little bit of a dodgy one to expose yourself sometimes to. But an angle, it could have been a possibility. Lems does pick up users at the same time as Solotov misses a few shots. Leakerfax moves back across. I think a strange peak to take on there, knowing that you'd just been absolutely showered in bullets, and that now leaves Solotov on the flank. Sharko going to have to be careful of that master bedroom door.
I think he wants to make his move. Oh, the timing! Honestly, the timing is unbelievable. Flicks onto Solotov like he's nothing, and immediately attention is back on the side. Doesn't know there's a man up close, and Nate finds himself one for free. Shuts down the demon of Clubhouse at 14 kills. It's absolutely ludicrous.
The problem that they've got now, M&M, is that the breach and catwalk are in the control of BDS. So there is an opportunity to get a plant down here, and it's Brede who's in the catwalk side. So he's in the right position to bring that diffuser in and get it active. Nath's in a tricky position here. If he holds his nerve, he might well just have some real joy. This utility that's going to be raining in, and it's as easy as that. He picks up Brede. How has he got away with that? Manages to get another, does he? No, it's a Lems who finds him, switches to the Bailiff, does get the kill onto Renshiro and wins the round on time. BDS cannot get the kills they need. And Nath, what a play. Sometimes you've just got to have the nerve, Des. You got to style it out. He just stands in that corner in front of the window, just near server, and BDS, they have no idea.
And that is the point I was about to make. They have no idea. And I don't want to call out individual players here when it comes down to it, but I'm going to do it. Why not? Renshiro had both of his drones still in back pocket there as they were coming in towards that last 30 seconds. And not a single one was used coming in towards the close. And you saw the exact issue. You had players vaulting in completely blind with no idea where anybody was. And it just led to a couple of free kills coming out, a lot of damage being splashed onto Renshiro himself. And really, at this point, 45 seconds in, if your job really to be sat holding an angle, for example, you can see him on the rappel. Get on the drones for a second, my son. Give your team a little bit of information, because you've just made it all too easy for Nath to dance around inside the site here and pick off a couple of players essentially for free. And really, dare I say, that has come back to cost them, not having the info on site. But great work by M&M, especially Nath, to always be hot on his feet there. Let's not forget, he got that first kill onto Sharko playing north of Cash Door and then relocated down right in towards the south of the site itself without being caught by Renshiro, who was on the watch over the edge of the balcony. He's done a lot of work there and kept himself out of harm's way.
He's had some good performances lately, as Nathan, certainly stepping up today in what is turning into a very, very close matchup here on Clubhouse. This was, of course, M&M's map pick. It will be followed by Cafe, which is BDS's map pick. And then if we do need a third, it will be Skyscraper, which, honestly, just get me to Skyscraper because it's going to be a hell of a decider. Both of these teams are great on there, and it'll be an absolute war. I always prefer that. I always prefer a decider that is the best map for both teams, arguably, rather than one of the worst. You know, that they just sort of leave and don't pick. But no, they've both gone somewhere that they love, and it could be a real firework finish for us. But we've got to get there first, and that's going to mean M&M getting themselves through what so far I think has been edged by BDS in terms of Clubhouse. But after the change of half, and with Nath and M&M getting themselves onto the defence, they are really flying at the minute.
They are. And the fact, even though it feels like, you know, although we're saying really it feels like it's edging towards BDS, I think that's because we've seen a couple of really flashy rounds coming out of Shaiko. You know, he's still got more kills than the entirety of the rest of his team combined at this point. That shows just how well he's been going. Whereas on the other side for M&M, yeah, sure, Solotov's had a great couple of early rounds. He's got some good entries coming in. But like I said last round, you've got Nave doing a little bit of work. Even Tyrant and Yusuf getting involved in some of these mid rounds as well. And this is why I was a little bit nervous about the whole hero play thing that I spoke about earlier, is it'll be a team effort that gets these games over the finish line, in my opinion. Nave strikes again, his second kill in the round, completely unfound. And BDS, they're basically out of drones at this point, Tim. They've got no way of hunting this Solis down, and he is punishing them for it.
Yeah, he really is. He's just run around, you know, completely free, essentially. Right. They've just not been able to really make any challenge onto him. It's up to Elems and Breeder to try and close this out. There is 2 down on the side of M&M, so effectively that leaves us in a 2 versus 3 at the minute. They're no more than sort of static cams as it is, but that is probably going to be the round-defining moment as Users takes down Elems, leaves Breeder in a 1 versus 4 as Solotov has been picked up in the midst of all that as well. Does pick himself up a nice kill, but I think at this point it's likely to be impactless.
Yeah, BDS probably want that tactical timeout they didn't speak about earlier on here as well. It's been a couple of times they've been pretty much stonewalled out by the side of M&M, who does feel, as you said, you know, they're playing into this, and not just even anymore. They pulled themselves ahead as well as a result of just completely shutting things down. But for me, again, it's I don't want to say a lack of information, but the information game really is where BDS were falling short. Halfway through the round, 8 drones dead. No one really able to give information or call-outs to those trying to make an entry into the map in the first place. And Nash running around like an absolute maniac, picking off a couple of kills for free. They've really got to sort out that drone game here and stop M&M being able to run around so free or leaving themselves blind because they're not making use of that utility properly. And the thing is, BDS are not a bad droning team. We've seen them be excellent with their info game, almost oppressive that it feels like you're playing against 6 or 7 players sometimes with the way that BDS can play, but M&M are just wriggling through the holes in the defense, in the attack, here, and tearing them apart. This could end up being an M&M map.
It's been very all or nothing so far that we've seen. So you had M&M come in and take 2 rounds, BDS took 4, and now M&M have taken 3 in a row. There is very little back and forth between these 2 teams at the minute. And BDS, well, they're going to need to find some back and forth. They need to get around here. They haven't taken an attacking round yet. They've lost the last 2, and things could be, sorry, the last 3 rounds, and things could be getting tricky for them if they get another round going towards M&M, because I just feel like once M&M on the defense get that map point opportunity, I can't see BDS fighting back from that at the minute. M&M have just been a different beast on the defense.
They have, yeah, and again, really a team effort overall as well. Obviously Nello falling a bit short, but playing on the hard support role, a bit of a different conversation, and Tyrant was in the right spot, just I don't think fully aware exactly where Leakifat was. He was more out towards the wooden slats or towards the stacks that were out towards the west side, not really looking in towards Tunnel, for example. Even Leakifat's being quite conscious of it, seeing those bullet holes. You never know who's going to show their face.
Quinchiro working his way across that mid-floor, just opening up the angle towards Stock. Again, just have I don't know whether maybe a little bit of a sound call or something that potentially was somebody in that area. He certainly had a little quick look and a check, but nothing to write home about. They're going to continue the droning, then doing much better without the Solis on side. Still 8 drones active for them at the minute, so definitely should be a better idea for BDS of what's going down on this basement. The problem is, last time M&M defended this, it was a flawless round, and BDS did exactly what they're doing now. They went in, they opened floors up, they, you know, followed all the steps that you would expect, but they just couldn't get a kill.
think he was after a goo mine then that he couldn't see? I thought maybe it was a Fenrir gadget, but obviously there's no Fenrir on the defensive side, so wasn't 100% sure what it was that he was after there. Maybe it was the beeper actually from Solotov that he just couldn't quite get the angle on, and the Ash round would have been enough to clear that one away. But again, M&M are just dug in so well and making this so difficult, and BDS look a little bit uncertain. They'll sit and drone something out 2 or 3 times. They'll back and forth, and not really commit towards the push. And we've seen teams get really stuck with this historically, where they don't really believe in themselves enough. I believe it was old Empire actually who said this. Obviously now most of those players on VP, but they were really historic for this, over droning essentially, and really not trusting themselves to make a go of things. BDS here have got no choice but to try and pull the trigger. Tyrant goes down, so suddenly those flashes in the back pockets of Breed and LMs, they come online.
That's big, and BDS know it. They've just seen on the drone, just watching for the man coming across. There's nothing LMs can do. A little bit of a panic throw there. I think he was just rushing, trying to do something about that situation. But Leakafak is in position to deal with Tyrant once he was picked up. That leaves us 5 versus 4. 30 seconds left to go. BDS need to move.
This is what I mean, Tim. They're stalling out a little bit here as well, and you've still got to work your way through another smoke coming out from Nello, plus the goo mines you might run into, plus a couple of impacts. There are so many tools here for M&M still to work with, and Shaiko finally says enough is enough. Drop is in, and he's trying to find his man, but simply cannot find him. M&M have found everything they need in a very lethargic looking BDS. They get punished. M&M stands strong. They're up to map points, Tim.
Wow, it's like we've had 2 different sides in the server for BDS. We've had the side that were just able to casually blitz through 4 rounds in a row, and now this one that, like you say, look, a little bit lethargic, a little bit out of ideas, unable to get themselves in and be effective in the site there, having to just come down to taking a drop and hoping they can pick up a gunfight or 2. You know, we commented on Shaiko's numbers towards the defense. He's only picked up 2 kills on the attack, I think, maybe even just 1 actually. I think he finished defense on 13. So BDS calling a timeout, and probably not a moment too soon, Des. If anything, maybe a moment too late.
I think a few moments too late, really, Tim. Yeah, this is something I thought they should have seen earlier on. And you touched on the fact again that it's all been really Shaiko in those earlier rounds that's got them a couple over the board. You know, the quad kill that we saw, a couple of 3Ks in the mix as well. If you take away those big plays coming out of Shaiko, BDS probably have 1, if not no rounds on the board, and it has just been all M&M otherwise. So this is why you can't rely on the one player. I know Shaiko's an absolute beast, and yes, there have been games historically that he has dragged his team through regardless of how everyone else is performing. But when it comes round to big decider games like this for that spot at the major, the other team, they'll be at that level. They'll know what's on the line as well. They'll be performing, and you are seeing a team performance coming out of M&M.
CCTV then could be our final site if M&M are able to lock this down. BDS, of course, taking that tactical timeout, and let me tell you, something special better have been said, because over the last few rounds, they've just really not been at the races here in this one, not been competitive at all, like, you know, as we said, compared to what we saw from them on the defense. So M&M, you know, not to put it onto BDS either, that's because M&M just haven't allowed them to play. They've absolutely stifled them. You know, they've had flawless rounds. They've had the answer to every question that BDS have asked, and they seem to have known what the questions were ahead of time. They really have been that on top of things on the defense. So we will see if this final round can get it done for them. The Frost coming along is going to help to prevent any Monty players. We won't have any. There's no Monty been chosen here, but of course the Monty up onto the catwalk can be a difficult one to counter, and in a difficult situation, maybe a team looks at it and thinks, it's a good way of getting a round done, but BDS didn't make that choice, but M&M not to know that. One way or another, though, it is dealt with, and of course those frost mats will be placed elsewhere as well, and a snapshot on ankles at frightening speed sometimes when you're looking down an ADS.
Yeah, got to be careful here, LMs as well, just being chipped out. Trying to get quite cheeky underneath again as well. If you toss enough impact nades all at once here, you can do some real damage, and it's only real chip at this point, so they were hoping for more. What I will comment on, by the way, is that Iana ban coming in, the target ban from M&M against Shaiko. Clearly, it is working. And at this point, it feels like BDS are a little bit shortchanged when it comes to nades on side as well. We've seen the Sledge come along a couple of times, but without the Iana on side as well, where it feels like some players were just a magnet towards Shaiko's frag grenades. There's no such joy coming out for the side of BDS. Everything a little bit softer when it comes to their back pocket utility. And again, Shaiko's somewhat neutered on the Ash here versus when he does get to play the Iana.
Solotov was able to tickle the toes of Leakyfact there, using one of his impact nades underneath the book as he pushed into logistics. But if nothing else, it certainly got Leakyfact's attention. And at halfway through the round, all he can do now is sit on main stairs and wait for information. The drone goes out ahead of him. He wants to find this kill onto Solotov, but he's not going to. Solotov winning that out, and that is very dangerous for BDS now. They've got a Solis on the loose, underneath, one impact in hand. That could be a real nuisance if they get an opportunity to put the diffuser down, and Users has got the backup with a kill onto a Lems.
It's like a Lems there just dropping off to go for a 1v1 downstairs, hoping to find Solotov, but they don't. He's not even against Solotov in that 1 versus 1. It's the Frost that he comes up against the Yuzus, and it feels again like BDS are coming up against a setup that they've only just seen for the first time. They're losing drones everywhere. They've been absolutely terrorized by Solis in the second half of the game, and really looking like they're going blind into whether it's vaulting in towards site, whether it's trying to chase down roamers, whether it's the actual execute. Everything just looks empty, uninformed, uninspired, lethargic was the word I used earlier, and they are being deleted. But Shaiko, with a single HP to his name, has got all the chance here to make something happen, tries to find his man, but it's not going to happen. Brede to save it all against 4 also feels like it's not going to happen. And my God, have M&M turned up the heat on the defensive side against BDS.
They really have. M&M looking at their absolute best so far here tonight. We, spoke about the potential for a 2-0 BDS. Well, M&M said, nope, I don't think so, not tonight. They've come in strong, alert and dangerous against the BDS that looks certainly more like the BDS we saw in week 1 against G2 than the BDS we saw throughout the remainder of stage 2. M&M, fantastic opening win on Clubhouse, and that puts them 1-0 up in our best of 3.
Absolutely does. And a wise man once said, Tim, 2 halves to a game of Siege. And you've just seen that in the performance. I think I'm with you. Shaiko only getting 2 kills in that second half. We were celebrating when he was at 13. People were asking about what's the best of 3 kill record. But we just didn't see BDS turn up to the races in that second half. Hopefully that changes on our second map of Cafe so we can get towards that third one that is Skyscraper. We'll go to a short break. When we come back, the desk ahead of our next map. See you in a few.
What a matchup on Clubhouse. Eminem's map pick and the Marshmallows take it. We've got Fresh and we've got Fabian, the 3-time world champion, in the building to pick it all apart for you here. BDS, looking like a bit of a one-man team, Fresh. And then when the one man doesn't play, it must be exhausting.
It was that concern that we had highlighted, I think, you know. What happens when they don't turn up? What happens when their top players don't turn up? And it's a 4-7 loss. I think Shaiko having the same number of kills as literally the rest of his team is a huge problem for BDS. But I do just want to highlight Eminem because I think we are continuing to see significant improvement from them.
We are seeing a massive improvement, and they are playing as a team. That's the biggest difference, right? They're actually playing and doing things together. But not only that, they're all showing up here. We're expecting more players than one to show up. For BDS, that's not happening. But for M&M, we see Solotov, Nave, and Uses all showing up. And it's not that Tyrant and Nello aren't showing up. They're just not dropping the numbers right now. But they're playing as a team, and I can't see that from BDS.
One thing that's worth noting here as well, of course, as we show Solotov on screen, is so much at stake here. We've got that spot at the major guaranteed if you win here.
Yeah.
So it's not only are they playing as well as we've ever seen M&M play, but they're doing it when the heat is at its highest.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just goes to show that improvement because the heat was at the lowest 2-3 weeks ago where we're going nil on them, and they were absolutely struggling. But that improvement has come, and it's come, and it's come. And there's actually one player that I want to show with a clip because I know Solotov was the MVP, but Nate for me has been one of the best players consistently for Eminem this stage. And I just want to highlight how smart he is. He knows the round is looking very BDS heavy here in this 4v2. Plays in, tucks in a close position to try and get Shaiko, manages to get that kill. It's not just this kill that he gets, but it's actually the fact he makes a play to cross the breach, catches a great timing whilst Renshiro's messing around with his launcher on the Sophia, catches a great timing to tuck in close to the breach. He knows that on CCTV, if you just wait for a team to execute, then you're going to lose. So he makes an absolutely massive play. And sure, we've talked about Eminem and how we want to see teamwork. And sure, this is an absolutely individual play by Nave.
Yeah.
But he's been making these plays all stage. And for his role, which is like second support in this team, I just wanted to highlight this because he makes such smart plays. And in this particular round, he single-handedly won Eminem around. And when you come to the best of threes, when you come to deciders, they're the people you want when they're on form, when they're on fire, to do that.
You want your players to be able to make those plays, but you need the base that is the team play to begin with. And we're seeing so much more from MM doing actually that. I can even add more to Nave because ever since he came to this roster, they have looked way more well-rounded. Sure, they've been struggling a bit this stage, and we have been putting pressure on them. But there's the reason why we're talking about every single time that they've lost or they've struggled, we said they're going to be world beaters.
Yeah.
And when did that start? When Nave came into the roster. He's just made them that much better.
Do you see that correlation, Fresh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think, when they had Nello and Neo there, it felt like a little bit of a team of 3 and a 2, whereas Naves makes it a much more well-rounded roster. And the fact that he is now dropping numbers as well, it is 4 people who can pop off and have a massive day, like you've seen Nave have today.
That team used to be a little bit of a 3-on-2 split, but BDS this match has been a 1 versus 9 for Shaiko.
Yeah, true.
We haven't seen that BDS in a while, have we?
We have, kinda. We've kind of seen it this entire stage. Like, sure, they have these players that are stepping up, Shaiko, every time. And then usually at this stage we've seen Brida and Likefak. But Renshiro and them haven't showed up, and they're showing it one more time today. I mean, Renshiro dropped, what, 1 frag this map, was it? Yeah. And it's just overall, as you said, Fresh, one player having the same amount as everybody else, and you played 12 rounds, it should not be the case. Was it? Yeah.
Is there anyone in particular? Because I know
everybody. Every single one.
Listen, you're ruthless, bro.
Yeah,
this is the thing. I mean, you need Shaiko to perform as Shaiko performs, right? But then you need some key players around him to level up.
The way I look at it every single time when I look at rosters performing the way that they are, and with basically Shaiko completely carrying it, when you get to this stage of the competition, there is no more room for that one individual to continuously carry you. You need to have a consistency throughout all 5 players. Sure, you can expect your support to maybe not put up the numbers, but their job isn't to put up the numbers. But everybody else needs to do so. You cannot afford it anymore, because now you come up against these teams that are actually more on the roll, they're more in momentum, And if you keep relying on one player having the momentum, you can rely on it in defense. Because I think in defense, if your player is just hitting shots, he can fall back and then he can reposition, take another fight. He can fall back, reposition, take another fight. But in attack, you're much more predictable in your movements and your decisions because you always have to go to the next angle that the defender is holding. Defender is almost always in favor. And if you keep basically having to fight forward in attack, you're going to lose eventually.
The good thing is, Fresh, you actually know what it feels like to be Shaiko because you're carrying this desk.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I was wondering where I was going then.
Done. You guys have fun.
No, Fabian, come back.
I'm gone. See you later.
Are you going as well? I was just about to single-handedly.
Fabian will come back. I know he'll come back. Fabian? Listen, Fresh, this M&M roster, we said, and Fabian, who's hiding behind that wall somewhere, has said from the beginning of when I came in and stepped on this desk that he believes and you believe that M&M can be better and better and better. And it feels like we still haven't reached that ceiling. Come back in here, you.
Is he back? I don't know.
Look at that creepy bloke hiding behind there.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, though, wasn't it? No, the thing is about M&M is...
Yeah.
You're in trouble.
All right, I'll tell you what. I've been told we can go to game.
Oh.
We are going to cafe next, right? BDS's pick. They beat M&M there comfortably recently. Will it happen again? I'm not going to let Fabian throw to these two casters because I love them too much. No insults from me. Des, Ace, take it away, guys.
I think Ian's really spared you there, Tim.
I think he might have. No, you see, Fabian's always been very nice to me on the whole. I'm going to give him that one. I don't think he'd come for me again. I think, we're all good.
Really?
Maybe
I don't know.
not.
He did kind of come out in the middle of nowhere with that last one.
That's what I mean. He's, me and Fabian, I think we get on pretty well. He's always been very nice. I think he just saw an opportunity, he took it. You can't blame him on.
That's the excuse I'm going to use in future every single time I see an opportunity, Tim.
You take too many opportunities. That's the problem.
You do it to yourself, mate. Let's not get onto the whole fruit topic from last week. That was a discovery about you that took me far too long. 4.5 years to learn.
It made it onto Reddit. It was... Honestly, I took some heat. Everybody who joined in on that Reddit post, I did read it all. Thank you very much. It was a very amusing read the next morning, put it that way.
Amusing is a way of saying that you came to that realization that you've gone all this way through life not understanding how wrong you are.
I took some real heat over it. I knew that there would be unpopular opinions. I'm just not a big fruit fan, and I know some people really are. It was. It really did garner some discussion. Put it that way.
Well, Shaiko acknowledging exactly what we touched on the previous map. Take them nades away from him, and it's like taking the hair off Samson. The man just seems to fall by the wayside and become a hell of a lot weaker. And now the Legion's being taken away as well. Target bans galore. And why wouldn't you, given how well he played on the previous map? The interesting thing you probably say about him playing Ash on the previous is, well, it's the same gun, so what's the problem? Both running the G36C. I think for him, it really does come down to the one, information that he's getting out of playing on the Iana, and two, how much space he can make with those frag grenades in back pocket. So severely hampered so far is the best word to describe him. And here we are going to see a little bit of a change up. We are going to see the Nook being brought along. It was what M&M were playing on the previous map. So at least they get some balance back and have some nades on side with the sledge inside as well. But Nello's on towards that clash, which I think we've all seen many times, Tim. It can be an absolute nuisance if you aren't equipped to deal with it.
Oh, it could be a pure sticking point. Yeah, absolutely, no two ways about it. The thing is, look at the situation. We came into map 1 and we looked at the map bans and we thought, maybe this favours BDS. But M&M have just played so fantastically well on Clubhouse. They've really kept, as we've said, Renshiro LMs in a box. The majority of the rest of the BDS have struggled to get into it. I look at this and I think, when we were making that point, I said, BDS Cafe is a map that BDS had beat M&M on 2 weeks ago, and you look at that and you think, well, yeah, it should follow then that they come and win again, essentially. But it just, with the way M&M have played on Clubhouse there, it just makes me look at this and think, is there really an opportunity where MMM, yeah, they've been beaten on it 2 weeks ago, but they've gone and learnt from that, and they're just going to come back and, you know, they know how to play BDS now. Is that, you know, was that loss what they needed to come in here, take Cafe, and go straight to the major? I think that there's a possibility. Who knows? But what I do know is BDS are going to have to step up as a team for this one if they want to, you know, if they want to get a map and take us to 3.
It's another saying I say an awful lot, is that on any given day, a team will either be 50% better than normal or 50% worse than normal. You really can see a wide range of performances from a given team where one day you watch them and like, these guys have just won like a major. They've just smashed every team going around the world, and yet here they are getting destroyed by what's arguably a weak team in the top tier of play. What's happened? And it can just be that on the day you've just got out the wrong side of the bed, that the comms aren't there, the energy isn't alive, people aren't really hitting the shots or feeling it on that day. It's a serious problem that a lot of teams can really suffer, and honestly, when it comes to big events, teams can get knocked out. BDS know more than anyone. Thinking back to SI a couple of years ago, they went out in 3rd or 4th place because they just did not wake up and play their usual game of Siege when it mattered most against TSM on Oregon.
Solotov unable to find a connection with the toss of the Nitro there, and does a little bit of the Sledger's work for him, opening up more of a vertical. You can see from that top down what has happened, and everybody from M&M has scattered out of sight essentially, apart from Nello, who's got that shield to hide behind, so he's somewhat safe from the verticals above. But everybody else now dips out, and they're going to look to fight from elsewhere. We have the utility coming in from BDS. We've got the track stingers being dropped. We've got the smokes being deployed. They're not really in a position to drop just yet, but it is going to come very, very soon.
I was going to say, yeah, they've kind of tried to force a bit of movement out of the defensive side there to catch someone out, and only really late do M&M make that move. It's Nafe who gets caught out by Shaiko, so it does pay off for them. This time, though, it has to be the real deal. But the Clash is stationed at the doorway. We've got Tyrant on the other side with Smokes waiting as well. They've got all the stall tools that they need over this side of the map to really make BDS feel this one, but Nello is burning up alive. Will he go down? Yes, he will. What a well-placed Capital Fireball as well, just forcing him out and seeing him cooked to a crisp. And here we go yet again, Tim. It's Shaiko on a mad one, a 4K to start off round 1. But that will not settle the concerns that we had back on Clubhouse.
No, not quite yet. Night and day different, I must say, this attack compared to the BDS attack on Clubhouse that we saw. That was just very well worked as a team. They controlled space. They, you know, it's always Cafe that I think about when I think about the roam clearance, and I mention it quite often from BDS's point of view on the attack, and how teams can look, you know, confident moving through a map. We saw it with Leak Effect then on the Jackal, straight into Red Stairs drop, straight down into mining, and it's just that confidence and speed that BDS move with on Cafe. They are so difficult to stop on the attack, and that's something that M&M need to figure out, and part of the answer there is going to be, I think, playing to stop those drones, whether that be the Solus, the Mozzie, the Mute, you know, using whatever combination you can when you're not on the top floor to prevent BDS from taking that top floor so quickly, will be a positive for M&M. But BDS otherwise very, very comfortable and confident, got all the verticals they needed, avoided the danger of Nitros, dealt with the Clash extremely well. Nello had nowhere to go. If you're wondering why don't you just run, he's got Shaiko holding a line of sight, so he needs to be careful about where he exposes himself to from the rear side, but also he's got a counter on the far right of him that he can't vault over without dropping his shield. He just didn't have time to do anything effectively, and all he could really do was stand and wait to die. So really well played from BDS.
And there's mirrors being deployed as well in and around storage, just really turning the center of that top floor into a bit of a fortress. A couple of players able to man that, one playing in towards planks, one playing inside a bathroom, and you control a very good portion of that top floor, making it hard for the attackers to really get control without being stared down by one of those black mirrors. But the other side, equally, Tim, have got some real commanding gadgets here, especially looking towards Leak Effect playing on the Ying. Candela's already being tossed out as well. This one more in towards the top side. Smoke's coming out the back of it as well. Is this a quick hit coming out from BDS?
Certainly could be. You've got to wonder, if they don't go with all that utility being expended, then, what are they going to do without it? Liquefact's now dropped down underneath. That's all the Candela's gone. It's a smoke canister gone. It's a nade used. And what have they really got for it? What have they exchanged that utility for? And at the minute, the answer, Des, is not very much. There's still a player
Who is it?
wedged inside of Cocktail by the bomb chassis. They're not moving. And so I feel like BDS maybe haven't got as much bang for their buck as they might have liked out of that.
They really wanted to try and force, I believe it's Nello sat at the top end of Cocktail to run when those Candelas came on through, just get himself into an air quote safer position. But he held his ground, tucked in deeper into the corner, and 2 frags of smoke and 4 Candelas. Nothing forced him away, and so BDS have burnt everything, like you say, and got nothing in response. Still a couple of black eyes around as well, a little bit of assistance coming on through. Solotov seeing that bullet almost go straight through his chest, but narrowly missing by just a few centimeters there. And now it's Usus on the downstairs looking to challenge with the C4 in back pocket. M&M have again got a brilliant read on this, but Nello finally gets found out through the soft wall. Chyko finding his man.
There will be a response coming out from M&M, though, that leaves us 3 versus 3 as kills just start to rain in both directions. But M&M are holding on pretty well. 45 seconds left to go. Solotov is low health, but other than that, they should have been in a decent position, apart from Renshiro just wandering his way through sight and picking up the man. Usus does manage to get the trade, though, and he's ready for the push. He's ready for the second coming through. Chyko's just trying to relocate here. He's got to find his man, and he does, as if he ever misses. Finds another unreal round from Chyko once again. Yet to take a death in the first 2 rounds, and just absolutely dominates another BDS attack.
So about them bans, is the only way I can summarise it so far. He has the same number of kills as every other player in the lobby right now combined. That's how much impact, yet again, Chyko is having across the start of the game. Now, even in that round there, though, there were a number of things that M&M did completely spot on. Sure, player in bathroom got blindsided by the cocktail angle, whatever. But for me, it was Usus on the downstairs, and what really frustrated me was someone pushed in through Snow Door. They knew that Usus was downstairs inside of reading, yet he still gets left largely alone and gets the freebie C4 onto the cocktail player. So even when BDS know that they are at risk of being C4'd, M&M are still managing to make room to make the play happen. They had a black eye on bar this whole end of the round as well. They could see when the plant was going down. They had all bases covered, but the only thing you can't cover for with utility and positioning, unfortunately, is Chyko just doming 3 of you in a single round. He is the reverse James Bond at the minute as well, absolutely dragging his team through 2 rounds. But Tim, we'll come back to the last map. That doesn't always spell good fortune, especially when things switch sides.
No, exactly that. And I think, as much as can you rely on Chyko getting kills throughout the game and continuing at that pace? Yeah, you can do sometimes, is the honest answer. That's the reality. Should BDS is a completely different question, and the answer is, of course, they shouldn't. They need to be careful because, like you say, if M&M find an answer, if they start to sort of take him off the boil, it becomes very difficult. Beautiful opener from Alems there on the Cali. He's been playing a bit of that operator recently, and great footage we get of it as well. It allows Brede to move in on the Monty. And this is, again, BDS just looking like they are moving at a rapid pace.
Absolutely. This one's good because they've actually moved at pace, Tim. That's the most important part. They've used Brede as the spearhead. M&M can't really get a side flank off here because there's a man watching this north window. It's Liquefact sat on the nuts, and the rest of them can do some work on the push through here. They've just got to respect things like the vertical angles. But if Naif gets a little bit too overconfident here, this will very quickly become a 5 versus 2.
Chyko won't need much of an invitation on the long angle, just watching it through the line of sight hole that has been opened up. Of course, do work in both directions. 5 versus 3. BDS just taking the foot off the gas a little bit in this round, and I think they're probably right to do so. They don't need to get carried away. Lems has got them 2 fantastic kills on the Cali without putting himself in too much danger. Solotov and Usus has gone. As you said, they're looking to just confirm that vertical and start applying more pressure into sight. And why not? You've got 1:30 left to go. You've got a 2-man advantage. This is fine from BDS.
Do they respect Naif, though? Do they still know that someone could come pushing on the north side? And really, oh man, that's going to be a stinger. They couldn't push forward through prep because of the vertical player, but now the vertical player, Nello, again, not to rag on the guy, but he's not exactly the biggest fragger on the team, has just put Liquefact on his backside. Now Brede is getting smoked out as well. They haven't got the vertical control. He's down to a slither of HP, and despite BDS trying to narrow their attacking angle as much as possible, they're still being shut knocked down and damaged here by M&M, who have got full map control.
I don't think they're really aware of Nath on that flank either. Oh, they are. Just as I say it, Caster's Curse. Shaiko manages to find him, Ranshiro onto Tyrant, and all of a sudden, just like that, M&M looked like they were going to do the business, but Shaiko with a double closes it out, and that's going to be BDS 3-0. This one is running away from M&M quickly.
It is, and off the back again of one big player, really. And that round there, it was... I think Nath, bless him, he played that out the way that anyone in that situation would do, that you expect to have a player on small bait window. But him holding that angle for the longest amount of time and only then making a move after about 60 seconds once Leakifat was long gone, he runs into the worst player possible, Shaiko, who finds him and then converts the final kill on Nello as well. It's another big round where, sure, it's not all down to Shaiko because Alem's got 2 kills very early on. But even with 2 players down, M&M still put up a really good fight in that round, I thought.
It certainly looked like their best round of the 3.
Yes.
is what I will say.
5 kills across 3 rounds, Tim. Come on.
Yeah, it ended 4 versus 1. You know, I don't know how much of a fight was there come the end, but certainly the first half of the round was much better from M&M. Nello controlled above very nicely. Didn't maybe have all the vertical holes he might have liked to be able to deal with Bride, for example, but still, yes, a good first half at least. But there's going to need to be a lot more where that comes from, is the reality. That's why I'm trying not to get too excited about M&M here, because you know, BDS still looked really head and shoulders in front in that round. As soon as they got themselves a couple of kills, it was just run away with from that point. So they're going to be attacking at this time up onto the top floor. We saw this back in round 2. BDS, as they have been throughout the rounds, were successful. It was the Shaiko 3k as he walked through sight and got the last couple. And M&M, they're going to need to hold on to, if they want to play underneath with the Nitros, they can't lose bodies underneath like they did last time.
I guess the one thing about it is that you're looking down to the Candelas once again coming along here. A lot of vertical holes being opened up. I really thought with the castle on side we'd see the full reinforcement coming down on towards like Cigar side. But by the looks of it, Nath has committed a couple of his castle barricades onto the downstairs as well to help out those playing in below. So you can clearly see for M&M, they want to play from below. They want to play with those 2 C4s they've got in back pocket, informed by the Valkyrie, to pick up some freebies onto the side of BDS. Now, BDS can read into that and adapt their plan, but from what they've got on side here, Tim, I'm just seeing this as being a big screaming sight hit with the Ying and the Lion on side, a couple of nades to soften them up, a few flashes to really help contribute to the party as well. To me, that doesn't sound like a team super well equipped to worry about going on a full roam clear.
No, normally I would completely agree with you, and if it hadn't have been for the last time we saw him attack this site and dump all the utility in and not follow it,
that's the problem.
you know, but normally speaking, yes, I would agree. Users, just watching those white stairs, Leakifak is roaming around underneath looking to see who he can pick up on that clearance. They might just want to pay a bit more attention to that flank, because Leakifak could cause a real problem at that point if given the opportunity. Shaiko thinking about getting down there to support as well, maybe. But yeah, M&M are committing to that hold from underneath, looking for the Nitro denial, so they're going to have to go in there and clear them realistically at BDS, unless they know they're there and they're happy to plant regardless. No, you got to win that, users.
Oh.
Going to be 4 versus 3 though, as Solotov manages to get a triple in the middle on the Valkyrie. Fantastic play, and really one of those turnaround moments that M&M needed at this point in time. 4 versus 2 now, and all of a sudden Bride and Ranshiro are really up against it. They've still got plenty of time, 1 minute 15 to work with, but they're going to have to start finding kills, and that's going to be the question that we need to answer next, is whether they're able to or not.
Onwards they march then. Let's just say everything's just kind of exploded out there, and so much off the back of Solotov on that march on through. Big 3 coming out. From there, it's trying to convert this round to get their first one on the board. We are having a couple of Discord issues, by the way, so we'll go on with it. And no, Tim, I wasn't speaking. I was just letting you and trusting that you'd take it. And I'm sure you will, given how excited you get. Smokes will come in. They're going to try and make this one work. No C4s in back pocket to play behind, mind you. And he won't get away with it as Tyrant has found his man. One comes back. M&M, they finally get that round on the board.
That was perfect timing. Just as you were telling me that you weren't speaking, you cut off again. So I just had to hope that you'd taken the end of the round, which you did.
How do they build that
How
synergy?
do they build that synergy? How do they know? M&M then managed to get themselves a round on the board. They're going to need to follow it with another couple, realistically. Attack does tend to be the better side of things on Cafe, but I think against BDS, whose map choice it is, who are going to be proficient here on the defence, they're going to really want a 3-3 half if they can here, M&M. But it's going to be a tall order. It's going to be a tough ask, because whilst they were able to shut down, it came on the back of a hero play. Solotov on the mid round, got a triple kill, and just really sort of cut that BDS defence, as the attack, sorry, in half. And it really gave M&M everything they needed to win the round. They can't rely on that happening every time, though.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But this really was the story of Club a little bit as well, was Solotov popping off for the first couple of rounds. Shaiko muted finally in that previous round and really kept quiet. I'm not saying that's really going to be the be-all, end-all for them, but there is that correlation there that when Shaiko is kept quiet, BDS really struggled to find some rounds. So let's see how this one plays out. Very similar setup to previous as well. Main difference here, which may suggest it was a mistake last time, is there isn't a reinforcement on the left side storage wall facing out towards piano side. Last time around, they accidentally reinforced it, I think, which one sort of hindered the black mirror that you can see here looking, the one towards the right. That's the one, thank you very much. That left one was reinforced off, so it hindered both mirror windows, really, and somewhat reduced their impact. This time round, they're completely soft, so now they should be able to see absolutely everything.
Going to be getting that reading room open really early, 30 seconds into the round, and that's just made M&M's life a lot more difficult, realistically, because it's going to really limit what they can do in and out of that site and the rotations, and that's going to allow them sort of in through laundry to move through all over the place. So definitely going to be restrictive and difficult for them. Just trying to take out that utility. I think that's been done, so the hop-in can be made silently at the point where it needs to be. 1 minute off the clock so far, 2 minutes left to go, and BDS are clearing out a lot of utility very well here.
Ready for Leak, in fact, working his way up as well. Good up gadgets through the softball, taken out as well. Starting his crawl across, and this has really been his role this entire game, has been to be making plays like this, getting into the back line and causing issues for BDS, whether it's for BDS, for M&M, sorry, getting off on the flank, for example, but a great response by Nave to sleuth across, help out Nello. It does mean the Fenrir is offline, which is a little bit of a stinger, but the damage really has been done. Leaky Fack is offline, and now all eyes undoubtedly turn towards Shaiko once more.
At 9-1 so far, he's been an absolute menace again here on Cafe. 15 kills it was on Clubhouse, but it wasn't enough to take the map. So, as we've said a couple of times, others on BDS needing to step up, and looking so far, Alem's on 2 and Shiro on 3. They just need that little bit more from them to take the pressure off that front line. Shaiko just dipping and diving at the minute, trying to get an angle, trying to get something, just a smell, a sniff of an enemy that he can make a challenge on. Naf's going to take an absolute ton of damage there, but Shaiko's going to be the dangerous one. Look at that. What a beautiful shot onto Users. Just finds him next to the pillar and hits shots almost around the corner as User steps back. But Tyrant does manage to find a Lems. 3 versus 3, 30 seconds left.
I did say all eyes turn to him, and Shaiko's got the right idea. He's hunting after Napier, who's dancing around on red. But Brede's getting in for a plant as well. Is there anyone to stop him here? He's got some cover coming in from Shaiko a little bit late. Will they see him through the vertical? No, they will not. He has got away with this one, and BDS once again in full control, Tim. Oh, man, freebie.
They just need to hold their angles now. It's so free for Shaiko as he hears Solotov above him, steps around, gets the kill. Tyrant, just, I think, a little bit of gamesmanship there. I'll open up, I'll make a bit of noise, I'll make them look in a different direction, I'll try the distraction. But BDS, they will not be distracted. They've got their eyes on the prize here on Cafe. It's 4-1 nowadays.
Yeah, I'll always say it, Tim. You know exactly what line's coming out of me next. Wait until we get to that second half. Not quite how I'd normally say it, but same message. Things can change massively once BDS get onto the defense. You'd hope not. This is a total turnaround, let's not forget as well, as it was actually on the attack back on Club where BDS really struggled. Here, though, they are absolutely flying. And one thing I will always say is, realistically, if a team is picking the map, they've got to be good at attacking it. In this meta, when things are generally more defender-leaning again, you've got to see that capability to pick a map and go, because we've got some strats, we've got ideas on how to attack this, we're ready to go. And really, teams do tend to fall apart a bit when it comes to the attack when they're going into a map they're not too familiar with. It's easy to defend a map that you don't know than it is to attack a map you don't know particularly well.
It's going to be Kitchen once again. We've seen this attack twice, round 1, round 3. BDS wins both times. They've had the answers to anything M&M have tried. They tried to sort of hold off site with a clash inside. That didn't work out for them in round 1. And then in round 3, they tried to hold on to it with a more vertical hold. But again, BDS were not thrown off by it and were able to get it done. It was certainly closer the second time around. Solotov just looking for a cheeky peek there to kick things off. He's not going to get any joy, I don't think, as very careful routes are being taken in towards the building.
Absolutely. Camera spotted out as well. It always feels like a risk when teams aren't running an IQ. Obviously here, BDS not being one of those teams, do want to make sure they've got the ability to find out those black eye cameras and shut them down. Been stung a couple of times throughout the first half where they have had everything bared open when it's come to a bar hit, for example, that Shaiko then just goes, I don't care if you can see me, I can still shoot you first. But it has worked against them, or at least helps M&M in a number of situations, so I'm glad that BDS are showing that respect.
The drones are raining around. Drones are going to be missed, so that will allow them to continue on. Again, something that M&M need to make sure that they're picking up, dealing with that information utility. Still 9 on side for BDS, so an absolute ton of information at their disposal. Leakerfac moving across, looking to take out any gadgets from above, signalling them to his teammates where he can't shoot them out himself, so at least they can be aware of the position and the potential impact. Going to use those soft breach charges now to get working on these verticals.
Indeed, they shall, and with a good amount of time as well here. Still, 100 seconds to play within the round. Doesn't feel like it's anything to scoff at. The only thing I'm nervous about is, again, remembering from Nello previously, got himself kind of caught in a corner and completely burned out by the Capitao on the side of BDS. This time around, he's got himself up on the counter, not wanting to get himself anywhere near the ground, as really the floor becomes lava once that play starts out. And also just making sure no flanks come on through. Gridlock tracks down and towards red stairs. Feels here like BDS is slowly starting to set up this net before they start thinking about the execute.
Yeah, very much the same hold as we saw last time back in round 1 from M&M, with the clash hold up in the corner and everybody else away from site now, just trying to hold from the outside in. But it's something that BDS dealt with very well last time, and they start to do it again as Alems, he gets the opener onto Solotov. We've got 45 seconds left to work with for the attackers. Plenty of time for BDS to get this done. They're just burning through that utility. There's one toxic babe canister left to come that hasn't been thrown by Tyrant yet, so the time keeps on ticking. But Shaco, he's going to need to win some fights down there in VIP.
Oh, the jump out from Nath as well. He's been so disruptive throughout this entire series. Shaco finds Nath there at the back. I don't think he meant to find Nath. He meant to find the player on the shield in Tyrant, but gets the man behind him as well. Could have been a collat lining up there. BDS, though, in a relatively good position, able to start thinking about this plan if they can get the player inside a bakery. He is the real headache inducer right now. Tyrant goes down. A 3v2 for BDS with only 5 seconds on the clock. They've got to make this plan happen. LMs gets inside a bunker, coming in through double door. Shaiko goes huge with yet another 3K. BDS, what a first half they've had, but again, Tim, I cannot get away from so much of it coming down to the presence of Shaiko and the shots that he is hitting.
Yeah, it certainly is, being a driving force round to round, but Renshiro's kill at the end of the round there can't be understated as well. That was so important because, of course, that last M&M player came in looking for the plant going down, sees Lem's head, and one bullet would have ended that round in the favour of M&M. That shot had to be hit by Renshiro at exactly the moment that it was. And so very well played there, BDS locking that one down. 5-1 on the defensive half. Sorry, on the attack. In half, they now move on to the defence, and they only need to find 2 successful rounds here. And M&M, they've got to be feeling a bit beaten up at the minute. They've used their tactical timeout. That was between round 3 and 4. They did win the following round, but they haven't been able to win any more since.
And Shaiko's got 27 kills across both of the 2 first halves of these first 2 maps. Just ludicrous. I know we're not looking like a map stat there, but to come out in your first 6 rounds and be at 27 kills is absolutely ludicrous. And I know we keep on saying his name, but it's just so hard not to when, yet again, he has more kills than I think than whole of his team combined. Yep, he's one ahead. Everyone else is on 13 collectively. And even here, he sits ahead of everyone else on the side of MNM too. It's just one-man army is the best summary I can really give to this one. Sure, everyone else is contributing, but it's Shaiko's world. Everyone else just exists within it.
Elems is going to pick up Nath on a spawn peak to kick things off. And Elems just starts going off, manages to find Nello as well, and that is not the start that M&M wanted. As I said, BDS only need 2 rounds to lock Cafe down. They're defending the top floor, which, you know, statistically isn't always one of the best. Elems manages to get 3. He won't get any more, but I think his job might be done there, Des.
Yeah, I think you can say job well done. Agent Elems, take your retirement, my good sir. 3 kills inside a piano. And I hate to say this, but it looks amateur from M&M as well, just giving him the constant 1v1s, constantly looking in towards the spawn peak as well. It rarely let him move his feet. There was no pressure on the man either as well, and he has all but shut them down in this round. Still a chance that they can work things out here with Uzus and Tyrant working their way through. 3 frag grenades on side, waiting for the swing to come on through. But Renshiro's hit his man first, goes for the second, hits the deck. And it's just Uzus left now against 3 on the side of BDS. Shaiko comes in because he definitely wants his kill in at least this round. Has found it. BDS move up to map point.
It's terrifying when you think, and as you say, you know, we don't necessarily want to keep going on about him, but he just makes it so difficult. That's 15 kills in both games now for Shaiko, which leaves us at 30 kills. And this one's only had 7 rounds. Like, that's ridiculous. This could be over in 8 rounds and he could be at 30 plus kills with one of the maps having fewer than 8 rounds. Generally, when you look at, you know, kill records and things, at least 1 or 2 of the maps will have had some overtime. You'll have had at least plenty of rounds to, you know, to rack those kills up. But he's just absolutely unstoppable at the minute.
It feels so easy for your analysis to just be, yeah, Shaiko go kill. That's how this is playing out. But it really is in a lot of these rounds. Yes, the last one came down to LMs, but that feels like the first time we've really celebrated the player on the side of BDS having a significant impact on the outcome of a round. But M&M, it is a very tall hill to climb now. They need 5 rounds in a row. They can't obviously win in regulation. The very least they can do is force overtime, but that is a very, very hard hill to climb.
Let's get into it then. It's going to be the action phase as BDS kick off what could be their final defense. It's going to be of Kitchen. Shaiko on the Solus is a terrifying prospect given how he's been playing so far. Leaker back on the Warden as well. They're going to want to keep him alive as long as possible. I'm looking over to Nath on the Capitao, bringing that smoke utility along. So they're definitely going to want to have that ability of the Warden to just flick the glasses on, see through that smoke. There's Tyrant as well with smoke canisters in hand. So it's definitely going to be a part of the push here. Nello likely moving in through that obscured vision if Leakafak isn't there to do something about it.
LM starting off again though. Shock horror. Had such a good time inside a piano that he thought it was worth going back for a second time. Not playing inside a piano here, but still getting that early kill off the rip. Less than 40 seconds into the round. It was a very different story last time around when they were the ones attacking with Brude on the Monty. He was, of course, playing on the Carly, found themselves with 2 kills very early into the round. Here he's really shutting down that possibility before M&M can get cooking.
At the minute, like you say, Lems, we've said a couple of times that BDS need some other players to, you know, take a little bit of the pressure to just step up and get those extra kills and push BDS over the line. I'm not convinced it's absolutely necessary when Shaiko's playing like he is, to be fair, but Uzus takes down Ranshiro. Lems, however, has really stepped up over the last couple of rounds, has had some really, really big moments. Going to take a lot of damage there, but does manage to escape with his life as Shaiko manages to get kill 31 for the night, 16 here on Cafe. And that leaves us now 4 versus 3 with the fear that you've got Shaiko looking for that flank through Small Bakery.
He's just going to be waiting here as well. Solotov sets one single step wrong, and he is a goner. Beautiful thing is, I think, you know, it's too easy. It is just too easy. Drops a donk on Solotov, 17-1 inside a single map. Might even make it 18-1 here. Finds his man, uses down to... No! The Pokeball comes out and gets the close, but not before he does go down to Uzus. At this point, it's just Shaiko's world, and we are all living in it. A massive 7-1 for BDS and 18 kills for Shaiko. Unreal.
I love how not even being shot can stop him getting kills. He literally gets killed and he's still still let go of the impact nade that is going to find that final one. 18 and 2 and 9 KD. It's difficult to talk about anything else in reality. BDS looking like a different team there on Cafe, absolutely dominating M&M, and what a message that sends ahead of map 3, which will be Skyscraper. There's more of this to come. How exciting.
I do keep on saying it as well, but comparing it just to the total kills on the other team, Shoko had the same number of kills as all 5 players on M&M combined. If you want to see what an amazing player looks like, look no further. The man seems to never stop working his magic. Well, M&M need a breather. I'm sure Shoko is ready to go again, but we also need one as well. Let's go to a quick break before we come back to the desk, and then Skyscraper awaits.
BDS beat M&M on Cafe, which means we get a 3-mapper semi-final, which is what we all want, right? My name's Ian. This is Fresh. That's the 3-time world champion, Fabian. And it was the Shoko show, right? Man dropped 18 kills, and it's a joy to watch.
Oh, it's incredible to watch him.
There's just no words for him, right? How good can a player be? Like, one individual. How can he be this good?
We didn't even need the post-map highlight. Just map MVP straight away. Into Shoko.
There doesn't need to be more than this. He is a one-man army.
But that being said, and I want to really give this man his props and his flowers, but the team around him did actually step up.
Yeah, I think that, that is definitely one change from today. Is that one change from the first map is that the team actually stepped up with BDS. It was very clear that they played M&M a couple of weeks ago in this map. They knew everything that M&M was going to do. It was just about whether BDS could turn upon their attacks, go through their processes, and enable, Shaiko. EPS 227, I think, is probably one of the highest EPSs we've ever had.
How good is Shaiko, Fab?
Just don't have words for it. He
Scary,
just walks
isn't it?
in and shoots people, and somehow every single fight he takes, he wins. And it's not even that it's those 50-50 engagements. He wins every engagement. It can be a 20-80 engagement. He still wins them.
He was speaking mirror windows. He was speaking stuff, and he's like, "There's no chance in hell he's ever winning this." And then bang, bang, there's 2 dead. And I said it a couple of weeks ago, actually, and I will say it again: is that if you want to improve as a fragger in this game, go to the website, download the VODs, download the match replay files, and watch everything from Shaiko's POV in terms of his movement, his pre-aiming, and he makes it look so effortless.
I feel like when you're that good and when you're that confident and consistent, it's like there's not an ounce of doubt in his body, right?
There probably isn't. I mean, you have the confidence because as an individual, he's just continuously putting these numbers up, and it's mind-blowing. It just shouldn't happen. And if we look at this map in comparison to the last one, this time we have 2 more players showing up. That's exactly what we had for M&M in the first map. They had 3 players that showed up. Now BDS had 3 players that showed up. And that's what we need to see. So I guess whichever 3 players decide to show up for one team that's going to win the next map. It's that simple. Maths.
On the flip side, Fresh, that is good maths. On the flip side, Fresh, we had a lack of adaptation from M&M. They haven't really changed anything from the last time they played here.
Yeah, so that's the thing, is these 2 teams played a couple of weeks ago on this map.
Yeah.
And M&M is still running exactly the same strats. Nothing has changed. Like, literally 0 in the defense has changed. Particularly the basement strat on the kitchen, where we're seeing Nello on the Clash, which I'm sure is a great strat, and I'm sure they practice it all the time in ranked. But they got beat a couple of times on it. They got beat a couple of times on it last week. But this time it was cleaner for BDS. It's like they'd seen it before. They were prepared for it. M&M didn't change absolutely anything. BDS knew exactly what they were going to do, almost at the right timings, and that's why it just looks so clean cut.
You think M&M practiced strats in ranked?
Did I say in ranked?
you never know. But the craziest part about that as well, about the ranked pracs, is that M&M actually won that round theoretically the last time they played it. However, they threw a 4-on-2 situation in the end of the round. They decided to peek everything and leave Nello in a, was it 1-on-1 or 2-on-1, and just basically be overwhelmed. So last time they played it, it actually worked. But the problem is, when you don't change up things and they get to see it again, they've already played against it once, they've theoretically lost that round, they know what they need to do the next time they pick it apart. They don't even need to analyze it, because you're good enough at this level to just realize this is what went wrong. We should do this differently in this way. M&M won't remember a round they won. Well, they will remember this one because they lost it, but technically they didn't. They will not remember, okay, this is what we did correctly and this is what our opponent did. Because even if they do remember it, BDS will change what they're doing. So it's much deeper than just looking at it not changing strats, because it's actually against the same team you played.
Obviously, M&M don't have the same sort of lineage and history with BDS that Wolves had. But there was that, that mental edge that BDS had over Wolves. Is there an argument here going into the third and final map that M&M knowingly have never beaten BDS in a best-of-3 situation? Do you think that could potentially play a part?
It might all add up into it. I think not necessarily in the context of we've never beaten them in a best-of-3 before, but maybe in the context of they've got the momentum. And you've got to remember that M&M have been trying to target Shaiko. 2 Iana bans now. 2 maps in a row, they've target banned him. In Cafe, they fully target banned him because they got rid of the Legion as well. And he's dropping insane numbers. Which means Shaiko currently has completely won the mental game against M&M. Add in, the context of the fact that they always struggle in best-of-3s, and the momentum that BDS are currently on is probably not looking too hot for M&M.
The conversation that they're going to have internally in M&M now, I know all too well, because all the teams that have been in pro play for a long time, they know when someone is having a life game, which is usually a normal game for Shaiko. It's just, they are sitting in TeamSpeak saying right now, guys, we're losing to 1 player. We just have to take 1 extra step and start beating him in duels, and then the game is over in our favor. So they're not going to be sitting there beating themselves up over losing this map. They know why they lost it, because they think it's a one-man show. Now they will try to shut him down, and we'll see how that goes, I guess.
And we're going to see it all unfold on Skyscraper, which sets us up for a real banger of an ending.
It really does. It's such a good map to watch as well. Both teams are really good on it.
Yeah, they are.
The juxtaposition of Skyscraper is actually quite interesting because BDS have won basically every Skyscraper they've played this year, apart from when it's against Wild. M&M not too hot on it, apart from the 2 times they've played at this stage, where they've won it in recent history. So M&M good in form, but have lost it every time they've played against BDS on Skyscraper, and BDS just love Skyscraper. So, but, you know, bad recent form.
Let's imagine, Fabian, you get a call right now, and the call says, "Hey, Fabian, how you doing? 3-time world champion. Come and coach my M&M team right now on how to stop Shaiko."
First of all, I'd pick up and say, I don't want to coach another team again, so you guys can solve that however you want.
Yeah, how happy you are on the desk. Is that it?
It's sort of work hours aren't really that fun. You know, yeah, G2 ruined me mentally. I'm completely done. So, yeah, I guess it's just, it's rough. It's rough out there. No, but what they have to do is just play off team play. They have to figure out where he is and try to overwhelm him. But even then, I don't even know if that's the answer. Try playing traps. I have no clue.
It almost feels impossible, but we're about to find out who is joining VP in our grand final tomorrow. We're not ready yet, I've just been told, so we've got more time to talk, which is an absolute joy for you, Fabian, because I know you love that. Yeah, we're not there, we're not there quite yet. But we talk about high stakes, right? Do you think there's any part of when you get into a situation like this, that safety net that is underneath you, that is that lower bracket final? And then underneath that fresh, you've of course got LCQ. I don't think any of the players in this game right now are even thinking about either of those scenarios.
I just don't think you can think about that at all because, you know, that's kind of, it's not playing to lose, but you're thinking about the future. If you're doing that, the game's already gone. I think for both sets of players, you're probably just thinking, the map in front, what do I need to do to achieve the best possible outcome? Like I've been saying for M&M, it's probably thinking, how do we deal with this guy? And for BDS, it's more, how do we enable this guy? It's suddenly just completely become the Shaiko show.
Yeah, I mean, Fab, we talk a lot about, and we have over the past couple of weeks here, about M&M's progression.
Yeah.
If they do beat BDS here in this final map, and they do book their spot at the Atlanta Major, how much of a statement win would that be, and how much more convinced would you be about this roster?
I don't know if I would be more convinced, because we've already been so convinced that they will be great. But at least it would be steps in the right direction. I still want to see way more consistency in the actual team play before I'll say, yeah, now M&M is going to be that team. I want to see much more consistency. One thing I think they have going for them is the 2 times they played well in group stages, it was on this map. I mean, they completely bullied Heroic. Heroic wasn't even allowed to enter the building, basically. And when they did, they completely froze because, well, M&M put up such a good defense. And against G2, honestly, they played a lot better than G2 did. So, in some way, I still believe that M&M has an opportunity here. But if Shaiko keeps doing what he's doing, who am I to tell him that he shouldn't win this game?
Well, it's time to find out who our second grand finalist will be. Let's get into this one. We're going to...
No, Ian. Or Ian. It's me, mine, and Fresh turn.
Yep.
Yeah, we've prepared this.
Come on, don't...
We have prepared this, and we're going to...
Be nice.
Yeah. We're going to throw it over to Baldy Boy and...
And the guy who's scared of reflective surfaces, Desert Tube.
Nice.
Well, at least it came for you too this time.
I mean... Fresh just... I'm not going to finish that. In fact, yeah, I am. Fresh can't come at all, don't worry about it. Inwards we go then to Skyscraper to end out this best of 3. And for those of you who are wondering, and in fact, you know what, first and foremost, an apology to the young chap in chat who earlier on was saying, oh, what's the best of 3 record after 2 rounds? I apologise, because we are now seriously in that conversation. The record
I'm
is...
genuinely asking that question. I'm like, I know that Nesk and Wrexham both have 49. I'm pretty sure that's the best of 3 record.
Correct. And Shaiko got 15 on Club and 18 on Cafe. 33
So
total. He needs 16 to meet and 17 to beat. And given how he's been playing so far, that doesn't feel like an impossibility, Tim.
Absolutely not. You look at it, he got 18. Like, you know, just do that. So, come on, Shaiko, just do that again. Just get another 18. But it's a map that he likes, the team likes. It could well facilitate him towards making a good run at it. We'll see as we go. You know, it's one of those things that I think it's just right place, right time. And, you know, those things happen. Whichever way, whether he does it, doesn't do it, it's a fantastic performance from Shaiko
It's
today
25
anyway.
kills with the Yana Open, the same.
You know, at the end of the day, He's had a fantastic performance. Whether he gets a record, whether he doesn't, it's it is what it is. Obviously, the only differentiator really is that Nesk did it on LAN. He did it at SI. Rexon's was online, I believe. So we've had it on both sides of the coin, but I don't think it'll even be on Shaiko's radar at the minute. He's just interested in one thing, and that's getting BDS qualified for Atlanta, which winning this game will do.
Ooh, okay, the Legion stays open. They've gifted that one to him. He shows his appreciation. Just gets to at least play one of his favourite two operators, apparently, but the Ana is still taken away from him. Not that it's having too much impact in this series. Onwards we march then with BDS starting on the attacking side here and M&M going on the defense. You saw the comments a second ago. Solitov, he can't wait to play hide and seek essentially with Leakyfac on this map, as it has really been the journey of chasing down Leakyfac, whether he's off on the room on the defense or whether he's lurking around on the nook on the attack. He has been a little bit of a nuisance. And I say a bit of a nuisance, I say his presence has been, but not so much the impact that he has had, unfortunately. That has been very, very quiet throughout the series. Here we go, though, Tim. Barbecue and Kitchen to kick things off.
Interesting start. I've often said the same thing about this. It's basically karaoke and tea, just with a few extra steps. So it's not necessarily the end of the world to go there first, because you just, in some ways, adding to the difficulty for the attackers. You're just giving them more work to do. But at the same time, you are, of course, spreading yourself a little bit thinner as defenders. So we're going to have a presence up on the top floor. We will have one or two on site as well. You've always got to be careful because there is an external window leading directly into kitchen. So if you leave it too light on site, you can find yourself with teams just sort of rushing to get in there quickly and hold lines of sight and keep you out. And you can only rely so far on the verticals essentially to be able to challenge back on in.
Already straight up at the window. Shaiko's got the right idea, sniffing around in exactly the right spot. I believe it's Nello waiting for him on just the other side, sat on that Legion. But I think as soon as he hears that R4C ringing away, so the G36C, he is out of dodge. He knows exactly who's knocking, and he knows exactly what the guaranteed outcome is if he gets into that firefight.
Nello going to be just roaming around as close to sight as he can be without being in there. As I say, you've got to be very, very careful on this site not to give too much of yourself up to those external views. We've got Breeder just looking to potentially push in towards the top of Black Stairs with the Monty, I think, just to help with that top floor clearance. Wanting to get control of Geisha particularly. That's going to be your key area, Geisha and Karaoke. Get that locked down and then you can start thinking about site. Shaiko just going to open up that. I got a little bit nervous then. I thought he was going to shoot Breeder in the back for a second.
Tim, do you know who you're talking about here?
Well, that's what I thought. I thought that doesn't seem right.
This is the new God Emperor, the improved version, the one that's arrived after the previous was retired.
Breeder did stand stock still, to be fair. I've got a terrible reputation on Monty.
Here we go.
For moving around and getting myself shot. Naif's going to get himself shot as Shaiko manages to find a headshot, but Tyrant returns the favour and manages to pick up the direct trade 4 versus 4.
I guarantee everyone watching is going to be groaning every time that Shaiko dies as well, because you just want to see him get the record at this point. And then you said it yourself with how quick the previous map was. It would just be absolute magic. Breeder, though, in a golden spot here to start making this one work. LM straight out there, bashing down this barricade. But guess who's here? Sees the gun come round the corner, and yet again, put straight back up. And Solitov, he's ready. He wants his man, but is not going to be given the chance. And this one feels a little bit hard-pressed when you're against the Monty. Almost manages to find his man, charges on through, puts him on his backside, and finds his man. Yuzu's here. He's on for a little bit of a mad one. Sees another at long range. There's one left standing. It's a Lems, but who's baiting this one out? Who's going to take the fight? Yuzu steps off, finds his man, but no! A Lems hits the shot first, and BDS take round 1.
And this is why we were saying that BDS needed that other player to come online, whether it was Lems, Leakyfac, Renshiro, whoever it was. We wouldn't expect it too much of Breeder. He's capable of it, but he's doing other things. But Lems, over the back end of Cafe, has really built a bit of confidence and he's carried it into Skyscraper with him. And if he continues soaring high like that, it's going to be a real danger for M&M, because you might take Shaiko out, but you're still going to have a big problem. Lems 2-0, important double kill, gets round 1 done for BDS.
But love, by the way, just flagged up as a notification. Brash, I think, once said something like, Spoit is just best player in the world. Alamal's come in with a quote tweet and dropped a screenshot of quad kill Shaiko. Like, we need to have this conversation now. And it is really hard to when you think about it. Obviously, Spoit really set the world alight last year, and Shaiko has just kind of always been that ever-present figure that we've seen so many times just pop off and absolutely fly. But, and I've said it twice so far this series, I do feel it's going to take a bit of a team effort to get them through Sky.
For me, it's so difficult when you get into the argument of top player, like,
yeah,
you know, to actually crown one person, because each has, you know, their own unique way of doing things. Like Nesk, I've always said it's his positioning and, you know, how little he moves, and it's just the, you know, his level of anticipation is just ridiculous. I'd say the same for Shaiko, but just his pure mechanical skill for Shaiko and how effortless he makes those flicks look, and the accuracy that he will hit headshots with is just unreal, and he's free firing as well, particularly. You know, I look at somebody like Spoit, and Spoit for me it's the way that he knows what people are going to do before they do. It's his, you know, anticipation, but in a different way. Nesk is about positioning. Spoit he just plays people. You know, our wonderful colleague Lynx did a video, I don't know if you saw it the other day, and it was all about Spoit's positioning and his movement around the map. And, you know, granted it was in a show match, but still, it's just the level of thought and things he'd done at the beginning of the round that were then useful 2.5 minutes later at the end of the round and stuff. It's so difficult a discussion to definitively have, really.
Too many factors weighing into it. Well, with this round, we're almost approximately halfway through. So getting to the point now where you're going to start seeing some firefights kicking off. You've seen already a couple of players get close with the longer angles they've held out, but BDS yet really to set a foot inside the building. Shaiko's positioned entirely by himself up on that north balcony whilst the rest of the team get to work. Something we're very used to seeing from BDS's style is basically leaving Shaiko on the Yana alone to go and do whatever he needs to do elsewhere around the map, and he can really make a lot of space being given the right opportunity. It's leak of that to start though, uses falls.
Not a good start for M&M. They'd need to make sure that they're getting themselves into those entry battles a bit more positively, because on Skyscraper, losing that man count advantage is going to just put you under more and more pressure. It does anywhere, but Skyscraper is going to become really tough to start holding on, because you're trying to hold on to that entirety of the top floor, essentially. And, you know, losing 1 or 2 men along the way is making it very, very difficult. This could be a nade from below unless those feet move. They do just enough. Nello takes half damage there, and I think he's lucky to get away with that as Solotov picks up Brede.
A little bit missed time by Nello, but they managed to find the kill regardless. It could have been a quick 2k for Brede if he'd managed to swing on towards Nello, assuming he won the first firefight, but they walk away with the kill, and that is the important part. Now, realistically, the rest of them have got to start making an appearance here and making something happen. Shaiko wants to take matters into his own hands, starts his march on forward, has already got inside a shrine, and is now looking down towards Drum, bearing in towards sight. He's just crawled his way forwards here. No idea there's a player. Off towards his left, sees the gun, swings for the man, can't quite find him. It's a shotgun in hand, and Nate strikes true. Finds what he needs, just one left alive. Tyrant with the shutdown. M&M answer back. It's one apiece.
Much better than M&M. They needed that. They didn't want to be getting themselves too far behind. Let's not forget Cafe that we've just seen behind us, and they didn't want to find themselves in a similar position. It was a 5-1 start to that map for them, and very, very difficult to fight their way back in. There was little could do in the second half, so that's going to send us into round 3 all square. We knew that if it came to Skyscraper, this was going to be back and forth. This was going to be the deciding map that everybody wanted. Both of the teams are good here. Both of the teams know what the score is and how to win, and it is just going to come down to who is better on the day. We've had 1 successful attack, 1 successful defense, and M&M, they move across to the office side of the map.
They do play that rotation a little bit differently, starting Barbecue Kitchen off towards the east side, the west side, now out towards the east side, just dancing all around. And then imagine we'll see a repeat of those same 3 sites again as we get into that second quarter of the game. You can divide it up into quarters if you want. Often see teams playing the same 3-site rotation. I don't expect M&M to be much different. But here, really digging in behind the mirror window, the mirror windows, mainly because on this site you don't see too many places to play it. You'll normally see one if you want to play it that way, looking from out towards terrace side, down more in towards the double breach. But here I imagine you're going to see one station instead out towards the west side of the map as well, and looking to do a bit of work, holding things up out towards Karaoke and T.
Nello.
I didn't actually know what the... this is where I meant, by the way. I was like, what's the call out for this room? And I was like, I've never called out this room. Lounge.
Right, okay, I understand what you mean now. Yeah,
it's just what is that room called?
It's just that sort of space. But if you say small bar,
in between two of the rooms.
Yeah, just small bar gives a very specific area of it. Breeder is going to be able to open up the angle into VIP. Just going to open up that little wall there with the hard breach charge of the Monte. Just keep charging back and forward. He's on the drones for the time being, but whether he's on drone or not, you'd expect the Monty to be feeding that information in. M&M looking pretty good at the minute. They're a minute into the round. They've got themselves Shrine and Drum still in their possession. BDS haven't been able to move across yet from the Karaoke and T side. Solotov is going to shut down Leaker Fak as well. That's going to be the buck taken out. So not a bad start from M&M at all. Definitely taking the sting out of what looked like a rapidly moving BDS in round one.
Look, we're getting a little bit cheeky there, but I spoke about this second mirror window being used out towards Karaoke and T. I forget which game it was we cast last week, but we saw this exact setup coming through, and teams were just completely pushed back by castle barricades, by mirror windows. They were stuck entirely on the west side of the map, so you can see some of the frustration coming in here again, doing what they can to get rid of Breeder, but he's already calling a little bit of support from Renshiro as well. All eyes on the Monty, and he strikes true. Down comes Shaiko, shot in the backside. Simply can't make it happen on this map, and M&M in this round are in more control, but there is still a Monty on side for BDS.
Definitely a possibility, but it's going to be Renshiro, realistically, who needs to be finding the kills. Takes a few pot shots at one, but can't find the death of Solotov. Just takes a tickle of damage instead. Opens up a long angle for himself. Breeder is going to come in and may be able to just push things around a little bit and create a bit of movement. Renshiro, unfortunate timing there. Just dips away from the angle that he's been holding for so long, as Breeder is going to move along now. Oh, manages to get the hipfire headshot onto Solotov.
No! That is filthy!
I'm not having this.
I got nerve! That's ludicrous! Okay, he gets away with it. He's down to a slither of HP. He's had so many impacts thrown at his feet that one finally must finish him off, and Usus gets away with it. If Renshiro closes this round out now, this is absolutely ludicrous. One more to his left. Has got to be mindful of inside of sight. They can get a good pinch onto him. Nello does finally get the shutdown, but that would have been the filthiest round win in the world if they got away with that.
Nice play from M&M at the end of things there. Just nice and patient. They had Renshiro pushing them along with the Monte. They knew exactly what they needed to do. Kept themselves a nice crossfire. One dips to terrace, one stays in office. Very, very difficult at that point for BDS to push them in. The one in office just using that reinforcement to keep himself safe from exhibition side. Really well played from M&M. Just very, very solid, where BDS have been sort of reliant on getting those kills, winning those gunfights. Feel like M&M are just sort of playing a different kind of game here. And if they've got themselves locked into that zone of patience and, making the right decisions, staying ice cool and not being dragged into peaks and battles that you don't need to take, it could become difficult for BDS, because, of course, where they're hitting shots and finding kills, that's starting to slow down. And it's slowing down because M&M aren't taking the fights.
It's one thing I will give to M&M especially, Cafe aside, you look back at Club, when they were defending on things like the downstairs, they looked so comfortable in the positions they were playing. They trusted each other. They had crossfires set up everywhere. And for BDS, it was like stepping into a death zone. As soon as you set 1 foot wrong, you had two players gunning you down. It was so frustrating to play into. And that last round had a similar feeling all around Shrine, around Exhibition and T. That mirror window that you place inside of T itself is just so oppressive to play into. That all aside, we're back into that same three-site rotation again, starting down in Barbecue and Kitchen. Imagine we'll then go up towards Karaoke and Tea in the round after.
Nello once again, just on the roam around, hoping to take out the bulletproof cam with the impact nade, as it has been captured. The first one doesn't do it, but the second one will catch its man. It will do the trick. So that's just going to reduce the info that will have been coming in there. The Bravo drone is still seeing the same thing for the time being, but gets taken down as well. Nello just, again, same position, just roaming around restaurant, looking to see if he can pick himself up a tasty morsel, but nothing to be found yet.
Now, looks like Lebs is trying to cook him a little bit here as well, just waiting on towards Black Stairs and hoping that he'd retreat back upstairs from there and try and play the vertical angle, but Nello simply isn't biting so far. But nothing free being him to the side of BDS. Again, M&M just happy happy to play in their positions, waste a little bit of time here, force BDS to, as we've seen a couple of times, burn maybe more utility than they'd like to, just trying to get a little bit of map control, not even looking in towards the site itself. Verticals here, a threat towards Breeder, but they're going to have to march over them at some point and start their walk on forwards. Yet another shield is there to greet them as Usus is sat waiting with that dread mine just above, daring Breeder to step forward.
Shaiko, long angle again, just a little bit late on his shot, and it's Solotov who's actually going to pick up the opener, this time onto Alems. Renshiro to find users. Tyrant taking a ton of damage as well, found his second kill. Tyrant still low health. Nello levels things up 3 versus 3, and we're going to have this war continue around T-Room.
It's another really good round there where they've used the Monty as the bait, you know, draw all eyes in, draw, look down, look down, look down, look down, look down, look down, finally finds Tyrant as well. Shaiko will get his man, and that's it, top floor is clear, the rest of them are backed away, but Black Stairs could be a threat as Nath. He's so slippery in this series. We've seen it time and time again. He could get an easy couple of kills here if BDS play this wrong, and I think they're going to find themselves out here, Tim. They've found one. It's a 3k for Renshi in the round, but Brede is on his feet, and with the Monty in the 1v1, not even a 1v1, a 2v1 here, things are looking a bit dire for Nath.
Manages to find a few shots though as he comes around the corner. The diffuser is going to be planted. That just made things an awful lot worse because Brede can just extend that shield now and sit and wait. And I'm wondering why it's not in front of him. Why is he taking these challenges? All he needs to do is sit back and feed the information back in. Renshiro, low health, does get taken out, but this should still be very, very difficult for Nath to win up against that big shieldy boy, as Brede isn't going to have a choice but to push in. Finds his man. Final kill. BDS level things up 2-2.
Nath almost got into a spot to take that gunfight at the very end there as well. Nasty little shot that he hit onto Renshiro, but BDS, they just hold on there towards the end. Really good little scrap across that top floor again. I love the hold that was coming out of M&M, but fundamentally just punished out by BDS as they sent more players marching ever westward and just picking them off one by one. Great round from both teams, really. Karaoke and T, we go to them for round 5.
This is absolutely anybody's at the minute, and it is turning into a fantastic finish to what has been a little bit of a roller coaster ride, especially I think for the BDS fans. M&M have been reasonably consistent throughout. They just struggled at times where BDS have turned it on effectively, but you know, BDS have certainly been a little bit of a light switch team on and off, and you don't know which one you're going to get. Right now though, this is evenly matched, just going head to head and wailing on each other. We're going to go back to Karaoke T. We saw this in round 2. It was the first defensive site that M&M were able to get locked down and won. So they're going to head there again for round 5. I think we'll probably then see them follow into office. They'll be hoping for a 4-2 finish.
Feels a bit mad to have a like calmer map after how the last 2 have gone, doesn't it?
Well,
Everyone
a little bit
involved,
more time to think, yeah.
Yeah, 4 players M&M with 4 kills, for example. A good spread across BDS as well. Like, it's all things equal kind of game. I mean, quite literally in terms of the scoreline as well.
Shaiko not on 25 kills already.
How dare he, inside 4 rounds, not be on 33 kills? Prime.
Shaiko is going to get those air jabs out just to prevent any run-outs coming out, so he can work from this balcony for the time being. There is somebody inside a shrine, so definitely needs to be careful. I don't know if he's just baiting that a little bit and hoping that Tyrant might just take himself on a little detour out of the window, giving him a freebie. Renshiro does get himself quickly into office. He's obviously feeling a little bit of confidence. He's got 6 kills on the board so far, and he's moving quite quickly across that top floor on the sledge.
Yeah, Shaiko in a pretty thankless position overall, I think, as well. You're either pushing blind in towards a single doorway or vaulting in through a window. Yeah, you're really exposing yourself, and really what he's waiting for is the rest of his team to unlock other parts of the map, so then he can start his move on forwards. So really here you want to see the rest of BDS creep their way forwards, as Likipak is doing here. Shaiko being a good teammate, set on the drones for his team as well. You'll see him explode into action later on, but really it's about that drum control, it's about shrine control, and then really looking to open things up.
Just going to have the keeper barricades deployed just to, again, create a little bit of disruption. Just prevent the Shaiko push into the top of Black Stairs. Smart move from him. Sends a flashbang in behind before punching it out. Obviously knew that his feet could be seen, etc. So just needed to be cautious that he wasn't going to be peaked at the same time, but clears out the keeper barricade. Ooh, I think the drone there just picking up the Fenrir of users as he was moving back in. Shaiko able to get in and out, take out a little bit of utility, a goo mine, and one of those FNAT mines as well. So that leaves us with a minute left on the clock and a bit of a stalemate between these two teams here in round 5. No early comings together. It's certainly getting a bit more cautious from both.
It's happened a few times throughout the series. Those who Users just found him. I think maybe identified that he'd been seen by the drone. Just shifted himself half a meter to the left, hit the deck, and was ready for Shaiko to come charging on through. What a change in fortunes this is, though, with him sat at 2 and 5, Tim.
Yeah, very different to what we've seen. But as you've said, other members of BDS stepping up in his place. Alems being one of them, does manage to get one. Renshiro taken down at close range. Tyrant just can't quite find the bullets to take down Brede. He's low health, but he's still able to open up that gold bars wall. 20 seconds left to go.
Absolutely, this is the thing for BDS. So they've stalled out in round ends a few times. We saw it back on Club, where they were kind of having to Hail Mary their way through, and that's exactly what Brede has got to do against 3 players. 10 seconds on the clock. His goose is cooked, and this round is over, Tim.
Absolutely. It was just a matter of time. He was trying to bait that push out to take the fight, but I think he had about 5 HP left on the board. Sneeze would have probably taken him down, let alone a bullet, so that was going to be short-lived at best. BDS then, they lose round 5, and it's going to be M&M taking themselves on to 3-2. If they could get themselves, as I said, that 4-2 scoreline coming into the second half, they give themselves every opportunity to get themselves qualified here and now tonight for Atlanta.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
It's one of those where I'm thinking that second half could be so decisive in how this game plays out. We said it all throughout the series. It's a game of 2 halves. Cafe, it proved to just be 1 half. BDS's half, realistically. Club definitely having the variety, though, that we expected to see. I'm just nervous for M&M really going into that second half. Onto the attacking side, definitely in a bad spot to be in, but if this proves to be Shaiko's playground, once again, we're having a very different conversation in just a few rounds' time. But here we go to close things out. It's going to be out towards this east side of the map once again. We're going to be seeing how BDS can work their way through M&M's defense. Instead, I've clocked it a few times. BDS have stalled out. Whether it's been down to a lack of information, it's just really seeing them get a bit lethargic towards the end of a round and really get punished for it. This is why I think they've started defaulting to the Monty more and more. We saw it a couple of times earlier in the series, whereas now it's become really a mainstay of their attacks in the second half, because where they're unable to really step forward due to a lack of information or a lack of confidence, Monty makes up for that. He's that kind of tip of the spear, the blunt instrument that lets you just take space really without too much risk, as long as you're not walking into a C4 from below or stepping over 10,000 goo mines. It does open up a lot of options for you. And here, he's going to double up with Shaiko on their march through in towards Blackside. We've already seen this once before. And here, Likafak has finally made himself known. Solosov joked about having to do this dance with him. Likafak's been quiet so far, but that is a good opener onto the Solus.
Talking about the Monty as well, obviously one of the big counters there is those impact grenades. There was 5 on side, 2 of those have just gone, so that leaves us with only 3 remaining, 40% lost just like that with that opening death. Nello is going to be the important operator left. For those who don't know, Clash's electricity will damage Brede even through the extended shield, so a Clash coming up against a Monty should always be a win for the Clash, essentially, but Nello needs to stay alive. Likafak gets a second on the round, takes down Nathan, heads up drum stairs.
All you need sometimes. You saw it from the lens back on Cafe. It's the same story here for Likafak. 1 round, getting 2, 3 kills can be enough to get that critical point on the board that you so sorely need, even when he's been really quiet throughout this series. And just to kind of point out a real funny total opposite kind of contrast compared to previous maps, Shaiko now has the fewest kills on his team, which is a balmy thing to say.
Likafak's just going to hold his position. I think he knows that there's one underneath, but Tyrant has actually made his way round to Likafak's left. Likafak does hear the nitro being thrown, but can't quite get there quickly enough. He's waiting for the man. That's a smart move. Look at that from Likafak. Does take a chip of damage from Tyrant, but not enough. Tyrant goes in for a fight, almost loses it. Is likely to lose his life there. Likafak comes in from underneath with a nade, flashed out, full white. That's going to be the end of it, but beautiful play from Likafak. 3 kills on the round, and a real solid performance from him there to bring BDS to 3-3.
really being that thorn in their side that entire round as well. Just a couple of kills found in isolation, really putting the nut to good use there. Just M&M's absolute nightmare. I think finding those 3 rounds, this could really prove to be a shutdown if BDS can now just roll through these next few rounds and get everything done and dusted. We're going to start on Karaoke and T. We are unsurprisingly going to see that Solus on side as we see BDS try to choke out that information game from M&M.
Yeah, such an important round, this one. I think it's going to set the tone for the remainder of this game. If BDS come in and get a really solid defence here and then can go across to Office and do the same again, 5-3 up, looking good on the defence, you think, yeah, a 4-2 half is, very possible for them. And it puts them on the front foot. Whereas if M&M can just disrupt things a little bit, take that first attack, they don't need to win every single attack here, but they do need to send a message that they're not allowing BDS to get entrenched, to allow them to get comfortable, whereby they've got to start digging themselves out of trouble. So very big round coming up. It's going to be Karaoke and T that M&M are attacking onto. They've got the Flores, they've got the Lion, they've got quite a different lineup to the one that we saw out of BDS. No shield to push in behind, no Nomad to prevent those jump outs, prevent that aggression, no claymores. So it's going to be a little bit of a different story from M&M.
Yeah, more playing in behind the utility here, I think, with the Flores on side, a couple of nades in Solly's back pocket to go fishing from below as well. Double hard breach. Just screams to me a bit more of an air quotes conventional round of Siege in the way that they want to play this one out. But as said, Alems wants to be that one, fishing around the map, taking information away and really trying to slow M&M down. So as long as he's not getting himself isolated by members of M&M and punished for it, he could be a real big factor in this round, in my opinion.
Solotov going to be heading up towards Geisha to transport the push in from that side. We've got Nello. This is further down, so it's going to be Nello looking to get the Geisha wall open. Just conscious of a jump out, interestingly, considering there's no claymores and no air jabs. That's something that could have been dealt with. And if we get to a point where M&M are struggling for time, you've got to start asking, how much time was spent worrying about those jump outs, about that possible aggression. Nello going to go on the upside down. He's going to be supported by the upside down rappel whilst he gets that Geisha wall open. But again, just not really wanting to stay on this balcony at all.
No, you leave that for Solotov, I think, who's been playing on the rappel. He'll be in a spot to start getting some work done over that side. Now the wall's opened up, he can really work it entirely alone. You got Tyrant on the other side of the map, basically playing where we saw Shaiko playing for most of the half, in a spot to try and remove some utility away. But there is a fair chunk of utility to get through. That shield is not going to be easy to unseat. And there's Shaiko finding Solotov. That is the threat now around Geisha, completely removed for M&M. They may well have to move a player over to that spot to take over Solotov's previous duties.
Yeah, that's a good start from BDS. Leakback's going to get caught out, though. Nerf manages to level things up. 4 versus 4, a minute left to go. Still taking down that utility. Default cam and prox alarm going to be shot out. Users just holding the angle through into drum for the time being, but M&M, they need to get pushing forward here. 50 seconds left to go. They haven't dealt with everybody on the underneath, so there is still the potential of disruption from below when it comes to BDS's defense as well. Shaiko's actually going to drop down the hatch. He's going to join Alems, who's downstairs, before moving back up the black stairs.
I was going to say, I don't think he meant to drop down there, but really had no choice, and he realised that he'd already sort of committed to that drop. He's now going to move himself back up and look to, again, keep contesting through Geisha, because once Solotov's gone down, you assume that M&M might rotate someone over, but they've realised they haven't really got time here and don't have the option. Alems still being an absolute nightmare. I mentioned if you could get pinched out, this could be a really good round for M&M, but they haven't been able to shut him down. They know where he is, but there's only 10 seconds left on the clock here, Tim. M&M are done.
That's the big problem. Alems has done a fantastic job underneath. If you look at the drones for M&M, they've only got 3 left. It's now a case of mopping up. Shaiko gets the final. Renshiro got one as well. BDS looking very comfortable on the defense there because of M&M's failure to deal with the Solus underneath. They lost 7 drones throughout that round. They only had 3 remaining. They weren't able to use the E1D scans effectively, and ultimately Alems did them some serious damage from underneath with winning the fight that he did and then just holding up the whole round. They were just not able to confidently deal with him. If that continues and BDS get themselves up to 5-3, then I would start worrying for M&M.
I mean, largely for M&M, their team play in that round ended at getting control of Geisha, right? Once Nello had got the wall opened up, they left Solotov entirely by himself, and 20 seconds later, he's dead. No one's then being moved over to replace, and the other 3 are all off trying to chase ghosts around the map, trying to hunt down Leak, in fact, trying to hunt down Alems, but really, as we saw, only managing to do that with 10 seconds left on the clock. We had Tyrant trying to do some work on the balcony to the north entirely by himself, trying to send those Roteros in to get rid of shields, soften things up for them, but even that was largely ineffective. So M&M trying to achieve a bit too much there in too small a number of players in a given area of the map, because as soon as they lost Solotov, that whole area really was free for BDS to make use of defensively and put their attention elsewhere. So need a bit more focus from them, a little bit more togetherness, and hopefully we see a different outcome for them in this round.
BDS then going to be, as predicted, moving over to Office. Lukafak is going to drop himself down underneath again. We saw Lukafak on the roam last time. Does have the shotgun Nitro in hand as well, so perfect player to be playing underneath. Just able to create himself a little bit of a rotation, allow some movement through from bathroom into master without having to go through closet and past the window of peril, as it would be with anybody on that rappel or that balcony. They would, of course, be watching that area. So users for the time being just making sure Gage is clear. They can go in and take that area, but reinforced off between there and Drum is going to mean that they either have to blow that wall open or they have to move through the single doors.
I think it's a real risk if you were to try and get the Maverick over as well, for example, to help get rid of the mute jammer that's inevitably at the bottom of it, because you just give a wonderful line of sight to anyone playing inside a terrace, anyone playing around Drum, to just shoot your feet out as soon as you're done opening up that part of the wall. So probably going to have to go around the long way here, work their way through box, which means checking out that this entire side of the map is clear. That's why Tyrant has been called up black to come and help them out, make sure things are clear as they've now done, and then can step themselves away. Now you should have the ace in spot to get things opened up. Very nice. M&M playing as a team here to make sure the map is clear, and just to keep that player, Shaiko, who was sat inside a terrace at bay and not able to chip away at the Maverick's feet.
Nerf lucky there, takes a little bit of damage out of the window from Terrace, but is going to keep his life. As you say, I think M&M actually playing really well here in this round. Teamwork and also moving quickly. It was 1 minute 45 left on the clock when they were opening that wall through to Drum and just forcing Shaiko away. So they have made reasonably quick progress. They've got a nice line of sight now on Solotov, just looking in towards the keeper barricade. Going to be a saving grace for BDS there. Managed to just keep a man in the action. Coming up towards the minute remaining mark then, and BDS, they're just bunkering down here, Des. They're just waiting for the storm that's going to come from M&M.
The thing is, they've wasted 2 minutes here, really, without barely anyone on M&M looking at sight. So this has been a really good roam by BDS. It's not been massive. The most they held was Terrace, but the utility has done all the work for them. It's put problem before problem ahead of M&M, and now they're starting to chew through Nello's utility as well. They've still got at least one impact in back pocket here to deal with the next exothermic, but they're fighting with a C4. That wall may just stay closed here. Sure, users come in and use a Selma on it, but it's not going to get the full thing opened up, and they can't get past this mirror window.
I think given the point in the round as well, with bodies dropping, Shaiko picking one up and hungry for more, takes down users, looking for the man inside a Drum, finding the man inside a Drum. Solotov down Renshiro onto Tyrant, and all of a sudden M&M could be facing down a flawless round here. Nath, he knows that there's nothing really to be done. 1 versus 5, he's going to hop away, just keep himself alive. He's not going to give BDS the pleasure of a flawless round.
The thing is, Tim, this round played out really differently to the previous, but still with the same outcome. They actually played as a team here, as we commented, and they're clear towards Karaoke and T. It was a good read that it wasn't safe to just go and open up that single geisha wall, because otherwise Shaiko would have had the Maverick's feet, and that wall would have 100% been staying closed. But even with the full cover round, getting themselves in towards Terrace, I commented on it at the time, without really having to set foot in Karaoke and T, BDS wasted 2 minutes of M&M's time. And when it came around to actually trying to push in, what were they trying to do? They used a little Maverick hole to unjam the wall, and then had Nello trying his very best, bless him, to get the single lounge wall opened up. But even then, had no hope of doing that. Too many players were committed in towards the west. He had no assistance trying to get the main breach opened up because it was impactable, and BDS just had that one written out, scripted from start to finish. M&M for me didn't even look close, and I'm not surprised they're taking a timeout so soon, because their attacks are completely faltering here on Skyscraper.
No, it was a shame after the first half of the round as well, as you say. They sort of made that progress early on, and then poof, there came the stall. We'll see if that's something that they can deal with the timeout. We know that M&M do generally have pretty effective use of their timeouts. We saw them back on, I think it was Cafe. They took the timeout. They did win the following round. They didn't win much thereafter, but they do tend to be able to, recognise the issues that they're dealing with and to course correct during those. Now then, we've got a Caveira pick. That is...
okay.
That's interesting, coming out of BDS. Obviously, the Caveira we really wouldn't see too much at this level. Should be easily dealt with. Once we get out of the replay, we'll have a look at the lineup. We've just got some wonderful shots there, slow motion of Shaco doing Shaco things. But the Caveira, it's coupled with a mute. It's not coupled with a Solus. Basically, my point with Caveira is you really need to keep her off the radar, because as soon as MNM can pick Caveira up on drones, she should be easily dealt with. You send 2 people into Challenger, you challenge at range because her gun is not good at distance, and you should be coming away with the kill as soon as you identify where that Caveira is. So to deal with that and to help on the defense, you get as many drones killed as you can. Really as much of a blackout on the map as you can create is Caveira's wheelhouse, essentially. That's where she's going to operate the best. They have got rid of 2 drones. It's not really enough for me to make effective use here. Leakafac's going to have to do some real work to deal effectively with this round.
I mean, his whole job, this whole game has been being the rat, right? Whether on attacking side or not, whether it's here playing on the defense, it's just been his whole thing. It has been trying to be disruptive. It hasn't been wildly successful, but if he gets that 1 kill, just the 1, even the interrogation coming out, he's already done more than enough damage. And for MNM, who've looked a little bit again slow, like they haven't really been in full control of these rounds, he could put a real dent in their plans.
At this level, I will say, it should be easily dealt with by MNM, but it is going to be reliant on finding and chasing down Leakafac. I think Tyrant knows that the Caveira is up above. Just needs some assistance, just needs a second push. It needs somebody coming in from the office side to force Leakafac to make a move or die, and that's basically you flush Caveira into another teammate, and that's how you deal with a Caveira. Now then, Solitov just going to be using those angles, trying to find a little reverse shot if possible. Tyrant needs to be careful heading up here. The Caveira is just off to the left, does try to make the shots, hits 1, but the damage on the pistol is just such a low amount at that drop-off distance. But what? How does Leakafac get away with it? Already had the hatch open. MNM cannot allow this. Tyrant cannot be going hunting a Caveira solo.
I mean, you had the drone with him as well, so they knew what was going on, but Tyrant just didn't seem to respect that the hatch could have been opened. Clearly had no idea the drop was coming on through and has paid the price for it. Leakafac's still in a great spot here. And my God, wouldn't it just be poetry to see a Caveira hunt down a Nook or vice versa?
Meanwhile, as they now try to deal with this operator, look at what happens elsewhere. If anything, the Caveira's being backed up by teammates rather than the other way around, which is how it should be. Nif is going to take a serious amount of damage as well. The wheels are coming off for MNM here. Not only are they going to face map point, they're going to face series point. They're going to find themselves dropping down to the lower bracket, and BDS will be the ones to qualify. If this continues, they're going to need 1 more round. Nello just trying to get anything going, checks those vertical angles, just gives the diffuser a tickle, just trying to bait somebody out with 15 seconds left to go though. BDS, they know that they don't need to peek this.
They absolutely don't know, but Rishiro's found the angle regardless, found his man for free, and again, the woes for MNM on this attacking side just continue, can't seem to break through this BDS setup, and they are steaming ahead to a win. Unfortunately, no kill record to be broken, unless MNM can start a real heroic comeback here. It's still 8 kills for Shaco to meet the record, 9 to break.
Yeah, as you say, looking more and more unlikely as we go on. But I'm not sure we're going to have much more than 1 round left here. We are going to Karaoke and T for BDS. They've been able to win the full 3-site rotation on defense, and we said that this is a good map for both teams, and, we'll stand by that. MNM are very capable on this map, but I think BDS just showing that they've gone to another level with it. On the defense, they're just displaying a real mastery of it now. Just Leakafac's effortless play with the Caveira. They're able to move around through the hatch. I think, as I said, that's a little bit of a mistake on MNM's part, particularly with timing there. Solitov on the knock was kind of in the area, but Tyrant and Solotov have to work together in that position. You've got to create for Caveira unwinnable situations. You've got to give her a choice. You know, I can maybe take a life here at best, but I am giving my own up for it. You cannot have her getting a kill and just escaping away and disappearing into the map again, because guess what? The whole process starts over. So M&M just a little bit shaken for me. I think, you know, they know how to deal with the Caveira. They've not done it fantastically well. They're definitely going to have to do a bit more here in round 10.
They look a little bit desynced is the way that I'd summarise it, right? Because
exactly
really,
that.
Solotov swinging around 5-10 seconds after Tyrant's already gone down. That's the kind of call, like, okay, she's upstairs. Where can she go after this? She can drop Pat, she can go terrace, or she can win the gunfight and push towards Dragon, for example. Those are the options that she had. The team can look to deny that away, but it was isolated play. Sure, there was a drone at his feet, the Tyrant, which is nice and all, but really you want guns up, looking to take that firefight early on, but no one had the ability to be there. And it's that, again, desync coming out from M&M that cost them in the early phases of that round. That's really got to improve here. It is their last chance to get things right. Already User's down to about half HP.
Yep, User's taking a lot of damage there. We're going to have to keep a barricade coming just to block up that kitchen window as well. Will be opened up by Solotov so he can continue watching that angle. I like this from M&M. They've recognised that BDS played with a heavy sort of bottom floor presence last time around. Couple of nitros down there, and they're working to prevent those rotations being used, being possible to just restrict those players on the underneath. But at the minute, it's not really doing anything for them. It's taken Solotov out of the round for a minute and a half. It's leaving the rest of the team to push without him, and that's going to become a difficulty.
Someone's really got to make this move. They're waiting for a pick, but BDS are just giving them absolutely nothing. You know, a couple of players outside, one playing on the rappel. You got the Monty up nice and close too. Shaiko keeping him in check here as well. You got Solotov below watching the angle. Oh, great nade comes on through as well. The perfect bounce. Straight on towards Shaiko's feet. I said they were looking for a pick. It may have taken 2 minutes, Tim, but they found it.
Yeah, that's a fantastic start for M&M, but they need to make sure that it wasn't too little too late. Nath, he doubles down and finds Leakafak underneath as well, and all of a sudden they're looking good, but here goes Breeder picking up Tyrant 3 versus 4. Something else that BDS have done well, and that's fight themselves back into rounds when they've had to. Elems, he's just going to be taking the challenge out onto Geisha, but let's not forget, there is still that walking wall. There is still Montagne to deal with, and they don't really have the utility at hand to be able to. Nath manages to take down Elems. Wow. It's Solotov, it's Useless, it's M&M taking round 10. They bring one back. It's 6-4, but they have to get another 2 back-to-back, Des.
I really thought for a while they were just going to get massively stuck outside kitchen there, but as soon as Solotov found that kill on towards Shaiko and opened up Geisha, everything changed. That's when they came flooding on through. That's when they took control of top black, for example. It really unlocked the round. So it's not really a mistake by Shaiko as such. He just got caught by a great nade coming out from Solotov, but it has given M&M that little bit of breathing room. The battle being here, Tim, they've still got to work through, a couple more rounds, a couple more sites of BDSs that clearly they feel very happy playing on. And I'm a little bit nervous if they can do it yet again.
Well, this is it, Des. It's not just again, it's again and again. You know, they've got 2 to go at. They've won Karaoke Tea, but the downside of that is that it allows BDS to go back to Karaoke and Tea. BDS now don't need to use Kitchen and Barbecue, so they can use what are their 2 primary choices of site. Office is going to be the one this time. They don't have, oh no, they do have the mirror again, and that was crucial for the defense last time. If you remember, Shaiko just playing from exactly that mirror that we're looking at, that Breeder is deploying now. Shaiko was just a menace from there, got a couple of kills, completely kept Nello off the wall, and it was just very, very difficult, as we said, for M&M beyond their initial half round where they got a few walls open. They just stalled out and they could not move forwards towards site, and I'm wondering if we're going to see a bit of a different approach. Given the Ying, given the Glaz, I think that's definitely going to be the case.
I absolutely love the fact that they've got these 2 operators on side, because you just know something spicy is going to follow, right? So I'm hoping here to see a really cool execute come out. They've got the 4 smokes, for example. Not brought any hard breaches along. Instead of just gone for the Ying here and said, look, if we really need it, that's available to us. But they're relying very solely on this execute to work out here. So watch for where you see the Glaz lined up, because really, he's going to be the orchestrator of this attack.
I feel like this lineup, it's going to be one of those that either really works or really doesn't.
Yeah, it's a wall.
Nello just struggling with that secondary breach charge there. It's, I think, because of the sort of the stars, the plus signs that are in the wall from the reinforcement. You've just got to try and juggle it around there. It's going to take down users. That's your glass gone. That's going to be a big part of what. If you bring a glass, it's a big part of the execute.
It's the same as a Ying, right? Like, if you bring either of those two operators, they need to really be alive coming towards round end, unless your idea is to commit the Ying towards making space, like we saw BDS trying to use it for on Cafe, to no real success, but it can help you take control of parts of the map. The glass, really, it's all about the execute. So him being offline, M&M are going to have to shoehorn a bit of an attack here together. Leakyfat, though, is just going to completely deny that one. Doesn't know that just tossed towards the right-hand side of the window. Tyrant was ready and waiting. Will lose his life for it, but the damage is done. 2 kills to BDS here, 4v3.
Yeah, that's it. And with time ticking by, BDS are just going to start sitting deeper and deeper inside. M&M, because of the lineup they've been brought, that they brought along, have now been restricted to secondary breaching devices, which just don't create the same sort of space, the same sort of lines of sight as something like your Hibana, your Ace, your Thermite. It's just not going to do the same job, and it is proving restrictive for them. Renshiro has been completely untouched out here in Shrine. He's in a position to flank potentially. M&M are aware of it, but with only 40 seconds left to go, they're going to have to do something about it. Naif is the one to move in, but there you go. Kiss, kiss, bang, bang. Renshiro, Lems, they pick up 2 between them. Nello gets 1. Nello gets 2, but will get no more. It's Shaiko to pick it up, and look how much it means to BDS. They win 2-1 and they qualify for the Atlanta Major.
It wasn't until the third map we really see BDS come online as a team, but it came at just the right time. Shaiko undeniably putting in an absolute shift for 2 maps. A little bit quiet on the last one. Does bounce back though, as you can see him getting up to 10 kills, 6 short of tying the record, but double-digit kills across 3 maps, Tim. What a performance by him. What a showing by BDS.
Well, that's it. You know, we can say 6 short of the record, but we could also say 43 kills in 3 maps to help push BDS to the Atlanta Major. It is absolutely massive. Now, let's not forget, things are not over for M&M. They now have a matchup to play tomorrow against Wolves, and that will obviously give them another opportunity to get themselves through to that major. But as it stands, BDS, they've got themselves there, and they join Virtus Pro with the 2 winning teams tonight to go through.
And we still get to see that absolute delightful spectacle between BDS and VP. What a game that is going to be tomorrow. So much to look forward to, but that's the end of tonight's festivities. We'll go over to the desk after a break. We'll catch you guys tomorrow.
BDS beat M&M and they are going to the Atlanta Major. They are locked and loaded, tickets booked. And before we do anything, let's get an instant reaction from their analyst. Eagle Mees joins us on the show right now. Eagle Mees, it is good to see you again. I'm absolutely delighted to be talking to you because you've booked your spot in the Major, and that is another huge W in what's been a great few months for BDS.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy. Like, since Gamers 8, we've been just able to turn it around. Like, stage 1, slip up, and now stage 2, first in the group, qualified for the phase 2 of the Atlanta Major. Like, it's just amazing. And now we just play tomorrow against Virtus Pro, hopefully get the 20 invitational points, the first place, the nice prize pool money. Like, just very good.
Yeah, there's still a lot to play for, and I will preview that grand final with you in a minute. But I can almost feel the adrenaline that's running through you right now. Have you literally just sat back down while you're doing laps of the room? What was your reaction?
Well, everyone went to sleep in the house, so I had to keep it a bit quiet. But I mean, I did wake some people up with the screams. And well, I mean, I don't believe anyone was recording, but like just the team ecstatic, like everyone screaming out of the so loud. I don't think they'll have a voice tomorrow, but I hope they do for the match.
Yeah, I mean, this BDS team, this roster is looking phenomenal right now. And, you know, that was a best of 3 environment against M&M. And it seems you've got their number when it comes to BO3s, right?
Yeah, I mean, like as I said in our previous interview, like there aren't any maps where we're not uncomfortable on. Like where every map we can play or we can win, like just to slip up on Clubhouse, like that happens. Like we were able to turn it around in Cafe and then just get those attacks on Skyscraper and then just close it out eventually. And like, so I'm very happy. Like best of 3s is where we also where we are very good at.
Yeah, and speaking of being good, I'm going to say great, exceptional. Shaiko, this man is an absolute animal, an absolute beast. He was the star player for the first 2 maps in particular, but then in the third, he was a little bit quieter. But I guess part of you will be a little bit relieved about that, just in the sense that it showed that you have depth in that roster because other players stepped up, right?
Yeah, like it just shows like that even if like the first 2 maps was, Shaiko show, like we are still as a team able to perform together to win those essential rounds. Like get the Montaigne on Brid A and just play the objective, get those kills. Like everyone is able to contribute their part.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I'll buy tickets to any Shaiko show going in the future, that's for sure. BDS versus VP tomorrow in our grand final. You just mentioned all the things that are at stake here. It's still a vital fixture for you guys. What do you make of VP? Because they're on a bit of a tear themselves too.
I mean, like they're a scary team, especially in the just if they're able to get the steam rolling. Like they're like currently boot camping, so like that's also a big advantage for them. So, but like we just do what we can, prepare as much as we can, and hope that we are able to show up on the day and get the win and get the 20 invitational points and a nice prize pool.
Eagle Mees, thank you so much, man. Enjoy the evening and best of luck tomorrow. Maybe we'll do another winners interview. Who knows, right?
Yeah, maybe we'll see.
Cheers, man. Take care. Thank you. All right, good stuff. Listen, BDS, what a team. We'll talk about M&M and their chances in that lower bracket final, which is, of course, tomorrow against Wolves. But I touched on it there. Shaiko wasn't the main man on that final map. But let's not underestimate this, right? 43 kills in 3 maps. Man was a beast.
He was massive, and that's kind of what you want to take away from this game if you're a BDS supporter, that they didn't rely fully on Shaiko in the last map.
Yeah.
That is really good signs, and we need to see more of that. We've seen it 1 map now out of, I can't even put the maths into my head. They've played, 7 maps? You cannot rely on it on 1 out of 7. You need to have it 6 out of 7, and then Shaiko can carry the last one, that he needs to step up on. So that's what we want to see more of. I think we will. I mean, they are a best of 3 maps team. They're also a little bit more maybe of a LAN team. So I think we'll see more of it, but I want to see it more consistently, even online. So they should be happy with this win. I mean, they get one of the top 2 seeds and it couldn't be better.
Yeah, and look, a different MVP on the screen. What are the chances?
I know, and to be honest, Frenchie's had an absolutely torrid stage. Even a torrid first couple of games as well. Definitely stepped up in that very final map. So good to see from him, good to see from BDS as well. And just coming back onto that point about 1 map in 7, we think we've seen a complete team performance.
Yeah.
it's kind of weird to say, and it's maybe a little bit of a kind of state of where EU Siege is at the minute.
Yeah.
But the fact I nearly fell over then, I'm getting so excited to say this point.
Would you have caught him, or would you let him drop?
No, I was actually going this way. I've got my legs crossed for I don't know what's going on. I've completely lost my point. The fact is, it's BDS are going to the major, and that is absolutely excellent for them.
Yeah.
They're in stage 2, but there's still question marks about where they're at. If Shaiko doesn't carry them, if League, Fac and Brede don't perform, as we had coming into today, we did see it in that very final skyscraper. But the first couple of maps, they will be taking some serious looks at them and thinking, if we didn't have this guy, where would we be at?
It's pretty good, actually, because now teams can't really analyze them and say,
exactly.
This is what we should do against them, because they've relied almost solely on one player.
There's like levels they can go to at the major, yeah.
But it's also one of those things, we say it's been quite an uneven team. That shows our expectations on them. Had this been Into the Breach last stage, and we had them performing like this, we would be over the moon for their performance and being like, oh wow, this is such a good team. Even if they have 3 players stepping up and 2 struggling behind, we would be out of this, like we would be so happy for them.
They're on such a run. When you actually think, because me and you were Gamers 8, right?
He was, he got knocked out pretty quickly.
Sorry, you were there for a hot minute.
I got paid still.
Fabian had a cup of tea. We were there for the full thing, right?
Yeah.
And BDS, right, they only dropped 1 map the entire tournament, and that was to W7M, arguably one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah.
And now they're coming into this, going into the grand final. If they win there, they're really going into this major in Atlanta just full of wind beneath their wings.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, they are a best of 3 team. They are a tournament team. The BR1 league system doesn't really suit them, in all honesty, because they get put on kind of middle of the road maps that, and anything can happen in a best of 1 that is online. As soon as you get them into best of 3s, they get that time to settle in, really get a read on their opponent, and then go from there. Like you said, Gamers 8, they did it almost flawlessly the full tournament.
Yeah.
Before that, even if you go further back, I know they didn't achieve Copenhagen, but 6 Invitational, they should have had a much deeper run, but for some Astralis absolute masterclasses in terms of the clutches. I know you was happy about that. But 6 Invitational, they were poised for quite a deep run there. And then the tournament before that, they won the whole thing. So they're absolutely a tournament team. They will go into this event being one of the favorites to win the tournament.
One thing that a lot of people don't realize, and I think a lot of teams in competitive environment doesn't realize either, because they've never been in this position.
Yeah.
There are very few teams that have been as dominant as BDS are. My old team was one of them, and this is why I know it. When you are in this mindset and you come into back-to-back success and you keep winning for such a long time, you have an aura inside of your team and a confidence inside of your team that is unreachable by other players and other teams to kind of even put a dent in. You'd never feel like you're going to lose. You can be down 6-0. You'd be like, yeah, we'll come back. Don't worry. There's a next map. Like you have an undoubted confidence in everything that you do and everything that your team does.
Self-belief.
Yeah, it's just, you cannot come close to that if you're a Jojo team that goes up and down, or you have inconsistencies. And yeah, sure, BDS have had a rough stage, but the confidence that they have in themselves, I think, is just out of this world.
Do you know what breaks my heart? When Fabian talks about the times when he was riding high and the feelings that he's had, something dies in me knowing that me and you will never feel that ever.
Yeah.
It's the life of losers.
It is the life of a loser. On the flip, let's talk about M&M. Do you think coming out of this, there were times during that series where we were like, oh, M&M looking great. Overall, Fresh, would you say they've regressed a little bit?
Yeah, I think maybe not regressed, but I just think maybe showed inconsistencies. Certainly Clubhouse, I thought from M&M was very good. And then after that, it all went very, very badly, very, very quickly. And even on that very last game of Skyscraper there, they faltered into their old habits of really struggling with attack 1 by 1 by 1. We saw Caveira played against them. You don't play a Caveira against a team unless you know that they're going to play so solo. And it's really hard to judge where M&M are at because we've seen them improve consistently through the groups, through deciders. They've hit a good team today, and they've gone back to kind of old ways and old habits.
Yeah.
The habits that we were calling them out for right at the start of this stage. So it's kind of like, where are they at in terms of tomorrow? How quickly can they recover that is my biggest question because, if they're sat here now in their TeamSpeaks or Discord, whatever, arguing and trying to dissect it, it might be bad ready. They've got a big game tomorrow to try and make the major.
And it's a very important game against a very good team. And if we're looking at the performance we saw from M&M today, I think Nello had a really bad day today, and he needs to massively step up if they want to have a chance against Wolves. Because today we saw it's kind of funny. A lackluster BDS, still dominating in terms of what they were doing, and there's one of the top 2 seeds. But Wolves are a much more even squad. They don't rely on one player as much. And they need to shut down all 5 of them, and for that, M&M themselves need all 5 of their players to show up on the day. So for Nello to step up tomorrow, I think is absolutely key that he starts putting on some numbers.
Well, listen up. If you are supposed to be at work tomorrow, call your boss, tell him you're not going in. If you were meant to be doing the big shop for your grandma, sorry, grandma, it's not happening. Whatever you had planned, cancel it, because we've got an epic day. It's not actually, go do the big shop with your grandma. That's out of
I was
order.
just going to say, you're going to tell people,
leave the grandma
are you going to tell people to starve their grandma?
No, don't do that. Look after Granny. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, because we've got 2 massive best of 3s coming your way. Tuesday, September 26th, the first matchup at 6 p.m. We are kicking off with the Flaming Marshmallows M&M against Wolves in our lower bracket final. The winner of that affair will make it to the Atlanta Major. And of course, match 2, the one that we all cannot wait to see. It is BDS versus Virtus Pro to win stage 2 of EUL here. Both of them are already locked and loaded. They know they've made it to the big dance over stateside, but there's still so much riding on that one.
Absolutely. Like that's the thing is, we will obviously talk about the M&M Wolves game in the context of qualifying for the major or into LCQs, but Eagle Me's kept hitting that point home in the interview. We're playing for extra SI points because BDS didn't accumulate many SI points in stage 1. They need to get absolutely everything they can to make sure they go to 6 Invitational, and that includes winning tomorrow.
We all want to go to Brazil, baby.
Yeah, exactly. That is absolutely massive for them. 20 SI points with how close stage 2 is shaping up across all of the regions is going to be massive. So for VP, they're basically guaranteed SI. It's just a seeding affair, but for BDS, it's going to mean a hell of a lot more tomorrow.
Might be one of the reasons why we can see that game go BDS's way. Maybe Virtus Pro doesn't care as much. I know that when I was in that situation as a player and as a coach, you did not care as much about it as you probably should have.
Yeah.
And we'll see how Virtus Pro does with that tomorrow. BDS, go ahead, Jack.
I mean, just to hone in on that from G2, G2 obviously lost that game in stage 1 and are now very worried about SI points.
Yeah, so yeah, we shouldn't have played that with 2 players that were sick. It's all Doki's fault, actually. He was like, oh, we're going to play tonight.
Hey, come on. It's always Doki's fault.
It's always Doki's fault.
Let's wrap this up. Massive thank you to all of you for watching. Thanks for having me. I'm loving my time on desk with these 2. I nearly said the W word there, but I'm not going to say it. Weasels, I'll say. With these 2 legends. I love working with these 2. Our production team, obviously, legends here in Paris, France. And we will see you again tomorrow. Like I said, these 2 have teed it up perfectly. 2 banger best of 3s coming your way. We'll be right here guiding you through it. You excited, guys?
Nah.
Okay, good. Bye, guys.
For a 2 BDS? Well, Eminem said nope.
But not before he does go down to use it. At this point, it's just Psycho.
Get it no more. It's Shaiko to pick it up, and look how much it means to.